bit rusty on that score. But the amazing...
Welcome everybody around the world tuning in wherever you are to the 2024 Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. You can see from the magnificent drone shots that is the centre of Adelaide. We're just a stone's throw away on the Adelaide Parkland circuit, home to Formula One from 1985 to 1995, and been home to V8 supercars from 99 until now. At the moment, we've got heritage touring cars out there on the racetrack. There's plenty to sink your teeth into, whether you're an open wheeler fan tuning in from Europe who loves a bit of Formula One action. They'll be out in the not too distant future. Locally, we've got Bathurst 1000 winners. They're out later on this afternoon. And for many of those people, the local Australians watching on, these cars will be very familiar to you, such as this one, the Benson and Hedges Tony Longhurst and Johnny Cicotto. BMW finished 4th in the 1992 Bathurst 1000. Ford Sierras dominated touring car racing globally in the late 80s, and we've got one on the racetrack. I think it's hard to have a heritage touring car category without that. So cars are out there on the racetrack and taking in the beautiful sunshine here in Adelaide this morning. As you can see, they turn hard right onto Wakefield Street, whereas Formula One V8 supercars will turn left and head down Wakefield. Thanks ever so much for joining us wherever you are. I am Dan McCarthy, and my co-commentator is Nick Lenthal. He'll be joining me in just a couple of moments' time. In the paddock area, we have Jack Perkins, our roving reporter, and then as well in the Grand Marquee. If you've not joined us on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream before, we've got a Grand Marquee. There's many interviews on stage that are being done by Charlie Barlow, and even tomorrow, David Croft. They will be done from the Grand Marquee, and we'll be live streaming those to you as well when there's no on-track action, breaks in between sessions. We'll be bringing you all of the topics down there in the Grand Marquee. So Charlie Barlow, part of the team as well. So many stars and cars here this weekend. Valtteri Bottas is here last year. He is returning, the former Australian Grand Prix winner in 2019. He's back. So is two-time Australian Grand Prix winner Damon Hill, won here in Adelaide, the last race here in Adelaide in 1995. Yes, Damon Hill, 1996 Formula One world champion, is here. He will be in the Grand Marquee, actually, in the not too distant future. As well as that, we've got current Formula One Red Bull reserve driver who raced in a few races and did a remarkably good job in the AlphaTauri car last year. That is Kiwi Liam Lawson. He is here this weekend as well. Former Haas boss Gunther Steiner is also here today and tomorrow. So plenty of well-known celebrities. David Croft as well, the Sky Sports F1 commentator. And locally as well, we've got a few local stars. Craig Lowndes, 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner, he's here. And a few other well-known local drivers and the cars as well. We've got MotoGP riders, former MotoGP riders, Christian Newland, Daryl Beattie, Kevin McGee. They are all here as well. We've even got Alistair McRae from the rallying history. He's here this weekend, not in a rally car, but on a motorbike of all things. So that's going to be really interesting to see him out there on his bike. But there is plenty to talk about. Not only the stars, but the star cars as well. We've got, let's say, Bathurst winners, Formula One cars that won here. We've got the 1990 Nelson Piquet car that won here on that sunny day. And then as well, we've got 1993 Schumacher Benetton that raced here, and all things in between. And you might be able to hear the breaths of Nick Lenthal, who has joined myself, Dan McCarthy, in the commentary box. Great to have you alongside me, Nick. What an amazing event this is this year.
Thanks, Dan. Welcome everyone in Adelaide, and in fact all around Australia and around the world, to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Very pleased to be a part of it, and we'll be bringing you some great entertainment over over the duration of this event. We're just watching the Heritage Touring cars finishing off, and Josh Axford in the 1600 BDA Escort just going around.
While there's a little break in proceedings, Repco have joined us at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival this year, and here's a little summary of the motorsport that they're involved in this country.
Well, Repco, Dan, actually...
So Repco not only sponsoring this event, Nick, the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, but sponsoring the Supercars Championship, the Bathurst 1000, and of course this year the Bathurst 12L, which is a real show. It certainly was a brilliant race this year, won by Porsche in the end, and there's a Porsche at the front of this field. Look at that, a Leighton House 962. Such an iconic car globally, the 962 dominating Le Mans for many years, and it's great to have that car here. We've got not only that, but we've got the 767B Mazda, you can see a bit further behind, and then 3 NASCARs, not 1, not 2, but 3 of them out there. There's a Porsche 956. We'll go through them as they head out onto the racetrack. So this is the first session on the Repco Adelaide Motorsports Festival live stream. If you're just tuning in, this is the Invitational category, a mixture of all sorts of categories really, not supercars or Formula Ones, but prototypes, NASCARs as we say, old sports cars as well. Got the Brabham BT62. It's a real nice eclectic mix, isn't it, Nick?
It sure is, a very diverse mix of cars. With the Kramer Porsche heading the field up there alongside a Chevy C10, so you can't get a more varied mix of cars than that. But yeah, the Kramer Porsche was one of those cars that took Porsche on a journey of 6 consecutive Le Mans victories from 1981 to 1987. Leighton House, Japanese real estate company that backed the constructors, and 600 horsepower, 3-litre twin-turbo 6, and this weekend, Dan, it's all about the sound, and that car sounds magnificent.
That's the slogan of this event. It's the sound, it certainly is, as we hear all sorts of noises roar out of the final corner. Look at the crowds, they're in force this weekend. We broke the record of crowd attendance last year when Bottas came to play in the Bathurst 1000 winning Commodore, but it's gone to another level again this year. So if you are watching in and around Adelaide and you're thinking of getting here tomorrow, I advise you to buy your tickets as soon as possible, because they could even sell out. So make sure you get online on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival website to find out where to buy your tickets. As we look at that Leighton House, you're a bit tentative on the throttle there, you could hear it just breaking traction as it accelerated out of what normally would be the final corner of the big lock-up from the Ute.
One of our Repco fleet, the C10, just demonstrating what a lock-up looks like for us. That was a pretty good one.
You'd have probably heard that on the live stream. It's just out of shot, but it was at the same corner. You'd have heard some scorched tyres down into the hairpin. He's kept it on the road and continued on his merry way, but certainly a second-hand set of tyres now on that right front. He'd be feeling that down the straight, that's for sure.
Might be like it's got square wheels now. And look, cutting through the sound of all those cars together, the Mazda 767. To our right, we have a group of rotary enthusiasts. There must be about 100 Mazda rotaries alongside us, brought by their owners today. And of course, they've come to not only see this car, but to hear it at 9,000 revs. A beautiful sounding car, quad rotor, a peripheral port, screamer, and the car that spawned the 787, which won Le Mans. So fantastic car, and again, one of the very, very varied field of cars that we have in the Invitational. And Dan, I think you were talking about that number 33 car. Yesterday you spent some time with the owner of that Castrol sports car. And as I did with the owners of the Norax. The Norax being the car that was designed and constructed in Adelaide. It's the first one of 3 that were built. A couple of guys from Adelaide went to Le Mans, watched the race, thought it was fantastic, came home and basically drew it on a board in the workshop. One of them owned a business called the Norax Light Company. He had the shed space. The other boys joined in with the design and the manufacture of the wheels, Randy's wheels. So they made 3 sets of wheels for these 3 cars, and powered by a rotary, of course. But yeah, based on a Le Mans car of the day, the shape at least, and went on to run for many, many years in Adelaide. So that's the Norax. Dan, what else have we got out here that takes your eye?
The poster car, as we look at it going into the centre chicane, the Mazda 767B. You touched on it briefly there. Makes 630 horsepower, revs up to 9,000 RPM. Only 3 were built by Mazda Speed, and as you say, it really was the predecessor for what was to come with the rotary powertrain that went on to win Le Mans in 1991 in the hands of Johnny Herbert. And we've both discussed it already today before the live stream started. It's one of the most iconic race cars. We'll let you listen to it a little bit later on when it's back on the camera. At the moment, they were looking at the Brabham BT62. That's actually David Brabham at the wheel of it, the man behind it, the son of the late great Sir Jack Brabham, 3 times Formula 1 world champion. Here is the Mazda. Just sounds absolutely glorious as it goes through the centre chicane and onto Wakefield Street. Brilliant drone footage. That's pretty cool, isn't it, Nick, on top of Wakefield Street?
It is. It's, I mean, our commentary box is in a pretty good position, but the drone sure does help. That Brabham BT62 that you touched on, and there it is on your screen. Fantastic story, that car. That car was built in secret, just near the Edinburgh Air Base in Adelaide, in a plant that used to be the ZF transmission plant. And how they kept it secret, I've got no idea, because it's surrounded by factories and people in machining and manufacture. So they kept it a secret, put it on a boat, took it to England and revealed it in England, and no one knew about it. So it's an amazing story. I don't think they built the number that they intended to. They intended in the beginning, but it was built as a dedicated track car, something that you could buy if you weren't a Formula 1 hero, but you thought you were pretty handy at the wheel. You could buy one of these and see what it was like to drive a really quick car.
A couple of years ago, David was going around the nation, went to Bathurst, Phillip Island, and a few other tracks with the sole intention of breaking the lap record. And did so at several locations. So that's pretty cool that car is here. Of course, last year they brought the BT19, the car that won the World Championship with Jack at the wheel in 1966. The only car in which a Formula 1 World Championship drivers on the car with his name as the team as well. So Sir Jack winning in a Brabham, and that was here last year, but this year BT62 has arrived. We can see the number 8 NASCAR out there. Now this has NASCAR history in the States for many years, and then it came over here and raced at the Thunderdome in the early noughties as well. So lots of history in this particular machine on the camera at the moment.
And as we said, it's all about the sound, and you can't get a better mix than a quad rotor running around alongside a NASCAR from back in the day. So different in their application and the noise that they bring to the table.
Absolutely, we see the cars continue to fly around the circuit. So yeah, for those tuning in around the world, this is the Adelaide Parkland circuit used by Formula One back in the day. I'm Dan McCarthy, and alongside me is Nick Lenthal. And Nick, it's an event, we've said it's the 10th year, but it's growing year on year.
Well, it started out then 2010 as took the format of a hill climb, which was about 10 minutes from the city. You can do that kind of thing in Adelaide, go and find the best winding road you can. And then a sprint the following day, but it very quickly evolved into a weekend here at the motorsport circuit that was part of the Adelaide Grand Prix, or at least this part is the dedicated part of the circuit. So it leaves the circuit and joins on one of the city streets, Wakefield Street, and then returns to this dedicated section of the circuit. After 4 years, we had 50,000 people here, and it's just blossomed from there, and it's grown year by year to much bigger audiences. And it's different to a motorsport meeting because there is no winner. It's not that competitive, it's more social, and it's highly engaging. You can get up close to the drivers in the cars. They'll be only too happy to show you inside the car or the engine bay. During the weekend, we'll be doing some crosses to some of our other team.
Yes.
And they'll be doing some interviews in the pits or on the form-up grid. And in fact, in 30 seconds, we're going to do one of those. We'll go to the form-up grid and just get you right up as close as we can to the action.
Cars are ending the session out there on the racetrack. Checker flag is being displayed, so this is the in-lap for all of these vehicles. Invitational will be back out there later on today at 2:45 p.m. So not too far away, and we look forward to seeing them out. Up next, though, we have Ferrari Spettacolo, and I believe Jack Perkins is down there in the lane.
I'm here for my third stand, and this is a really cool Ferrari.
I think we're having a few audio issues down there.
I think the mice have been biting the microphone cable, Jack, so we'll just we'll back you up for a while here. We're just talking about the circuit, and you can see from the drone footage there the city of Adelaide. It's a square mile that it was based on when it was built in the late 1800s. The vision of Colonel William Light, who mapped the city out as a grid, so it's an incredibly easy city to get around. The centre of business is in the city if you want to talk about banks and government and so on, but if you want to deal with most of the commerce, they decided to build around the city on the boundaries, the east, west, north, south boundaries of the city, and so very easy to do business around Adelaide, and you don't have to head into the thick of it and get caught up in parking and all that kind of stuff. So we do business very easily down here, and we do get to have an event like this, which is literally walking distance from the city centre. Now, it's very hard to do this in bigger cities because you can't really have a facility like this right in the middle. We're in a parklands area here, so if it wasn't noisy like it is today, that it should be loaded with people walking their puppies and riding their push bikes and entertaining their kids. And so it is a very different event. We've got this Spettacolo now coming out, which means a real fabulous display. It's bellissimo, it's fantastico, it's Spettacolo. And we have got in this a collection of the most fantastic machinery you're ever going to see. And of course, the star car, Dan, Ferrari 250 LM, one of 30. A car that was raced by Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini back in the day. Was also owned by a guy named Bob Grossman, who was a world-renowned cartoonist and editor and writer, and a very keen sports car racer. And he had the car for some time, raced it in the United States. It's had a number of owners, but it's also had a couple of restorations in its time, and it's now domiciled in Australia. And we're so very fortunate to have the car here for this weekend. I've had a good look at it. It's absolutely pristine. I didn't bring my checkbook, so I didn't ask what the price was, because I had an inkling it might have been out of my league. But
I think so. I think all of these on the racetrack are, I'm afraid, Nick. Even some of the older machines a little bit further down the back. I mean, an F40 in this field is one of the cheaper ones, quite remarkably.
I never thought we would hear that phrase.
No. So, to explain what this is, for those around the track hearing us, you saw the Ferrari category earlier. This is Ferrari Spettacolo. This is for the almost race spec vehicles, the really ultra rare, ultra fast versions of. That's what's out there at the moment. A La Ferrari, for example, very much I think it was the first hybrid Ferrari made, and boy oh boy does that go. 900 horsepower. We've got Ferrari Enzos as well, and all sorts in this category. You mentioned the 1964 250 LM, but yeah, there's so much sink your teeth into in this particular category now.
Okay, now let's talk about quick cars. Ferrari 250 LM, and incidentally, there are a couple of these raced in Australia by David Mackay and Spencer Martin back in that era. But so 1964. Now, you could have walked 5 minutes from where we are now to Centennial Hall to see the Beatles play, and they were playing a couple of shows a night in 1964 when they came to Adelaide. I think it was the biggest welcome they'd had anywhere in the world. There were people lined the streets from the airport to the city. So, and Paul McCartney, when he visited this year, actually cited that as one of his fondest memories of being a Beatle. But in 1964, this car raced with John Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini at the wheel in the 12-hour race at Reims, and had a fantastic dice with Phil Hill, who had been world champion in 1961. So they diced neck and neck. They fought for the lead back and forth. The car finished second, and what do you reckon the average speed was for that race in 1964? 126 miles an hour.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
So we're talking sort of 200k plus in 1964.
For those watching on the live stream, you'll be seeing Craig Lowndes in the FXX go hard right into Wakefield Street. I mean, look at the amount of variety there in terms of gears and engines and all sorts of things. So the F40, Ferrari Enzo, that was the car I grew up with in 2004, 2003, that was released. So a long time ago, with its big V12 engine, and I can see an overtake down there into the Wakefield hairpin, back into the Parkland section. Here is the La Ferrari, so very nearly 1,000 horsepower when it's employing its hybrid electrical charge. It absolutely bolts. 6.3 litre engine. Only 500 were ever built, and they were sold to select customers. So you or I, if we weren't a special select customer, would, even if we had the money, not be able to have one. One of my favourite cars, the La Ferrari, a really nice looking machine. As we see, that's the 812 Special coming into the final turn and roaring away down the pit straight there. So this particular machine only made last year. Fraser Ross behind the wheel. You may know Fraser Ross for his exploits in GT racing around Australia. So well-known racer. Raced at the Bathurst 12 on a number of occasions, and even Asian Le Mans series as well. Here's the 599 just behind the FXX. So Lowndes at the wheel of the FXX, but up the inside comes Darren Van Diemen. So yeah, released in 2009, 6 litre front-engine V12, so that's why there's so much bonnet space at the front of the car, Nick. Got to slap a big V12 under there. That's certainly a 6-litre V12 uses up an awful lot of room in an engine bay.
It is. Designed by Pininfarina, and 100 horsepower per litre, naturally aspirated, and that has for so long been the benchmark of maximum effectiveness from an engine, 100 horsepower per litre. There's the beautiful 250 LM that's just gone past us. It's spectacular. Now, Dan, you mentioned your favourite car when you were growing up. I wasn't growing up, I'd already grown up, but an F40 for me is the bee's knees. I love that car. That there was something so very raw about them. I remember being in Melbourne one day and saw one drive down a side street at full throttle, and we just about fell over. They're so impressive. They succeeded the 288 GTO, and the 40 was about celebrating Ferrari's 40th anniversary. And it's actually the last car that Enzo personally signed off.
And he loved that car. He absolutely loved that car.
3-litre twin turbo, 500 horses on tap, and at that point it was the fastest and the most expensive car that Ferrari had built. They planned 400 units, but I think in the end they actually built more than that. They built a lot more.
It was in that 200 mile an hour race, wasn't it? The first car to get to 200 miles an hour. It was heavily involved in that, and they were really, each manufacturer's trying to get there first, and then finally one manufacturer did come out with 200 miles an hour, so then the next one would go 201 and 202, and then the McLaren F1 came along in 1995 and went 242 miles an hour and completely obliterated everybody in that sense, only to be beaten by the Veyron, the Bugatti Veyron, a good 10 years, over 10 years later, so that really did set the benchmark for top speed. But yeah, for many people, the F40 is described as, for those lucky enough to drive it, we certainly haven't, but they describe the F40 because of how light it is. It doesn't have any aids or anything that these modern Ferraris do. People describe it as a really fast go-kart.
Yeah, yeah. And it's got that look. It's just, I mean, it is a poster car. Lots of kids would have had that on their wall growing up. But there's something a bit aggressive about it. It's like a race car. It's got something a bit more aggro than some of the other Ferraris, which is so curvy by design, that the F40 had a bit of angle about it, a bit of aggression.
Absolutely, and there it is.
And there it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Down into the Wakefield hairpin, as we can see. We've got a couple of categories coming up next. We've got Porsche Rennsport next, followed by Ferrari. So categories coming thick and fast at the moment. So we're sort of in a bit of a road car section at the moment. And then we turn our attention at 12 o'clock to Tipo F1. So we've got all these iconic cars on the racetrack. We've also got the Grand Marquee as well, interviews going on in there. If you're at the track listening to us talking about what is on the racetrack at the moment, there is also some legendary people in the Grand Marquee. At this point in time, being 11:30, Craig Lowndes is down there.
He'll tell you how to win Bathurst.
He certainly will.
And if anyone is going to tell me, I tell you I would choose Craig Lowndes because he's pretty good at it. And a more likeable guy you won't meet. Very accessible. Always makes himself accessible for the fans, and only too happy to have a chat. Always smiling. But a very, very handy steerer is Craig Lowndes, both in a tin top and an open wheeler car.
Ferrari Enzo, it's just moving out the way, left-hand side, not getting in anyone's way. And that being driven by Ryan Sutton. Developed in 2002, the Enzo, as I said earlier, 6-litre V12 engine, naturally aspirated, making nearly 500 kilowatts, which at the time was an absurd amount, absolutely absurd amount at that time. And then automated manual shift gearbox. Of course, these days most flappy paddle gearboxes are attached to an automatic gearbox, not a manual gearbox in this day and age, but the early iterations were with a manual gearbox. And through it goes, of course, named after the legendary and the late at that time Enzo Ferrari, the man behind the legendary Italian car manufacturer.
And in a unique aspect, Dan, The odd thing about that car was normally, you try something out on the track and then it might transfer to a road car later. On that car, they tried out some aero that they weren't allowed to use because of the F1 regulations. So it was a bit of a paradox in terms of the production car being the groundbreaker.
Nearly makes a ton of downforce at 300 kilometres an hour. That's remarkable. So if you think on Comrade Straight, which is getting up to 300 there, I'm sure this car would get up to 300 there, and that's right, a ton of downforce.
And it actually it adjusts itself and backs off the downforce a little to get its maximum speed. It's very, very clever.
It certainly is. So you can see the cars turning hard left and going through the infield section. Those there are all the car displays. We've got car displays here this weekend from Chrysler. That's the one at the bottom I can see. And then on top of that, I think that's the chrome display. So a large variety of vehicles in that one. We've also got the Nissan and the Mazda displays as well. So around the circuit at the moment, cars are coming into the lane.
I'm just talking about, you can't run events like this without sponsors, and we have one of the best.
That's Liam Lawson. He has arrived. I'm sure he thoroughly enjoyed his session earlier on this morning, and then he'll be out there very shortly in the Rodin Formula One car in Tipo F1. So Liam Lawson will be out in a few moments' time. We can see there's Craig Lowndes.
I told you he was a happy guy.
Always smiling, and there he is with the 2006 Bathurst winning machine. So such an iconic car. They won the race, won the Bathurst 1000, an emotional win for him just a couple of weeks after the passing of his mentor and great friend Peter Brock. He says that is his career highlight. No race victory will beat that one for Craig, and you can see him spending time with the young fan there. That'll make his weekend, I'm sure, getting the autograph there of Craig Lowndes. As you see the recovery vehicles heading out there around the track. We've got so many sponsors to thank, haven't we, Nick? You know, we've said about Repco sponsoring the Adelaide Motorsport Festival this year. Look at Craig. More autographs and more autographs and more autographs. Fantastic. But yes, not only Repco, Shannon's, they share our passion for motoring, of course. They've been a sponsor of the event for many, many years. Penrite Oil as well, Zagami. There are so many. We could just see the sponsor roll going through at the bottom right-hand side if you're watching on at the live stream. Zagami.
And some new ones on board this year. We have Premier Hire, who will help you with everything that you need for an event, to power an event, like lighting towers and generators and all that kind of thing. And they are actually sponsoring the Bathurst Winners category. So that's their particular area. And that's owned by Peter Ziveris, who is himself a V8 supercar team owner. And just to add to that, a national drag racing champion. I mean, the guy's got a need for speed, hasn't he?
He certainly does. It's certainly a need for speed if you're a drag racing personality, that is for sure. Certainly, I'm not brave enough to do that. I don't imagine you are either, Nick.
No, I'll pass on that. So also this year, Mazda and Subaru also giving us a hand. Mercedes-Benz, Adelaide and Unley. Subaru in particular, they will have their newest offering, which is the Solterra, which is an EV. And, you know, we all know that Subaru owners are the most rusted on fan base that you can have. They trade their Subaru only to buy a new Subaru. So you can go down and see the absolute cutting edge of new Subarus down in their area, which is in the EV E-Motion zone, which is down in the Grand Marquee and the exotic paddock. Mazda have joined us this year, and the Toyota Gazoo Racing have a pavilion down there, as do Pagani. Pagani have some great chefs down there from Soy 38 and other Adelaide restaurants to make sure that you don't go hungry over the weekend.
Lowndes continuing to sign. I think there's an autograph session going on down there, so I think his Grand Marquee interview with Charlie Barlow has finished, and now he's just signing autographs for all of these race fans. All different bits and bobs being signed. There we go. We said Zagami sponsoring the event, and they've got a massive little pavilion area, as you can see there on the live stream screens. And there are all of the bits and bobs that you can do. The emotion zone is down there. We've got all sorts down there at the grand, around the circuit, sorry. I lost my train of thought there. So lots of things to see and do. The event itself actually started last night with the peak hour of power. Many of the well-known cars and stars made their way down from where we are right now, down the pit straight, down Wakefield Street, and came to a halt at Gunther Street in the city. So many thousands of people were there, and we got a package lined up to show you what you missed if you weren't able to make it last night. Pretty cool event last night, that is for certain. So many thousands of people there, stars and cars alike. And that's been a part of the event now for a number of years, hasn't it, Nick? And it's so popular and continues to grow as well. That's the most I've ever seen last night.
It's been kind of a trademark of this event, and even the Adelaide Rally when it was using the Gunther Street Party on a Friday night, which has also come back. But yeah, there's nothing like driving your Formula One car to the shops, is there? I mean, followed by a Mazda 767 and a Leighton House Porsche. So, I mean, it's hard to explain if you weren't there, but to see cars like this driving through your city streets in line, in procession, and to hear it is really something else. And look, even people who have never been to a motorsport event in their lives, they embrace it, they're cheering on the side of the streets, and yeah, there's no shortage of fans.
Oh, certainly not, absolutely not. Now, Porsches, they are very well loved. They're flat six engines. There are a couple of rare Porsches that don't have flat sixes, but majority do, and there are plenty of Porsches. This is one of the most heavily subscribed categories at the event. There was so many Porsches, and we had to weed our way through the entries to try and find good variety, mixture of different vehicles from all different eras. And I think the Adelaide Motorsport Festival team have done a great job at that. There are many different eras of Porsche out there on the racetrack in this category, and that there is Matthew Sims going into turn number one.
Yeah, there's GT3 Cup cars, there's IROC cars, and a range of drivers too. Some of them sort of very amateur motorsport competitors, and others very seasoned motorsport competitors, like Bernie Stack, who's driven in probably every category that you can imagine. He's out there in his green IROC car. You can see it. No, you can't.
There's lots of green Porsches.
There's lots of green Porsches, and Bernie's is the oldest. Yeah, so you'll see some GT3 Cup cars. You'll see Cayman GT4. GT4 RS, of course, was in some contexts even quicker than the GT3 Cup car.
There goes roaring down pit straight. That's Matthew Sims, and there is Stack that you were just talking about. And here comes Sims again into the centre chicane, using a lot of curb left and right, getting it stopped. Really tight right-handed hairpin. Got to be smooth on the throttle out of there. It's a bit of a rise as you go down Wakefield Street. The cars just continue to come through. That's the number 40 car of Matt Quinn. That's a 2011 Porsche GT3 Cup car. So we've got race cars and road cars in this category. Porsche Rennsport by name and very much by nature. So really cool to have such an eclectic mix of machines out there. This is a silver Porsche, I think that's a Cayman or a GT4. Porsches aren't my speciality. I'm the first to admit that, as it goes into the first chicane. I think that was the GT4S of Alex Winters.
And there's the pink polka down.
It is indeed.
It is a very famous colour scheme from the United States. It's been reapplied by Aaron Steer and Mark Lauke, and they used this car in the Adelaide Rally last year.
One of the loudest cars at the rally, wasn't it? If not the, going around the outside, he's going to run out of room there. Has to slot back in behind, and thinks better of a late dive down into turn number one as well. So got to think about his way past. Look at Sims, he's flying by. some of the slower cars out there on the track. Because this is a sort of, you know, it's not a demonstration event, it's speed demonstration, but people, depending on their experience levels and their knowledge of the car and the knowledge of the track and everything, will be going at quite different speeds, and we saw a graphic illustration of that there from Sims flying through the slower cars there down into the centre chicane. He was here last year, Sims, and one of the very fastest, it was timed last year, this category, and he was right at the point end. I think he might have actually been in the GT category last year rather than the Porsche category, if memory serves me correctly. So it's a Porsche Carrera Cup car, state round winner, and he reports a Malala lap record holder as well.
All right.
I assume that's in class, not outright, I'd imagine.
No, it would be in class, but it's good to see the cars going through the centre chicane there, which we just saw earlier, and they're about to head into there now. And if you were here for the Adelaide 500, which is a V8 supercar race, you would see some two-wheel action there, because every now and again someone decides to bounce off a curb or both curbs, and you get to see the photographers have a field day with it, and so do the stewards, because they probably have a chat to them afterwards. So we'll give you 2 strikes.
It's not every now and then in this day and age, it's every single car that goes through there. We just saw from the drone footage how many people are here, and you can see in the grandstand behind, that is packed.
Now this is a different Porsche. It's the 944 Turbo of Nick Strakheisen.
The red one on the left.
The red one, the 944. It's been used, that was close. It's been used extensively in classic rallies. And it's, even though Nick has a number of competition cars, he loves this car. It's his favourite car to drive. And look, if you've driven a 944 in standard form, beautifully balanced car, really enjoyable car to drive.
Yes, certainly would be, as cars continue to go around the circuit.
So we've just lost our monitor for a second, so I can't tell you what I'm watching, but I can tell you what I'm looking at through the commentary box. That's Nick Strakheisen in the red 944 just comes through. And as Dan said, a very wide variety of cars. The green car there, the Ormsby car. Ormsby family, a bunch of seasoned competitors, and we are back. We have our vision back. So now we don't feel so alone. There's Angus Sobels in his GT3 Cup car.
As you see on the Wakefield Street back section, an overtake being completed. Here it is, the steer Porsche Corker, liveried like the Le Mans Porsche was in the very early 70s. Heading down into turn number 1, as we say, it was used in the Adelaide Rally to great effect last year. Oh, a big lock-up for the number 40 machine out there on the circuit. That's certainly going to feel that. And that is Mark Quinn, as we said earlier. He's in the 2011 GT3 Cup car. This is one of the fastest cars. He's trying to weave his way past the 944 Strakheisen, but thinks better of it down into turn number 1, unless you really are ahead of the car. You don't want to make a lunge up the inside, do you? And Anthony Ormsby really using his head and deciding to slot back in behind. Yeah, unless you're really alongside or in front, it's hard to overtake down at the centre chicane because it's such a fast sequence of corners.
But it all depends how much you want to risk. And I wouldn't be risking too much down there. Look, as we've said before, this is not a competition event. This is what you might call a moving museum. But certainly the guys are driving very spiritedly. They're having a great time, and it's entertaining the crowd. We love it.
Absolutely. If you are just joining us, not only around the circuit, but tuning in on the various live stream platforms, you can watch us on Sky Sports, you can watch us on Speed Cafe, you can watch us on the Repco live stream, or the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream. We're on all of those on YouTube or on Facebook, so make sure you tune into any one of those. If you have to leave early from the racetrack, tune in. You won't miss a second of the action until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So there's plenty going on all around the live stream platforms. As you see, the Glenford sponsored Porsche having a little bit of a look, but thinks better of it on this occasion. Plenty to see and do around the venue. I'm Dan McCarthy, alongside me is Nick Lenthal. And on track at the moment is Porsche Rennsport, if you are just joining us. We've got Ferraris next, then Tipo F1 GT style, and then not too far away we do have Formula 1 at 12:30 local time. So each session is 15 minutes in length, so 12:30 local time in Adelaide, wherever you are watching around the world. Adelaide, Australia time. So tune in for those who've got a few Adelaide Grand Prix era cars, many in fact Adelaide Grand Prix era winning cars, including the 1990 Benetton that won here in the hands of Nelson Piquet 34 years ago. As we look on track, there's a train of cars heading down the pit straight. The green machine, that stack pulling over to the left hand side, and Sims continues to overtake people galore. He's now behind the number 33 machine. That's Adam Cannell behind the wheel of that car, and there is the checkered flag waving. So that concludes the session out there on the racetrack. So they'll do one in-lap back to the pits, and then, as I say, we've got the Ferraris back out on the racetrack.
Once again, we'll tell you a little bit about our naming rights sponsor, Repco. This is the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and Repco actually at the heart of not only motorsport but vehicle manufacturing in Australia, with their first business opening in 1922. They were a machine shop in simple terms, and now they have 400 stores employing 4,000 people around the country. You can go online and check out what you need for your car. In fact, one of the nicest things about the Repco website, if you use it to buy parts for your car, is that you can put in your registration number on the site, and it will come up with a list of all the parts that they have for your car. So they make it very, very easy if you're not sure whether you've got an FG or a BA or a BF or all those things. If you're not really that much into your cars, you can just put in your registration number and they do the rest for you. And it makes for a really good user experience on their online platform. Repco, of course, the people behind the Repco Brabham, that Jack Brabham won the 1966 World Championship in, a car of his own construction, and the late Phil Irving on the design team that designed that engine, which became a world beater and used in many, many different cars. That was commemorated in 1996 when they drove that car down the main street of the city of Melbourne to commemorate Jack's World Championship. And even last year at this very event, we had Jack's grandson Sam, son of David, drive the car for a few laps. So it was a really iconic moment, almost a bit emotional really, I guess, but a great achievement that wouldn't have happened without the involvement of Repco, who, like we said, big into motorsport, big into manufacturing.
You can see at the back of the shot, Premier Hire sponsoring the event. Yeah, so the Premier Hire hairpin, the final corner, and then of course this is the legendary pit straight as they cross the line and head into the centre chicane. Of course, there is a plaque down there dedicated to the late Formula 1 world champion, who many regard as the greatest of all time. Three-time champion Ayrton Senna, passing away in 1994, and I'm very certain he'd have gone on to win more titles had he not lost his life on that day in Imola. The
outpouring of grief on the occasion of Senna's passing in Adelaide at the circuit was really something quite incredible. And people turned out in hordes to pay their respects. You know, such was the impact that he had had on the Adelaide crowd, not only through global television, but at his performances here in Adelaide and as a personality. He was very much a part of that period when we had the Grand Prix here at this circuit. And you can see from the drone footage there that that's the city of Adelaide, surrounded by parkland, as it was intended by its designer, William Light. And we've got the cars moving off now.
certainly do. So you'd have seen earlier we had Ferrari Spettacolo. I can't do it quite like
Spettacolo.
you. Thank you very much.
It was fantastico.
So that was on earlier on today. This is the normal Ferrari category, but I believe that Nick is down there in the Jack Perkins is down there in the rally area. I believe he's got Jerry Devest, who has multiple rally cars. So we'll go down to Jack, who's down there now.
Last year's 037, which is an interesting car that ran the Rally of Ireland, and then remained in collections in the UK till I purchased it in the early 2000s. Lancia Fiat 131 Abarth. This was in a Japanese museum for the last 20 years, and ran the European Championship in 1980. We have Lancia Stratos. That car I brought into Australia in 2005. Sold and bought it back for Christmas. So I've only had it back a couple of months. Yeah, they're all fantastic.
It's a big undertaking bringing out some cars now. A couple of these have got iconic brands and logos. See Alitalia and Marquee. You've got your name on the side of this one. Which one are you going to be out on track later today?
I'll be driving the 037, and my regular co-driver is going to be hopefully manning the Stratos in Buttery.
So do you have to set these cars up for bitumen spec for this particular event, or they're just as they are?
They are actually, ironically, both set up for bitumen spec. The 037 has multitudes of really clever adjustments and whatever. It's a very tarmac car, so it's easy to set up. The Stratos a little differently, but it was used mainly as a track car in the Maranello series before I bought it, so it should be pretty good.
Some really cool cars. Thanks for bringing them out there this week, and we look forward to seeing them out on track both later today and tomorrow.
Terrific. Thank you very much for your time. It's been great. It's a great event.
Thanks ever so much, Jack. Great interview down there with Jerry. We had a great chat with him yesterday, didn't we, Nick? So many rally cars he's brought here. The 037 that he's going to be driving later, the Stratos, the Integrale, he's got a Renault, a Ferrari 308. The list just goes on.
I thought I had the rally affliction pretty bad, Dan, but I could learn from that man. Jerry is a lovely guy. We had a great time talking to him, and I think he has, 6 or 7 cars that he's brought over for this event.
6 rally cars and 1 Formula 1 car.
And 1 Formula 1 car just to top it off. So we looked at the Lancia Rally 037, which is a 2-wheel drive car that Lancia built at the time when 4-wheel drive was becoming the flavour of the month, and they won the World Rally Championship with a 2-wheel drive car. Supercharged, not turbocharged. They wanted the throttle response, but 750 kilograms, and we opened the door on that car, weighs 1 kilo.
Yes.
It was like paper.
Large, yes.
Yeah. Safety wasn't their biggest concern.
The only right-hand drive 037 in the world, he was telling me.
Right, okay.
So quite remarkable that.
Which has turned out to be a very astute investment.
Absolutely.
And what are we looking at here?
I was just about to say, we'll see Jerry in that car in the not-too-distant future, but on the track at the moment is the Ferrari category. So we had Ferrari Spettacolo earlier for the super ultra-rare Ferraris that in the multi-millions of dollars. These are your more normal Ferraris that you'd see, I wouldn't say every day on the road. Oh, big moment there for the, I think that was the 360 coming out of the final corner there. Managed to keep it under control. That was Lauro Marti, and yes, it was a 360, the Spider, hence the soft top. But yeah, a bit of a Larry moment there, getting 2 wheels over the grass on the outside of the corner. Some of these guys are really giving it a good go actually out there on the course at the moment, as we see the live stream shot showing us the centre chicane. Now this is a bit different, a bit older than most of the cars out there. The 1974 Ferrari Dino 308 GT4. That's got Michael at the wheel. You mentioned when this category was on before the live stream, it was the first Bertone designed Ferrari, of course a legendary Ferrari designer.
It was, and four-seater Ferrari too. Michael Talladera at the wheel, local guy, and has campaigned that car a lot, as we see one of the 488 Pistas.
No, it's a 458.
It's a 458?
Yep.
Right.
That's heading down the back straight now. I think that is Fred Pascal at the wheel of that machine as he swings it into the left-hander. Such a fast, awesome sequence of road, and I like the fact they got to swing through the centre chicane, brake hard, and get it turned for the right-handed hairpin. It's a different challenge to what the Formula One drivers and the supercar drivers have today. A bit of a different layout, and we're going to see old versus new here, and the 296 just blasts by in a straight line. We saw this car at the rally late last year. We spoke about the fact it's gone straight into racing, the 296, and has won multiple races, endurance races around the world. Not only is the hypercar doing brilliant things at Le Mans and the like, but the 296 in GT3 spec is doing remarkably good as well. And the 296 is up there for most of the Qatar 1,812 kilometre race a couple of weeks ago. I'm still not sure why they chose that distance, but I'm sure there is a perfectly good reason for it. As we go into turn number one, this is one of the 488s that you were referring to.
488 GTB
Indeed.
Of Ricky Mussolino in a fabulous colour. And that's that corner that you were talking about, Dan, that hairpin. Now, you've got to remember that's actually a manufactured corner, because it's where the dedicated street, the dedicated Grand Prix circuit joins a city street at an angle, and in the day they would have turned left.
Yeah.
Today they're turning right, and that corner is acute. You can see it there from the drone footage. It is horrible. We used to use this stage as the last stage of the Adelaide Rally at times, and it was very hard work. It was a handbrake corner for me. So.
Oh, really? In a rally car, handbrake? Oh, that's very interesting. It'd be interesting to see in the rally category later whether or not they also are deploying their handbrakes, as we see.
Any opportunity.
The 296, but I just think Ferrari makes some good-looking cars, but the 296 for me, as you see it round the final corner, getting it a bit sideways. We saw him do that earlier on today as well. Emil Norden pushing the boundaries, and pulls over slowly to the right-hand side. He's still going all right. I think he's just trying to get his breath back after that Larry moment out of the final corner. But yeah, I don't know what you think, Nick, but this is a gorgeous-looking Ferrari. They
all are. It's hard to pick one, because somehow decade after decade after decade they keep coming up with these just drop-dead gorgeous designs. And sure, they change a little bit over time. You know, they've had their angular periods and their curvy periods, but they're always just gorgeous cars, whether they're front engine or mid-engine. They just have the knack of making the car look beautiful. They're so passionate.
Absolutely they are. And again, we're seeing the 296 fire into the final corner, hard on the brakes, using the curb on the inside there. Very brave. Maybe that's what unsettled the car last time. Much nicer through there, using all the road on the exit, and then back out to the right-hand side to get the best line for the iconic centre chicane. Flicks it in, use curb on the inside, yep, and all the curb on the right as well, and then gets it stopped. And we can see the 767B is just arriving at the Grand Marquee. Should stress everyone around the circuit, if you are here today and you hear an interview going on in the Grand Marquee, it is a live interview. Head on down there and you can see what is going on. So the 767 is just arriving, and that is the next topic of conversation at the Grand Marquee, located right pretty much slap bang in the middle of the venue. And when does that commence, Nick? 12 o'clock, imminently.
That's at 12 o'clock our time, and be down there with its owner Senji Hoshino and his translator, because he's
we've got a car
purely Japanese. So we got a car that might just hold things up, so we'll see how we go. Still following the cars around with the drone, which is nice. Gives you good perspective of the circuit. So we are situated in the commentary box at what used to be called turn 7, but today it's really turn 1.
Yes,
for us,
or 2, depending if you count the kinks. So yes, as you say, there is definitely a car stationary just under the tree on the left-hand side. Can't quite see who it is, but look at this.
Might be just a mechanical dent. This is the poster car. This is the car that, and look, yesterday when this car did a few laps and drove into the city, I went on the SA Rotors Facebook page last night. I can't tell you how many videos there were of this car because all the rotor boys, they love it, and that's what they've come to see and hear because it's all about the noise.
And look at the fans. They can't get enough of it. It's really, there's so many people that have said to me, oh, you know, I really wanted to come to the event, and then when I saw the 767, that was it. I was there, bought the tickets immediately. Let me assure you, there was a lot of ticket sales on that day when this car was announced. And we originally had that poster with all the blanked out cars and slowly revealed them. And once this was revealed, the ticket sales were pretty good, as I say, on that day. You can see they had to take the nose off to get it over the ridge and onto the Grand Marquee. They're just putting the nose back on. And then the interview with Mr. Hoshino and his translator Daniel will be there. So all of these guys have come over from Japan for this event. It's run by a Japanese team, so they don't speak English too well. So that's why Daniel's here, and he's with Mr. Hoshino, not just throughout the weekend, but wherever he goes to help him translate. So great to have them here.
Very important car, one of 3. I believe, and the car that spawned the 787, which won Le Mans, the first Japanese victory at Le Mans ever. So it was a huge situation for Japan, a huge historic moment for them to have their and especially a rotary engine car.
The car stopped down at the centre chicane, or the centre hairpin, as they termirise, as I refer to it as, is Kevin Weeks, a well-known Adelaide GT driver. He's actually driving in the GT class in his Lamborghini Gallardo as well. But he's come to a stop down there at the centre hairpin in his 2018 Ferrari 488 Pista. So I'm sure the recovery team will be quickly onto that, and then we will be quickly onto the TPO F1 category, one of my favourite categories, this one. Great variety and mixture. So this is basically for open wheel machines that are not Formula 1 cars. So whether that be Formula 3000 cars from Europe, Formula V's could be in it or whatever. You know, it's for open wheelers that aren't Formula 1 cars. Last year I had an IndyCar here that was taking part as well. But so lots of different variety in TPO F1. So there's Dallara Formula 3 cars. You've got the Shrike.
They've got the Shrike, which was built in Adelaide.
That's right.
Yeah. And was it really an iteration of the Formula Holden series?
And there is a Formula Holden as well. But look at this.
Have a look at that crowd.
Full. The seats are all taken. And people are standing at the back just to find out about this car, the history behind it.
Do you know one of the coolest things is when people applaud a car?
Yes.
I was at a meeting, probably 30 years ago, and they had one of Fangio's Mercedes Grand Prix cars there, and they fired it up, and the crowd applauded. It's so iconic, that car. So, and I'm sure this will be the same. People just. It's just such a privilege to get to see cars like this and up so close. You know, you can. Yesterday, they were doing a few laps, and you could have walked up and stuck your head right inside it. It's just so accessible at this event, and that's what the nature of this event is. It brings the cars to the people and allows them to enjoy it. So many young kids here with their families, just getting a first-hand experience of historic rally cars, especially Group B rally cars, race cars, Formula 1 cars, Bathurst winning V8s, and of course V8 supercars, our national formula.
Absolutely, and you can see what that car means to people. It's such an iconic motor racing car, as you say, with the rotary engine. It really does have a real buzz about it, and a real army of fans just that love that car, that just go. And it's these people that are here in the Mazda display.
And you can see, look, we're between events right now, and the stands still are full. At 9 o'clock this morning, that grandstand was full.
It
and
was.
I can't believe that people are so dedicated that they were here at that time of morning. We're going to cross to the Grand Marquee so that you can see what's going on.
を走ることができないと、それじゃないと走ることができないっていうことが決定した時の車です。
もう一度いいですか
？3.5 リッター1本のレギュレーションでやるということが決定した時の車なんです。
Okay, it's when they made the regulations at Le Mans to 3.5 litre.
ラストイヤーと最後の年ですよっていうことで、マツダがルマン24時間レースを勝負に行った車ですね。
So this car they made for, it was the last time they were going to be entering, so they went all out for the event.
ですが、残念ながら3台出場して7位、9位、12位とそういう成績です。
So they entered 3 of the 767s and they got positions 7, 9 and 12. In 1989年です。
1989年。
Yeah, 1989.
その時に9位になった車です。
And this one here got 9th place.
マツダ、その時はユーノディエールっていう直線がまだ、相当長かったんですね。6キロありましたかね。その時に368キロを記録しました。
At the time, he said the straight length was about 6 kilometers. ストレートが6キロ。6 kilometer length. And もう一度いいですか
？368キロ。
And it got a top speed of 368 kilometers an hour.
Ooh, yes! Round of applause!
だけど隣で400キロで抜いていった車が何台かいたんですよ。
But he said there are other cars that were going at over 400 kilometers past it.
Oh.
当時は狂ってましたね。
Yeah, he said it was just it was crazy times back then, you know, for Le Mans. Yeah.
And Hashino-san, how did you come to own this car?
どうやって手に入ったんですか？
マツダが販売がずっと下火になってきまして、新車が売れなくなってきたと。
So Mazda car sales were actually going really bad for them at the time.
それとマツダがロータリー、レースは出場禁止だよって、相当いじめられてた年なんですね。
いじめられたっていうのはもう禁止される。
レギュレーションでもう完全にもう出場禁止だと。
Yeah, they were going to make a regulation not to actually allow rotaries anymore, so Mazda just decided to pull the pin on the whole thing.
マツダを上げてもうモータースポーツは撤退。
So they said we're done with it.
マツダスピード、静岡マツダ、山梨マツダ全部撤退です。
So Mazda Speed,
静岡マツダ。
Shizuoka Mazda and Yamanashi Mazda, so they were the ones in control of the car. They just
たまたまこの車は静岡マツダが持ってました。
So this car here was owned by Shizuoka Mazda, which is probably near Mount Fuji.
それでこの車をどうにか処分しなくちゃいけないって社長命令が下った時に、
もちろんいいですか？
この車を処分しろと言われて社長からすぐに処分しろという命令が下ったんですね。
Okay, so the president at the time said that you have to get rid of the car now.
その時に担当が私の友人だったんですよ。
So at that time, the person in charge of actually selling the car was his mate. So.
それで これはちょっと重いだろうと、私には持ちきれないということになりまして、じゃあまず片山好美、ね、マツダエースドライバーの片山好美さんに行ってみようじゃないかと、そういうことで私から片山さんに言いました。
もうちょっと分かりやすいように説明してください。
片山さんに持ってもらうのが一番ベターじゃないかなと、私が思いまして。
So there was a race driver at the time called Katayama, and he actually told his friend, "Look, I think he should be the one to get the car, not me."
そしたらマツダで一応ロータリーでターボをやってた時がありましてね、このターボでルマンにチャレンジして優勝を狙うんだっていう時があったんですよ。
He said there was a time when Mazda, when they started doing the turbo rotary engines, and they were going to actually build a car for Le Mans at the time.
マーチ840っていう車 13B のターボで試乗しました。それは全日本でですね試乗したんです。
何ルマンとかじゃなくてどういう意味ですか？
まず全日本を走って練習して、そう良ければルマンにチャレンジしようと。
Okay, so they built it to test it in Japan domestically, and if they got good results, they were going to actually take it to Le Mans.
そのワンレースだけでもうエンジンがパンね。
They did one race and the engine just blew, and yeah.
その時にその車はもうマツダターボはよすからマルチローターで行きますよっていう時にその車を片山さんに譲ったと。
もちろんいいですか？ちょっと分かりやすい。
そのもうターボはよしますからその車がいらない。その車を片山さんに松田が譲ったんですよ。
Okay, so that car, they said, well, we're not going to be using that anymore, so they actually gave that one to Katayama, the pro driver.
片山レーシングのファクトリーは狭いんです。
Okay, the Katayama racing factory says it's quite small.
2台はいらないよと。
And so he said, I can't take two of the cars.
His garage wasn't big enough.
No.
お前、わしはいらんけん。この767星野お前が持ってと。
So he's like, Hoshino, you take it.
で、私が持つことになりました。
So that's how he got to get the car.
His friend gave him the car.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Well, his friend at Mazda, yeah, they had to get rid of it. Obviously, he purchased it at the time. I don't think he'll tell you how much for, but.
Okay, fair. There was money exchanged.
Yes.
Okay,
お金もちろんあったんですよね、やり取りですね。
いや、私はまあお金ありましたけど、当時冷え切ってましたからね、もうお金ないくらでもいいから持ってけと。
じゃあもうお金払ってない。
払ってた。
もちろんですよね。まあ
それとなぜそういうふうに私の名前が出てきたかっていう話をちょっとしたいと思います。
なんで星野さんが
この
I feel like they're not telling us the truth here, guys. I feel like they're using this to their advantage. Anyone with me?
He just wants to explain why he was chosen.
Oh yes, please do.
日本でグランチャンピオンシリーズっていう富士でロータリーと BMW の一騎打ちみたいなレースが流行り始めた頃なんです。
So it was back in that was when rotaries and BMWs were quite popular in Japan, like on this racing scene.
当時、2000cc の2シーターで競うレースだったんです。
2000cc の
2シーター。
Okay, it was a two-liter, two-seater race.
Okay.
そこで BMW がナンバーワン、速くて。
So at the time, BMW were beating the rotaries.
でロータリーがまだくちばしがそんなこと言うとあれだけど、まだひよこだった。
もう一度いいですか？
ロータリーがひよこだった。
ひよこって何ですか？
ひよこって知らない？
知らない。
Every time they laugh, I'm worrying.
若かった。だからロータリーまだ熟成が進んでない。
He's got a funny accent, so I'm just trying to get the.
Do I believe you?
そしてその3年後か4年後にはレース界を席巻するまでになったんですね。
もう一度。
4年後ぐらいには席巻をするようになりました。席巻っていうのは分かんない。席巻はね、もう
レースを作る。
レースって言ったらロータリーじゃなくちゃダメだっていうぐらいのチャンピオンになった。
もうロータリー
グランチャンピオンシリーズね。
So rotaries then became like the more competitive against the BMW, so they decided to make like a one rotary race over there. Yeah.
その時に私がマツダの腕章をつけてカバン持ちをしてたんですよ。
どういう意味ですか？
手伝いをしてた。マツダの。
So he was actually working for Mazda at the time, helping them with the racing team.
片山義美、寺田洋次郎、ミスタールマン寺田洋次郎、よりの孤児、関谷正則、中島悟、面々がロータリーを乗ってました。
So there was Terada-san, Katayama-san, who I spoke about before. Yorino-san, あとは関谷、中島悟、みんな the guys that were racing in Le Mans.
Okay.
そしてその時に、手伝いをしてた、ファクトリーの手伝いをしてたから私の名前が上がってこれが来たんですね。
So that's how they got to know him, because he was working with the team, you know, with Mazda and everything.
So working with the lead drivers and working for Mazda, working on the cars. So he was immersed at Mazda.
Yes.
Okay, correct. Go ahead. And that's the answer. Beg your pardon. Sorry, sir. So you were there at Mazda, and yes, you were there, and your friend said that you can have the car, and that would be great if that would happen in other people's lives, wouldn't it? That you get to commandeer an iconic car. So talk us through, actually guys, can I just ask if anyone is available to open this one for us? It's getting really unbearably hot in here, if you wouldn't mind. And we've got lights shining on us as well. Thank you so much. If someone can come and open this one for me. Thank you. It's getting very, very warm. And so talk us through how you feel about it being called the best sounding car on Earth. Do you agree? Everyone agree with that?
なんかこの車が地球の一番こうかっこいい音の車って呼ばれてるんですけど、どう思いますか？
ソプラノっていうんですかね、なんていうかテノールか、テノールかソプラノ、
ちょっと難しいですね。
何しろ音ではナンバーワンです。
Yeah, he said definitely. He thinks it's the number one best sound.
Good. Yes, big round of applause.
それで前回ね、鈴鹿で、鈴鹿の60周年かな、そのレースの時に呼ばれて行ったんです。
So he went to a meet recently that was a 60-year anniversary at Suzuka.
その時に日産のワークスから12気筒が来たんですね。12気筒 3.5 リッター。
Okay, he said Nissan boughtもう一度いいですか？
日産の12気筒の 3.5 リッターのワークス。
Nissan bought a 3.5 liter V12.
12気筒ね。それで来て、皆さんはやっぱ12気筒はすごいだろうって言うんですね。
And everyone was going on about how good the Nissan sounds and.
いや、マツダの4ローターでも全然ダメでしょと。
And they were like saying it's a lot better than the Mazda 6.7, you know.
比べて一緒に走ったら、こっちはノイズがない、向こうノイジー。12気筒ノイズがガーッ。
Yeah, he said. So they both went out. The V12 was very loud. He said.
こっちはブーンって言いますから。
But the high pitched sound was much better.
あとトヨタから呼ばれましてね、トヨタのイベントで、向こうは10気筒の 3.5 リッターのエンジンの積んだ車が来ました。
So he was also invited to a Toyota event where they had a 何リッターだっけ3.5
リッター。
A 3.5 V10。
これはすごいぞと。トヨタさんがもう肝入りで作った車でものすごい速い、いい音がすると。で、お客さんの7割はトヨタの人です。
The share. Is it dropped out? Back on? No.
トヨタのイベント行ったんだから、お客さんの7割はトヨタのお客さん。
So the 70% of the customers, spectators there were Toyota fans.
そしてね、我々が行ったんですよ。その時にカウルを外しといたんですね。向こうは8気筒なんで、10気筒10シリンダーだった。こっちは4気筒ですかと。
Okay, so they took the rear cover って言うんですよね。The rear cover off the back of them, and one of them was a 10 cylinder, and the other one was obviously 4.
4気筒じゃダメですねと。
And there's no, this it's 4 cylinder. This is no good.
ところがね、向こうからかけてきて10シリンダーをかけました。ファンファン。その後にうちの番になってきて、うちが フォールオーターをかけたら周りの人がみんな飛び上がってました。
So they started up the V10 first, and then you know, it was making really good sound. Then he started up the 767, and everyone was just blown away. You know.
4気筒でもこういう音がするのって言ってましたね。
Yeah, they said they were blown away at how it can make that sound being the smaller engine.
Can Hashina-san make that sound again for us? We quite enjoyed that.
もう一回その音をやってください。
Just one more time, I promise.
One more.
隣でトヨタがポーン。
This is the Toyota sound.
ポンポンポンポンポンポンと来て、それで767のバン、ククククククポッベベベベベベベベベベベベベベ。
How good is that? How good is that, Charlie? Certainly enjoying herself with Mr. Hoshino and Daniel as well. Really, really fascinating insights into so many things about how he came to own the vehicle, and of course as well the speed that the cars used to do on the Le Mans straight back in the day before the chicanes were added in the late 80s. A remarkable era, wasn't it? So yes, as you see, the cars continue to come around in the TPO F1 category. So we've moved on now. So there's a bit of a delay there. Ferraris. Now we are on to TPO F1. The Kevin Weeks machine has been recovered. So yes, we have the TPO F1 cars out there at the moment. As I said earlier, so this is non-F1 cars basically that are out there on the circuit, anything from Formula Holdens to Formula 3000s, and this driven by Red Bull reserve driver Liam Lawson, the Rodin FZ, quickly making its way by the Formula Holden and bursting into wheel spin. In fact, I'm not sure if the Formula Holden's nursing a mechanical issue there, maybe stuck in gear, not quite sure, but it's the Rodin's ultra fast, but I'm not sure it's quite that much faster than the 1995 Formula Holden. As we can see down into the hairpin comes the Formula 3 machine, the 23 on the side. That's a Dallara chassis. That's Bo Jensen, 2004 that was built, quite remarkable, that was nearly 20 years ago, I can't quite believe that. It's the last Dallara F304 built actually, and was originally owned by Kimi Raikkonen's Formula 3 team, of course. Kimi has a Formula 3 team, Double R Racing, so that was actually owned by that very team, so pretty cool. Bit of F1 history there in the TPO F1 category. As we can see down in the centre hairpin, Liam Lawson getting on the throttle, and how good does this sound as it roars underneath the drone. Now we're looking at the 27 car. That is Darrell Hurd behind the wheel of that, and there's the Formula Holden, still not quite running on song, I don't think, the number 7 car. So many machines, so many different eras, noises. It's a pretty cool category, this one then.
Pretty diverse. Yeah, good to see Brendan Grigiol out there in the big V8 Formula 5000 that you can hear, but we'll get a look at that in a minute. But yeah, very diverse field. We're looking there down at car number 2, which is the Shrike.
It is indeed.
Of Grant Dorman. Shrike was a project taken by a technical college in Adelaide to build a race car. And Grant was actually employed by them to drive the car, race the car in the National Series. He later finished up purchasing the car, and he loves it. He's restored it, and he's clearly very, very passionate about that car.
And I'm very passionate about this car, and I'm sure Liam Lawson is as well, as he roars down the pit straight.
Cosworth V8.
Absolutely. Brilliant sounding machine. We should probably talk you through this. Probably wondering, well, that looks like a Formula 1 car. Well, it was based on the 2011 Lotus Formula 1 car. The Rodin FZ was based on that 1:25, which is pretty successful. Got a couple of podiums that year in the hands of Vitaly Petrov, and I think it was Nick Heinfeld that also drove that car that year. So rode in a New Zealand manufacturer, took over the project and developed this machine, and they formed a partnership with Zagami Automotive here in Australia, and that's what's enabled this to come here. But Liam, for years, has been testing this car over in New Zealand and really fine-tuning it. So he's been sponsored for a number of years, Liam, by Rodin. They've supported him throughout his junior career, and it's really good to see that Liam can now give back to Rodin in the same way that Rodin have given to him through his junior ranks, because say Lawson, all through his days in Formula 3, Formula 2 has had Rodin backing, so that's pretty cool. And Rodin now a named Formula 2 team as well.
Yep, and you can buy a Rodin. You can, I think Zagami will probably handle the sale for you, and you can even go to New Zealand to pick up your Rodin, and they'll give you a driving course at the same time, and at the circuit that they use, and there's a resort there as well, so you can kick back and relax a bit and learn how to drive your new race car. As Dan said, based on a Lotus, but Cosworth V8, naturally aspirated. It's a great sounding car, and probably as close as a lot of us will get to ever driving or owning a Formula One car. And what a great relationship for someone as quick as Liam Lawson to be now their ambassador. It's after doing so much work with them. Liam Lawson, a rising star, and
apologies for that. Just in front of our commentary box window, the Formula Holden just completely lost the rear end. There it is, the white machine.
There it is.
Recovering. Apologies for that. I was reacting to something a lot of you couldn't see, but that was a hairy moment right in front of the Formula 3 car. But he really gathered it up nicely, got it back facing in the right direction. He spun pretty much 90 degrees. I think he's been watching too much of the drifting machines that were out earlier on, trying to go into the corners backwards rather than forwards. But a brilliant save there from the Formula Holden driver. I'm not sure exactly which one that was. There's a couple of Formula Holdens. I think it was Troy Barros, I believe. But yes, it was Troy Barros that had the little lose there. But he's back on the track facing in the right direction, and no damage or anything like that, which is fantastic news. Cars roaring down the pit straight. What glorious weather we've been greeted to this weekend. There's a few raindrops on Thursday when we were all signing in, everyone arriving at the track, but since then it's been perfect weather. A few clouds in the sky, but it's really, really nice to see the weather's turned on. It turned on maybe a little too much this time last week. It's 41 degrees, 42 degrees even in Adelaide last week. So it's pretty perfect conditions. Low 30s.
Yep.
Probably a little warm for some of the enclosed cockpit cars, but nothing that they won't be used to at this time of year down under, that's for sure.
Blue skies, very, very slight breeze blowing, perfect Adelaide weather.
Absolutely. You see the Formula 3 car head down the back straight, sorry, the pit straight, and this looks really nice. It's a bit of an older spec Formula 3 car, this one. This is Jordan Ormsby, I believe, at the wheel of this one. So putting on a good show in the 2001 Dallara F3. And here's that hands waving for the 27 car. Not quite sure what's happened there for Darryl Hurd. He's pulled over to the inside.
I think the fire's gone out in that one.
Unless he's just letting them through. No, that seems to have accelerated away from the centre chicane. So I think just letting the Shrike go by and roaring away down the straight. So as you say, good mixture of cars in this category, that is for sure, including Liam Lawson out there in the Rodin. He's already been a busy man. He's driven the Porsche 962 in Invitational, and he will be out again in the not too distant future in something completely different. The Ford SuperVan. I had a very brief chat to him yesterday. He was a very busy man, came straight from the airport here, and I said to him, can you find two more different vehicles than a Ford SuperVan and a Porsche 962? And he said, you're right. You're right. They could not be more different, those two machines, in the way they achieve their speed and and how they corner and everything else. And same with this as well. I mean, it's 3 completely different vehicles: an electric van, essentially what is a Formula 1 car, and an old school Porsche 962. 3 very different vehicles for Kiwi superstar Liam Lawson to be tackling around the streets of Adelaide. Liam himself not actually been driven around this track. He did start his racing career in Australia in the Australian Formula 4 Championship, was second in the first couple of seasons, and then moved straight over to Europe. Red Bull picked him up, and the rest, they say, is history. Race winner in FIA Formula 3, race winner in FIA Formula 2, and did a remarkable job subbing in for the injured Daniel Ricciardo at AlphaTauri midway through last year, outperforming really his teammate Yuki Tsunoda in the races that he did, and scored points as well. So a really strong opening few races in Liam Lawson's F1 career. Many people say he should be back there, if not this year, in the very near future. A real superstar from this part of the world, not Australian, but we'll adopt him, we'll take him as our own. He's a great kid, is Liam Lawson, and we
just watching the Reynard, the white Reynard of Troy Berris, recently competing in Formula Holden, was originally fitted with a Cosworth V8 and raced in the F3000 Championship. So just bringing up behind the green number 5 car of Michael Cumming.
As they head down into the centre hairpin, the green machine looked like he's running a bit wide there, but manages to keep it out the wall, which is very good news. The Shrike on the tail of Beros in the Formula Holden. So 2 cars from similar-ish eras, the 89 Shrike, the red machine, and the 95 Formula Holden. Some great drivers came out of Formula Holden. You think Jason Bright, Scott Dixon came out of Formula Holden, and well, boy oh boy has he done things in IndyCar. 6-time champion, had a reasonable start to the season at St. Petersburg last weekend, and we see an overtake, the 27 car of Darrell Hurd going around the outside. Lovely manoeuvre there into the final corner of the number 5 car, which is Brenton Griegel. Great to see Brenton here this weekend. He's in a number of cars, and he's actually got a Formula 1 car here this weekend. So Brenton in a couple of categories. Oh, sorry, that wasn't Brenton Griegel. That was Michael Cumming. Sorry, apologies. Brenton is out there in this field. He's in the Formula 5000, the 1969, the blue machine that you would have seen on the screen. So
the noisy one.
The noisy one, and doesn't it look good as well? It's proper old school, just when wings were starting to come into open wheel racing in the late 60s.
I haven't seen Brenton. Have we lost him?
He's disappeared, I think, maybe come in the pits early. Same with Liam in the road, and I think he's come in a little bit early. And I think the session is coming to an end anyway now.
Well, that would be the reason.
Car's coming to a slow down the back straight. Can't quite see the checkered flag from where we are located at the final corner. We're just to the right of that Premier hire sign you just saw. So yeah, all the cars have been given the checkered flag now, and they will be coming into the lane. So that's F1 Tipo. Up next we've got GT Style. So that's GT3 cars and GT4 cars, all different makes and models in that. That's up next. And then Formula One's out there for the second time today, and the first time on the live stream. Very much looking forward to that. You can see there's a little bit of action down there in the Grand Marquee. Looks like the interview with Mr. Hoshino has come to an end. And what's up next? I can see you having a quick look, Nick, at what's
Damon
next.
Hill.
Damon Hill, 1996, Formula 1 World Champion and Adelaide Grand Prix winner in 1995, will be down in the Grand Marquee.
Talking about the Adelaide Grand Prix revisited, plus doing a signing session, and I reckon there will be a good crowd to see Damon Hill.
I'd think so, absolutely. So many people would not have seen Damon in person since he was here at the Grand Prix back in 1995. Of course, he's got a strange sort of stat in Formula One history. He won the Australian Grand Prix in 1995, and then he won the very next Grand Prix, which happened to be the 1996 Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne. So he won the last one in Adelaide, and the very next Grand Prix was the season opener in Melbourne, and he won them both. So a really weird stat, that one, winning the same Grand Prix in consecutive races.
Never to be repeated.
I wouldn't think so.
Unless we get it back.
Unless exactly right. On the track now, we can see on the outlap is, as I just said, GT style. So all sorts of GT machinery out there on the circuit. And
we've got a McLaren 570S. We have a Ferrari 458 Challenge, a Paul Matolo. We've got 993 Super Cup cars. We've got the Dodge Viper of Justin Anthony, which is going to be an interesting car to look. It was built in America as a race car. Ferrari 488 Challenge, a Mark GT, and even hopefully Kevin Weeks in the Lamborghini Gallardo. I hope he is ready to get back in a car after that little mechanical that he had at the end of the earlier session. So forming up now, looking good. That's the Viper on the right, I reckon, and with the big stripes.
And
Gee, they're a big
car.
car.
Mark car on the left. The very new Mark car, the Mark car GT. Somebody's trying to cool themselves down. You can see the door flapping at the back. It's a truly unique way of trying to cool yourself down, isn't it, in a motor racing vehicle. But the Mark car already looking to pass the lovely V10 Dodge Viper as they head down the back straight. Does the Mark car have the horsepower? Probably not. Certainly got more aerodynamic performance around the bends, but that Dodge Viper is mighty fast in a straight line as they swing it through the centre chicane and into the hairpin. The Mark car's still got to sit there.
Well, I don't think it'll have as much torque as a Viper. I don't think anything's got as much torque as a Viper. Originally built by Roush, this car.
You're referring to the
Viper? Yep, distributed by Orica. And it ran in the British GT3 series and the European series. It's a 500 cubic inch car. If that's, that's just enough, isn't it? 500 cubic inches. Was shipped to Australia and ran in Australia in the Australian GT series under Palmer Motorsports. Then was sold to Jeff Fane, who had a lot of success. And the driver in it today, Justin Anthony, purchased the car only a short time ago, and it's had a full refresh. So this is actually its debut. Its first event under its new ownership.
That's pretty cool. Great place to do it here on the streets of Adelaide. You can see road cars only 200 metres, 300 metres up the road on Wakefield Street. So we really are right on the outskirts of the CBD right here where we are. A couple of Porsches sandwiching a McLaren on the screen there down into the centre hairpin. But here the Mark car has got through on the Dodge Viper of Justin Anthony. So John Goodacre can let loose and really push the limits of the new Mark GT car. Debuted this car here at the Adelaide 500 late last year and has brought the car back to do this event as well. So really cool to have John here this weekend. So yeah, that car ran in the GT Championship as I think it was an Invitational class car that weekend. And it performed pretty strongly against the traditional older generation Mark cars, such as the Mazda 3, the Mark Mustang, and the Ford Focuses as well. So it did pretty well in its debut. Pretty unique sound as it roars out the final corner. I'll let you listen to it. Dodge Viper coming around now as well, just ahead of the safety stop Lamborghini as Goodacre flicks it through the centre chicane. Goodacre's been racing around the nation for a good few years. Loves driving these style of cars, GT cars, that's for sure. Ormsby up the inside in the number 6 Porsche. Nice move, nicely done. That's Jordan Ormsby. 2002 Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Race spec, of course, you can see with all the numbers and liveries staying the way it is from back when it raced back in 2002. I can't believe that shape of Porsche is over 20 years old.
Look, they're timeless. And somehow they retain that shape. They bring out a new car, but it's still unmistakably a 911. Dan, GT racing's going through a bit of a purple patch. It's really come on in this country with the Bathurst 12 Hour. What is the difference between GT3 and a GT4 car?
So GT3 car is it was introduced over 10 years ago now internationally. GT3 cars are very aerodynamic, really fast aero cars. GT4s have been introduced in very recent years as a sort of, I wouldn't say entry-level way of getting into GT racing, but a more cost-effective way of getting into GT racing. So a lot less aero, less horsepower, smaller cars. So the likes of the 720 McLaren would race in GT3, whereas the smaller McLarens in the range, like the Artura that we saw on the screen a few moments ago, the white car, that's a GT4 car. So smaller car, less horsepower, less aero. So it's a more cost-effective way of getting into GT racing. And in some categories around the world, GT4 are their own class within a bigger race. In other categories around the world, GT4 has their own specific class.
Right. And at the Bathurst 12 Hour,
that was a class within the main
you
race.
have the classes racing together, but against themselves.
Absolutely. So into the corner goes that is the Artura, I believe, with Rod Wilson behind the wheel. A Bathurst class winner in the 12 Hour. So he's got good racing pedigree. And here we have the number 86 Porsche blasting down the pit straight and down into the centre chicane.
If you haven't been to the Bathurst 12 Hour, you've got to go. It's a fabulous event. Racing, of course, on Saturday and qualifying and practice. And it's 6 a.m. on Sunday, the start of the 12-hour race, which has got an allure all of its own, starting in the dark.
Nearly an incident right in front of the commentary.
What were you oohing about?
The Ferrari went for a move up the inside, and the car ahead did not see him coming. He slammed on the anchors and had to use all of the runoff air on the inside of the track. Thank goodness there's no concrete blocks there like there normally would be, or else we may have had an incident.
And another passing move there just down the short straight in Wakefield Street. No one's told these guys that it's not a race. Jordan Ormsby in a car that was internationally raced, and Ormsby family really have a great racing history here in South Australia in Formula V, Porsche, and been stalwarts of South Australian motor racing for a long time. There's the Viper just coming onto screen now. 500 cubic inches of front-engined monster. And a fabulous car, fantastic sound all their own, a Dodge Viper. Just one of the draw cards, and it looked ironically a winner of the Adelaide Rally, a Dodge Viper. You would think that is a very big car to drive down twisty hills roads in a rally, but certainly used to advantage by Eddie Maguire as a winner of the Adelaide Rally. Only I think 2021 was the year that they managed to score that. Jordan Ormsby back again on screen. GT3 RS from 2002. Just heading through the centre chicane there. Fabulous footage that we're getting from our camera guys all around the circuit. All our camera team, dedicated motorsport enthusiasts themselves, even competitors. So they love being a part of this.
Absolutely, everyone here I think is a motorsport enthusiast, that is for sure. And the grandstands, if they weren't full already, which let's be honest they were, are very full now, because Formula Ones are out next, ladies and gentlemen. Formula One out on the circuit next, so not too far away from them heading out onto the track for the second time and the first time you will see them if you're tuning on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream, whether you're watching on Sky Sports, whether you're watching on speedcafe.com, whether you are watching on the Repco YouTube channel or our own Adelaide Motorsport Festival. The Formula One cars will be out next and you will see that live here. And we've got to thank the Streamcraft media team for what they've done, bringing us these brilliant images of this event here this year. As the Dodge Viper heads around the final corner. It just sounds absolutely fantastic. It roars away down the straight and into turn number 1. One of the early GD3 cars was the Dodge Viper, that is for sure. But you don't see too many of them kicking around these days, but really great to have one here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And we can see Keith Wong exiting the final corner in the
Ferrari 488 Challenge.
Yep.
And what a gorgeous looking car. Keith Wong, of course, veteran of too many classes.
Yes.
From a Honda Civic lap record holding car at Malala to historic Alfa Romeos to Ferrari 360 Challenge. There's not much that Keith Wong hasn't had a go at. Local South Australian driver.
Certainly right there. There is very little that he hasn't driven. He loves this event. That's for certain. He's done it on a number of occasions. Formula One up next. Very much looking forward to seeing those cars come back out onto the race circuit. As we can see, there it is, the 488 Challenge. Should explain, this was actually a race car in the one-make 488 Challenge category that was in Europe for a period, and Asia. This one in particular hops from Asia. So great to have one-make category cars here as well. So Ferrari Challenge machine. Of course, the 488, the 458 had the naturally aspirated V8 engine, and the 488, although pretty similar in shape, went to the turbocharged engine. Didn't quite have the same symphony as the previous car, but it was faster, an upgrade, 458 to 488, and Ferrari have continued to go from strength to strength.
Well, it's all about the sound, Dan. It's all about the sound. And speaking of that, how cool was that interview and presentation on the Mazda 767?
Absolutely, and I should say as well, if you haven't seen, there is a tent around, sort of in the main, where the two gates are, the main entry gates. So if you want to check out the merchandise, you can buy a Adelaide Motorsport Festival Mazda 767B t-shirt, and I'm sure that they will sell out quite quickly, if we are honest. So if you do want a 767B Adelaide Motorsport Festival t-shirt, make sure you head down to the merchandise stand if you are out and about on the racetrack. Brilliant footage, drone footage of the venue where we are. There's all the cars underneath those marquees just there, all the categories as they head out onto the track, and then they go underneath the Penrite Arch and onto the racetrack. So pretty cool little location, facility where we are. Look at all those cars, Nick. I think the car park is full, so everyone's going to have to use the back streets of Adelaide now to find their car parking spots, because the car park is full to the brim.
I always love looking through the car parks at motorsport events, because sometimes it's just as interesting as the cars in the paddock. There's so many enthusiasts that come along. Talking of enthusiasts, Horsepower Crew are one of the exhibitors here this weekend. Horsepower Crew have a mission to have a positive impact on the South Australian motorsport community or motor enthusiasts community, and for small business and charitable causes. And they do that by bringing together in a festival environment a lot of ways to help people connect through motorsport and the charitable causes that they support. So you can access their social media platform, Horsepower Crew, and they have a display here this weekend. Have a chat to them. You can even join up with them. And on your way there, you can call into Cut Hill Distillery, and they've come up from the Fleuro Peninsula, and you can try their whiskies.
Absolutely. As we can see, if you haven't heard it already around the venue, we can see that the Formula One cars are out there on the circuit. We've got to raise our voices in the commentary box because these are loud, and the Arrows looking for a potential move up the inside there of the Leighton house, but can't quite get the move done. Such a symphony of lovely sounding Formula One cars. Look at them, 1, 2, 3, 4 onto Wakefield Straight, down the back, and then back into the Parklands section of the course. You can hear cars all around. It's just, I'll just let you listen to these two machines. The 1993 Benetton, driven here by Michael Schumacher, and behind it the 1990 Benetton, driven by Nelson Piquet Jr. In fact, we're almost going 3 wide on pit straight. In fact, we are. How cool's that? Through goes the
just
Brabham.
like back in the day, Dan.
That's right.
Just like it's on again.
Through goes the Brabham. Nelson Piquet takes it. Oh no, sorry, that's not Nelson Piquet, it's John Rees. And the Schumacher Benetton goes down into position number 4. That's really, really cool to see. Really cool. Love that. And Steve Ottovinelli in the 1993 Benetton, still learning the circuit. He says how tight this section of course is around these hairpins before you come back on the circuit. He says it's got a great variety though. You've got these fast sweeping corners that we can see on the live stream now. You've also got a couple of tight hairpins and a chicane. So he says great variety. John Reitz, another one over from England. Great personality is John, and we're really thankful to have him in the 1990 Adelaide Grand Prix winning Benetton. As we say, that was driven by Nelson Piquet to victory here 34 years ago. He goes down into the Wakefield hairpin. He's loving every single second he is behind the wheel of that machine. Just loving his time down in Australia. Never been to Australia, let alone Adelaide. Never been to Australia before. Certainly found it a bit hot, I think, the first couple of days, but I'm sure he's getting used to the heat now. Although, to be honest, he was complaining a little bit on Thursday when it was drizzling with rain. But I'm sure he's pleased with the weather he's now being greeted with. Glorious blue skies out there at the moment.
Classic Adelaide weather. Beautiful this time of year. Hasn't been a really hot summer for us. Big one last weekend with 40-degree temperatures, but just right this weekend. Blue sky, 30 degrees, slight breeze, 5 minutes from the city. What more could you want?
Absolutely.
Surrounded by parkland and racing cars.
So Piquet not only won the Adelaide Grand Prix in this car that year, the race before actually won the Japanese Grand Prix as well. So he won the final 2 races in 1990, came home strong. Did Nelson Piquet to finish 3rd in the championship that year. Here is Andy Higgins, former open wheel ace in the 90s and noughties, and he's still a very fast driver today, as you can see. He knows this car very well, drove it here at the event last year, and he's flying into turn number 1. Great to have the Kiwi back over here again in 2024. Very
experienced racer with wins in Formula 5000 and the Tasman Cup. He's driven this car 80 times. So
I can believe that. I can believe that. He's almost at any motorsport event he possibly can be. As we can see, the older spec Arrows 1979. Can you pronounce the sponsor again for me?
We'll call that the Warsteiner car.
Thank you.
And we'll have ein Glas Warsteiner später.
I'm sure that was.
We will have a beer. We will have a beer later then.
Peter Brennan at the wheel of that car in the glorious gold livery, and he's flying around the venue. He wasn't here last year, but great to have him back in 2024. That car was actually driven by Riccardo Patrese back late in the 70s. So it got great history behind it. Has that particular machine out there on the track, and Jochen Mass was Patrese's teammate that year. had a reasonable success, best finish of 5th place in the Belgian Grand Prix. And not too bad a season for Patrese. And here, the 1993 Benetton, formerly driven by 7-time Formula 1 world champion Michael Schumacher at this very venue. Of course, when Schumacher's here in this car, he was a 0-time world champion. His career was very much at the beginning. He won a couple of races, including in the 1993 spec cars. Portuguese Grand Prix won a race in 1993. But his first title would come a year later at this very venue after a collision, a famous incident with Damon Hill. But brilliant to have that car here. And Steve, another man who's come over to Australia. Now, I was talking to him yesterday, Nick. You're not going to believe this. What they do, they drive this car in events all around the world, whether it be, it's driven at Goodwood 5 times, it's driven in Silverstone. And Steve Otvanelli said to me, what we do, this car had a revolving livery, almost race on race, and he changes everywhere he goes to run the livery that was run at the venue.
Wow.
So he's changed the livery in the last couple of weeks. After it ran at Silverstone last year, they've changed the livery that ran at the British Grand Prix, stuck the Adelaide Grand Prix livery on it, so that is it in its actual 1993 livery.
What a fantastic gesture for the fans to do that, to see it in its in the context that it raced in this circuit. And it has raced at Goodwood, Silverstone, Suzuka, Scotland. It's he's been all over the world.
I said to the guys yesterday, I said Stephen is good mates, he's helping in the paddock. I said, what events has it done? And they were struggling to come up with a list of tracks just because there's been so many, not because it's not done many, it's because there's too many to name, frankly.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you say, it's been all around the world. He takes it everywhere, drives it wherever he can. I'd say it was at the British Grand Prix last year, at Goodwood last year. In fact, it was driven by Riccardo Patrese at the Goodwood Festival of Speed last year. So that's pretty cool. And Patrese drove the car. So back then, of course, they had 3 cars and they changed chassis. It was Schumacher's call what car he wanted. So Riccardo drove it in a few races and Schumacher did as well. So cool that Patrese drove that at the Goodwood Festival of Speed last year. And if you're tuning in around the world wondering what you are watching, you're watching the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And this is, I suppose, our equivalent of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's a combination of the Goodwood Festival of Speed and the Goodwood Revival, really. It's a sort of a combination of the two. As you can see, we're on the old Adelaide Grand Prix circuit, cars circulating around it. So not like Goodwood Hill Climb. The cars keep coming around like they would in the Revival. So, but it's more of a spirited demonstration, this. And look at that, the 2 Benettons, the Poms going side by side down into turn number 1. John Reitz making the move. I said earlier, I spoke to John at great length yesterday, the 1990 Benetton driver, and he was saying, I'm just getting more and more confident every lap I do, really finding the limit of the car. And he really pushes it. It might be a race-winning car, a 2-time race-winning car, but he certainly grabs it by the scruff of the neck and circulates at speed. And so does Craig Lowndes, as we saw him going into turn number 1 in the A10B Arrows. So cool to have Craig behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car again here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. He can't get enough of Formula 1 cars, can Craig. He's driven many in his time. That's what happens, I suppose, when you win the touring car title a few times. And Bathurst, you get given these opportunities to drive all these wonderful, magnificent Formula 1 cars, and you're not going to say no to Craig Lowndes driving your Formula 1 car. Let's be honest.
Couldn't be in safer hands. And he does love a steer of an open wheeler, doesn't he? It's, of course, he spent time in open wheelers early on, but he just keeps coming back to it. He loves these cars, even though he is at the absolute top of the V8 supercar steerers.
That's one of the Brabhams that's come to a stop, and judging by the overalls, I can tell you that's Owen Kelly. It's Owen Kelly in the because he was Fujitsu sponsored in Trans Am last year, running the number 73. So Owen Kelly,
Brabham BT58.
Yeah, he's come to a halt, unfortunately. There's 2 identical Brabham BT58s out there, team cars from that year, 1989. So Owen Kelly is behind the wheel of one, the broken down one, And now Adam Gowans is behind the wheel of the other car. So both of those two cars here this weekend. They were both restored just in time for the event last year. A magnificent restoration was done to get those cars back on the racetrack as they were last year. And brilliant to have them return again this year as well.
There seems to be a trend, Dan. I'm sure that there's nothing like a deadline, is there? And there's so many people we've spoken to this weekend who have worked and worked and worked to get their car ready for this event. Didn't want to miss it. Even Jerry Devest, one of his cars, he's only finished it just very, very recently. And the undertaking to bring 6 cars to the event is just amazing. So impressive. So he's just having a bit of an analysis of the car there. It's not sure what the prognosis will be, but it's not going anywhere, so we just have to live with it. So the field's slow, and I think that's the Warsteiner car just coming into view.
Let's see the cars continuing. So yes, it is the 1979 car going into the centre chicane there and rolling down into the centre hairpin. I think the session is pretty much concluded. But how was that, Adelaide? Pretty cool. Nearly a dozen historic Formula One cars lapping the streets of Adelaide. Here we go. It's just like Nelson Piquet coming out the final corner to take the victory in the 1990 Adelaide Grand Prix. I said to John yesterday, I said, you are the first person to drive that car in Adelaide since Nelson Piquet. That's pretty cool. He says, oh, well, yeah, but I drove it for 20 minutes ago, he says. He says, I'm the last person to drive that car in Adelaide, not Nelson Piquet. I'm the last person.
I love these drone shots that we're getting. So if you're not familiar with... we are just going to go to an interview with Daryl Beattie.
On Friday here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, there was an exciting announcement, and I'm rapt to be standing here with Paddy Lowe, the CEO and founder of Zero Fuels, and also Formula One World Champion Damon Hill. I'll get to you in a second, Damon, but Paddy, I'd really like to know a bit more about this company and brand that you've founded and the CEO of.
Well, great to be here, firstly. I was last here in 1992 with Williams for the Grand Prix, so it's quite emotional to come back again. I love Adelaide. I love the people here. So, yeah, but the great thing today is we've brought our fuel. So at Zero, we make what we call synthetic fuels. Some of your people watching may know of the term e-fuel. That's another name. We say synthetic. So these are fuels which are literally made from air and water. That may sound like alchemy, but it's not really. It's just chemistry. When you burn fuel in your car, what comes out of the tailpipe is water and carbon dioxide. These are the products of the combustion. So we're simply taking those same molecules back out of the atmosphere, adding in energy and turning it back into fuel. So magic. But the great thing about it is that firstly, you can do that forever. It's fully sustainable because it's circular, just like biology. And secondly, that we make very, very superior fuels because they're fully engineered. They're fully constructed by molecule, so much purer, cleaner burning, more efficient eventually, and so on. So very exciting future.
It is, and to think about air and water running engines is an interesting thought for our viewers, like you say. Now, we've got it on display this weekend, and it's actually powering one of these old Honda bikes, which is really cool. So it can work not just in new machinery, it's also old machinery as well.
Absolutely, yeah. That also takes me back, because I was originally a biker before I got into Formula One and cars, a bit like Damon, actually. So I didn't have a car till I was 25, and I had a 404, which was the younger brother of this bike behind us. So a lot of great connections here.
Now, Damon, first time for you back in Adelaide for 29 years. Firstly, how cool's that? Yeah. And to be here involved with Zero as well.
Well, a bit like Paddy, a lot of memories starting to flood back. And the last time I was here, I left victorious. So that was quite a good way to end it. And as you know, the Grand Prix then went to Melbourne. But it's amazing to come back and also be helping spread the word with. I'm an investor in this project with Paddy. And I worked with Paddy at Williams, so I've known Paddy for a long time and got a lot of faith in his abilities and insights. And I didn't know he was a chemist though, but it's amazing what you can do, you turn your hand to when you're as a bright person like Paddy is.
Now, I know you're a keen motorcyclist as well. Is there any chance you might throw a leg over this bike behind us this weekend?
There's a slim chance. All I can say is I don't bring any leathers or crash helmet, and I'm a little bit rusty on that score. But the amazing thing is I have actually driven a go-kart with this fuel in, and so we claim to have done the first racing lap in a go-kart with totally synthetic, renewable fuel from, as Paddy explained, it literally is going to, you take it out of the sky, you put it back in the sky, you take it out of the sky, and we don't add to anything in terms of carbon footprint, and the fossils can stay in the ground.
Well, there you have it, guys. We're breaking ground technology here this weekend. Exciting to have not only these guests here, but this fantastic Zero product, and we look forward to seeing this bike on action on the track.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks ever so much for that, Jack. Brilliant to have Damon Hill here and Paddy Lowe as well, a brilliant engineer and the like, back in his day in Formula One. He's only recently retired, really, and got straight onto this. So let's talk about it a bit more, Nick. So Zero, a carbon neutral synthetic fuel maker, founded by Paddy Lowe. It's the way that we are going now, isn't it, in terms of the future?
That whole conundrum is a global topic of much consternation. And, we have EVs, we have hybrids, we have synthetic fuel, we have hydrogen. Every player's having a go at the moment. And the interesting thing about synthetic fuel is that it harvests carbon from the atmosphere, which is a good thing. And the only emission is, again, harvested. So as Paddy said, it's circular. It just keeps going round and round and round. So the net emissions effect is zero. And what I really like about it in this whole argument, and Mr. Bean agrees with me, Rowan Atkinson, is that we're using all the existing infrastructure. We're using internal combustion engines, which we already have. We've already built millions and millions and millions of them. And with the help of synthetic fuels, and of course the synthetic fuel is going to be better than trying to make fossils into something that it wasn't. So when you make a synthetic fuel, you can make it absolutely perfect for its application. And I know that at the Goodwood Festival, some cars have already run on synthetic fuel, but Rowan Atkinson being one of them. He put it in his old Jag and he said it ran better than it ever had. So I think any application where you can take all the existing infrastructure and use it to advantage with a carbon neutral result is fantastic. And I really applaud this. I hope that Damon Hill and Paddy can get it going. Daryl Beattie's going to ride the bike, the Honda CB1100R, which was Honda's sort of first foray into a homologation special. And Dan, I reckon we're about to see the Ford performance comparison. Is that what these?
I believe so.
Here comes Australia's fastest postie van. Well, the world's fastest postie van, actually, with Liam at the helm. And we're going to do a bit of a performance comparison. Now, I think that we have the SuperVan, we have a road-going Mustang.
No, supercar.
And a V8 supercar. Isn't it three?
No, just the two. So James Courtney in the supercar. Oh, there is a road-going Mustang, you are correct.
There is a road-going Mustang, so it's going to be a best of three. Now, this is going to be really interesting because they're starting from different ends of the circuit, and such as as you can see, the world's fastest van coming through at the moment at incredible speed with hardly any sound. And there it is on your screen. Yeah, we're going to see just how different the performance in these cars are. And that van just ran second at the Pikes Peak hill climb. And if you're not familiar with Pikes Peak, it's 14 miles of uphill tarmac in Colorado. And it's been for many, many years the ultimate test of motorcars, won by people like Ari Vartman, Bobby Unser, Sebastian Loeb, Rod Millen, and the world's fastest van last year lost by 7 seconds to an open wheel race car. So that gives you an idea of just the performance. So he's already caught the road going Mustang, and he's hot on the pursuit of the...
Look at it gap the Mustang on the pit straight. That is remarkable. Look at those. He's at the end of pit straight. The road Mustang's only just crossing the start-finish line. It's quite remarkable, the speed of that thing.
It is.
Broken lap records at a number of circuits in the last couple of weeks. Bathurst for the 12-hour, breaking records there as well. So really cool. Look at it, reining the supercar. This is driven by Blanchard Racing driver James Courtney, 2010 Supercars champion. James Courtney, this is the spare chassis for that team.
Can you believe it?
And it's being hurled in by Liam Lawson at the wheel of this Ford Supervan. I just can't get a look at the acceleration out of the corners. The electric power just turns it on and flies down pit straight in towards the centre chicane. You can visibly see it catching James Courtney in the supercar lap upon lap. Pretty cool to see that occurring, because the supercar is such a purpose-built race car, so fast, you know, the fastest that we've got in this country. But a Ford Supervan is catching it. To explain the history behind the Ford Supervan, this is the 4th iteration. The first one was done in the late 60s. They got the GT40 engine, the Ford GT40 engine that was winning Le Mans, and put that in a van, a Ford Transit van, and it was very popular, very fast, as I'm sure you can imagine. And then they decided a few years later, well, that was popular, why don't we put a Formula 1 engine into it? So they did, and the second Supervan was born. And here we are, the 4th iteration. First time we haven't got a Le Mans engine in, we haven't got a Formula 1 engine in. We've gone fully electric with this machine. And look at it, it is pretty much caught up now to James Courtney in the supercar. So where can Lawson find his way by? He is on the tail of the 2010 Supercars champion, down into the hairpin. Liam Lawson had a few lockups down here in practice yesterday, but he's got it stopped nicely there. Here we go. Watch the acceleration. Watch the acceleration of the Transit. That is legitimate speed.
One electric motor for each wheel. 4-wheel drive, the simplest way to do it in an electric vehicle. And a stroke of marketing genius from Ford. I mean, you know, when this started, a Transit was a pretty ho-hum kind of rig, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was so popular in Britain. It was loved all over the world, the idea of a super fast transit van. And here we have, you know, the modern day iteration of it with an electric vehicle. And sure, you can call it marketing, but then you go to Pikes Peak in a competitive event and you're running at the absolute pinnacle of performance cars from all over the world, heavily engineered for one purpose only, and it's right there at the top.
It certainly is. As we can see, the cars continue to fly around the race circuit. So Lawson gapping Courtney at a vast rate of knots.
Oh, the shame. Got beaten by Van.
We should say, shouldn't we? We have to stress, it's not a standard Ford Transit that you go to the shops and buy. It's you can see the rear wing on it, the aero at the back. I took a few photos of it. The aero, you could see through the side behind the windows. So look at that. How many seconds do you reckon that's gapped the Mustang in a lap? 3 or 4 at least.
I'd say so.
So Courtney swings it around, but it's in the acceleration particularly where this thing excels over the supercar. It's got great aero for the vehicle it is, but it's in the acceleration where this thing is just in a league of its own. I think it's nearly 2,000 horsepower, so it just flies. So I believe that we have we had a chat with James Courtney earlier today. Jack caught up with him. The speed comparison, as you can see, is just finishing. So let's see what James had to say.
So it should be a bit of fun.
You've had a lot of success here at the Adelaide 500, winning many times. So many times I actually can't remember. But what's it like being here, first time at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, shortened version of the track? What do you think of the event and indeed the circuit?
Yeah, it nearly caught me out coming into the coming in through the chicane. We carry so much speed through there in the supercar normally, but you know you've got to pull it up and turn right. But it's a good little fun track to you know, you're up and down through the gears. We're on the soft tyre, so it's got a bit of bit of drive off the corner, but it's a fun little circuit, mate. And it was funny, we were out with all the other old supercars, and to when you're up behind those guys now, you really can see how the technology, how the cars have evolved, and how in the speed difference now. But yeah, it's good fun.
Later in this speed demonstration run, you've got an interesting guest in the passenger seat of this race car. Tell us about who you're taking for a...
Yeah, I'm taking Gunther Steiner. So he was I'm not sure if you call him team principal, team manager of Haas F1 for all those years. Prior to that, we worked together at Jaguar. I think it was like 2002, 2003. So we've got a previous relationship. He was here just before, joking around that we both haven't aged a bit, and I just have to make sure he doesn't slam the door on my car, otherwise I'll get upset.
He's an interesting character. We're looking forward to seeing how he goes in the passenger seat with you. Hopefully he hasn't had a strawberry milkshake or something beforehand, and there's no white knuckles on the dashboard, hey?
No, I should, make sure he hasn't eaten anything. But it'll be a bit of fun. We're only going to do 4 laps, and I might do some doughies and try and scare him a bit.
Cool, mate. We look forward to that. Thanks for coming to the event this year.
No, thank you, Jacko. Thank you.
Mate, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thanks ever so much for that, guys. Of course, co-drivers for many years, those two good mates, Jack Perkins and James Courtney. The other 2 cars have pulled into the pits, and the SuperVan has been left out there on the racetrack. And Liam Lawson is going to put on a bit of a show for you around the racetrack. Look at that. Four wheels producing a lot of smoke sideways. Oh, what car control. What car control from the Red Bull Junior as he comes down pit straight. How cool is that? You don't see that very often. 4 tyres, all of them getting a lot of tyre smoke just from acceleration alone.
Aren't vans fun, Dan?
They are, particularly if they're a Ford SuperVan, I reckon. And Liam Lawson.
And I think the horsepower on this thing is rated at about 1,100 or something in terms of horsepower, if you can.
I think it's north of that. I think it's comfortably north of that. It's just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous, the speed of this thing. As we say, we've seen it around the world. Make sure you check out some YouTube videos. Ford have posted them. They are very proud of this machine. And he greets the checkered flag. That was pretty cool, what we just saw there, the little burnout. And he will be back. Oh, he's doing another one in front of the Zagami area. Look at that. That's just, you do not see that from any other vehicle in the world. That is something truly special. The Red Bull liveried Ford SuperVan, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed that little speed comparison, showing you the difference in speed between a current spec Gen 3 supercar and that machine out there. So the Gen 3 supercar that we saw out there on the track was driven, it was the 4th Tickford car last year, driven by Declan Fraser. Of course, Tickford downscaling this year to the 2 cars with Tom Randall and Cameron Waters. So the spare car, one of them, has been sold off to the Blanchards, and that is their spare chassis. And it was run down at Tailem Bend a few days ago, but great to have it here as we see the course car heading out there on the track. We've got a brief pause in proceedings. I understand that Damon Hill has made his way to the Grand Marquee, so we'll listen to what he has to say with Charlie Barlow.
Racing in Formula 3 and did very well. He could race at the sharp end. He raced against a lot of guys who went on to Formula 1, Carlos Sainz, Daniel Kvyat, Giovinazzi, quite a few of them ended up, his guys he raced against, did very well and continued racing. But he just said, look, it's not him. He didn't feel the need to compete. So I was happy he found out that, rather than, you know, made everyone go through all the process of trying to, you know, encourage him. I mean, so, you know, the karting thing, it's very difficult for parents because it costs a fortune. There's a huge sacrifice. And poor little Johnny, or Jane, whoever it is, has got this responsibility of making this investment worthwhile. And so you can sometimes see parents getting a bit heated. Yes. And that's a lot of pressure on a young person. So, but the young guys who've been through that process, the Lando Norrises, the Alex Albons, they've come up through karting, and the Ollie Behrmans, you know, it's their life. They've just lived racing, and they seem to love it. and they've delivered on their investment. So they're very, very adept in every regard, because it's a bit like being a fighter pilot now in Formula One. You have to understand so much of the technicalities of the car and have an incredible presence of mind. It's not like it was in my day, where they patted you on the head and you left the garage and you went onto the grid, and then they never spoke to anyone for about an hour and a half after that. So the only thing we got on the radio was, can you come in and change the tyres now? You know, it was very limited, the communication in those days.
And just finally, talking about the current Formula One field, who impresses you? Who's your... Tell us who your favourite is. That's what I'm trying to say.
I can't pick anyone out particularly. I mean, obviously Lewis is stunning, and his career has been stellar, and what he has done in other regards as well has also been massively impressive, because he's stuck his neck out into some very deep water politically, and I think he's shown us all what can be done if you put your mind to it and you're prepared to say what you believe in. So he's admirable in that respect. But I think, you know, I have a kind of sneaking regard for Fernando Alonso, the old fox, who seems to out-cun everyone, cunning, you know, as he is. And he's quite witty. So the great thing is there's all these different characters. There's no one thing. I kept trying to work, or if you're an aspiring racing driver, you think, well, who am I? Which one am I? Am I Alan Prost? Am I Nigel Mansell? Am I Keke Rosberg? You can't be any of those people. They are who they are, and you have to be yourself. And so that's the great thing, is there's no one way to skin this cat. You know, you just have to go out and give what you've got, and you'll be one of the players in the field. You know, and so we got a whole host of characters to choose from in Formula One, which is interesting.
It certainly makes good viewing on Drive to Survive, absolutely.
Yeah. Why do you think Drive to Survive is so successful?
Because
the guys take their shirts off. Is that why?
No. Keep them on. Sorry, girls. I only speak for myself. I want to see them in the car. But I think, obviously, there's producers that are making things interesting, which happens in all TV, but it's rivalry, isn't it? That's what ignites sport, and Drive Survive delivers it.
Have you had Gunther here? Is he coming up here?
He's in this afternoon.
Yeah, so you'll be able to get it all from the horse's mouth. Yeah. He needs his mouth washing out with a bar of soap, actually, to be honest. So have you got any soap here? But no, it is. That's what it is. I mean, we lived that as we were racing, but it was always behind closed doors. Yeah. And you come out and you see the press, and you kind of go, if you only knew what was going on in that room, you know, you'd have a fantastic story. But we couldn't say anything. But now it's all there for you to enjoy.
Enough said. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Damon Hill.
Thank you very much.
All righty. So, Damon.
You're very kind.
Thanks ever so much for that, Charlie, down there in the lane with, in the Grand Marquee with Damon Hill. So motorbikes heading out there onto the racetrack at the moment. I am Dan McCarthy, and alongside me for this one, Nick's having a little bit of a break. So we've got motorcycle expert Danny Ahern alongside me. So you've got two Dans for the next 15 minutes. Great to have you here, mate, and a brilliant mix of bikes. 24 of them here this weekend.
Lucky to have the calibre of bikes and personnel. We've got plenty of Australian champions, world champions. We've got Chris Vermeulen, who's won at MotoGP level. He's on the Aprilia Grand Prix bike, 2013 vintage, and you won't even have to know what number's on his bike, but there he goes, 41 round the hairpin. But it's got the only sound out there, that lovely crackle. So yeah, very lucky. The oldest bike out, there's a couple of bikes behind Chris, number 26. That's one of our club members, Otto Muller. He's well into his 70s. That bike he bought brand new in 1976, TZ350. Raced it as a modern bike for many years, and then pulled it out of retirement and does a lot of historic racing now, and he's no slouch. So great to have Otto out there. So that's the oldest bike, 1976, 48 years old.
Yep.
I just saw Rob Phillips head back into the pit lane. He's on the Millage Yamaha 750 TZ. Once again, very, very special bike. And those that followed in the day, Bob Rosenthal used to campaign a very similar bike. Bob was going to be here, but unfortunately had a bit of a mishap at Eastern Creek a few weeks back testing a new bike. So I think he's at home sulking.
we do wish him a speedy recovery. He was very keen to be here this weekend, but unfortunately not able to do so. As you say, we've got some brilliant bikes, but the stars, Christopher Mullen, Kevin McGee, and we've also got Daryl Beattie out there.
There he is. He just went past the hairpin. He's on the CB 1100R. I've missed who he's riding around behind. It's quite funny. Lots of these guys, you ask them when they're on a bike last, and they say, well, we hardly ever ride. And some of them might just do a bit of dirt bike stuff, like Christopher Mullen. So Chris said he hasn't been on a road bike for quite some time. You wouldn't know it the way they pedal around, though, would you?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the car. Sorry, the bike. I'm going to do that quite a few times, right? That's the bike that is running on the synthetic fuels that we spoke about with Paddy Lowe and Damon Hill earlier on today. So the Zero company making the fossil fuels, founded by Paddy Lowe and supported by Damon Hill, and brilliant to have them here this weekend. And synthetic fuels is the way to go in the future. That is for certain. I mean, Paddy's put all of his engineering nous from Formula One into this and produced something that's, and here it is, isn't it on the screen? No.
That's him going past.
It is Daryl Beattie, yes. Very good to have that machine here. So that's one of the very first bikes to ever run on carbon neutral fuels.
That's Kevin McGee on screen.
So yeah, Kevin McGee, very good MotoGP or 500cc rider in his own right. He also took victory at that level back in the day. So brilliant to have Kevin here this weekend. He was so enthusiastic to come. Spoke to him on the phone several weeks ago. He's more than happy to be here this weekend. And it's great as well, you know, you've even attracted the likes of rally drivers in Alistair McRae out there.
Yeah, and he's been about it. He's just as excited as everyone else. He's just really been looking forward to it. And I know he enjoyed the old practice run yesterday. So, yeah, I think it's great how it's brought so many together. I mean, Kevin McGee on the bike he used to race. So good old Tom Dermody brought down 6 or 7 bikes from Queensland. Kevin slips into his old leathers of back then, so unlike a lot of us, his girth hasn't expanded. And I know yesterday he sort of had a bit of a crack at how he wished he'd adjusted his handlebars before he went out there, so you just realise how these guys know how to set their bikes up so they're most comfortable and can get the most out of it. Another bike of interest that we asked to put out on the circuit in the last minute is there's a little electric bike out there. Young Julia's on it, so that's a Zero electric bike, just to help, you know, promote what is out there. And anyone that's had a ride on an electric bike all say, like, it's so different. Acceleration is just sensational. But we all agree the no noise is a no-go zone as far as I'm concerned. It's not motorcycling, is it?
I think a lot of people would agree, motorsport fans anyway, in that realm. Of course, there is now a Moto Championship, isn't there, at world level with Moto E, as it's known. Similar to Formula E in the open wheel side of things. So many vehicles out there on the track. Here is Alistair McRae on the orange bike, the SP1. Tell us a bit about this vehicle.
You caught me on a good one there, but that's there he is, popular little mono. That has won numerous championships. You know, Honda got it right with those SP1s. From my memory, I think they did pretty well at the Isle of Man with those bikes as well. So, as can be seen in the Marquee, the spread of bikes from early model TZs to the later ones, the 500 two-strokes, there's an RG 500 in there. Yeah, that whole spread of bike. Dave Johnson was going to be here on his TZ, but he's got his old man Murray to ride the bike. Dave got dragged off to Spain to do some testing on his Kawasaki that he'll be racing at the Isle of Man in, I forget what the countdown is, 64 days, 65 days?
It's not that far away now, is it?
No, so I'll be over there giving him a bit of a hand, so I'm quite excited at the prospect.
Yeah.
Another bike out there, must give a mention, is a 888 Ducati. Mick Miles is on that, and he's a stalwart in the Ducati Owners Club and member of the historic club. That's him coming into the hairpin now. He's on screen. So I know he's thrilled to be able to get a ride around here amongst his peers. Yeah, everyone's been just really excited. I hope the crowd enjoys what's out there, and the fact that these guys are happy to give their time.
I have to say, you know, a lot of people are here for the Formula One cars, the Bathurst winners. But you must be pleased looking out of our commentary box window and seeing the amount of fans that are stuck around. The grandstands are full to look at these motorbikes. There are a lot of motorbike fans in this state, that is for certain.
Well, we've had that discussion with the organisers. Bikes, wherever you go, pull people. They've all had a connection. Their dad, their granddad, their uncle. Everyone's had a motorbike. And, you know, I was just talking to someone earlier in the Marquee. He was just saying how he met Barry Sheen and how he said, oh, he used to talk to, he was just the same as what you saw him on TV.
Yes,
and
yeah.
we shared a few stories, and it was like we all said the same thing. They got no, they haven't got tickets on themselves, and the same can be said to all the guys that are out here that, yeah, in their day they were top of the tree, but they're very approachable. And over in the Marquee, there's been autographs going on and photo shoots and the like. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly is. Look at that. The car park is pretty much full to the brim.
Yes.
It's pretty cool to see how many people have come down here this weekend. As we see 1, 2, 3, 4 bikes fly around the final corner. And the second bike on the screen there, that is Kevin McGee riding the former... sorry, Kevin McGee, Chris Vermeulen. I knew who I meant.
On the Aprilia.
I didn't say the right name, I knew who I meant. Yeah, that bike ridden by Aleix Espargaro back in 2013, and Aleix doing great things on Aprilias at the moment, isn't he? Really taking it up to the Ducatis and the like at the top of MotoGP at the moment, and probably didn't have the GP that he was after. Had a great sprint race, fighting at round 1 in Qatar, not quite so strong on the Sunday, but yeah, Aprilia and Aleix Espargaro really doing well at MotoGP level at the moment. Of course, started off in Aprilia, moved away, and then came back to Aprilia as Aleix Espargaro. So much history out there on the track at the moment. There's even a number 27 bike, so I assume that is the Casey Stoner Ducati, or is it a replica?
Well, the one that's out, I think there's two 27s when we look properly. Paul Walkley's out on an RC45, and I think he's got a number 27 on there. But the 27 in Ducati livery is none other than Andre Bosman. He's on a Casey Stoner Desmo Desici replica. They did 1,500 to celebrate Casey winning the World Championship. That's about, I think, 1,015 on the little plaque of 1,500 built, and not that we can hear in here in our soundproof booth, but I would say that people watching would get a definite feel for how that bike sounds. So that's a good thing.
There's not just MotoGP history though, is there? I mean, Alistair McRae, who we saw on the screen earlier on, he's got a World Superbike Championship Honda. You spoke about it, but Colin Edwards, who was a real legend not only in America but around the world for what he could do on bike, particularly in World Superbikes. So yeah, pretty cool to have a Colin Edwards bike here.
And a hell of a nice guy. Yeah, I can remember. I can remember being at Phillip Island for the Island Classic, and they had his bike there doing testing the day we lobbed up. And we were in the garage next to their garage and got talking to the mechanics. And I always remember how we were just asking about the motors, and back in that day, they were running the same motor all year. Whereas as much as I love Ducatis, I think they used to change their motors during every event. So the Hondas have always had that great reliability and sustainability.
There's always been a fight, hasn't there, between the European marques in motorbike racing and the Japanese marques in motorcycle racing. For years it was Honda and Yamaha that dominated in world motorcycle racing, but at the moment it's a bit of a European affair with Ducati, and even KTM coming on strong, the Austrian manufacturer as well, with Brad Binder.
That's right, absolutely. But it's like anything, you sort of get the flavour of the month and who's doing what and who's not. And I mean, I love listening to stories with JB about, you know, what goes on and what doesn't. And obviously he had a huge amount of work that he did with various manufacturers, you know, working with Doohan and Rossi and the like. But, you know, it's a bit like you see in any racing. You sort of if you pick the right machine, you've got a chance of being up the front, because there's always a favourite. Yep. Absolutely.
So bikes have all come in now. So thanks ever so much, Danny, for joining us for that session. You'll be back later on today as well for the bike session this afternoon. So thanks ever so much, Danny.
No worries. Good on you. Thanks.
And Nick will be joining me once again in a few moments' time. We can see 1996 F1 champ Damon Hill signing some autographs, not only little memorabilia, but also hats as well. So lots of signing, photos as well. He's really embracing the event, is Damon, and as he chatted earlier on, he's so happy to be back in Adelaide, as he says, really bringing back memories, not only for he, but for Paddy Lowe as well. As the Porsche machines head out onto the circuit. You may remember they were out here earlier on, so this is the second Porsche Rennsport session of the day. Every single category has 2 sessions here each day, apart from Formula 1. They have 3. We had to give Formula 1s an extra session, didn't we? Why wouldn't we? So they've got 3 sessions. Every other category has got 2. And Porsche Rennsport, luckily for them, have got both of their sessions on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream. You can live stream on speedcafe.com through their social media channels, YouTube or Facebook. And you can also catch the live stream on the Repco socials. You can catch it on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival socials, or even the Sky Sports social media channels, YouTube and Facebook as well. And you can hear that Nick Lenthal has joined me once again in the box. Nick, look at these shots. Look at the car park. It is packed to the rafters.
It is. And I've just been out checking out the assortment of food available, and in amongst the 100 Mazda rotaries that are parked to our right. And beautiful selection of rotors they are, as we see the Rennsport cars take off. So the Porsche Racing History cars joining us now. And I think that's Matthew Sims again, Dan, just heading up the pack. Matthew Sims. Bernie Stack, third in the group in the IROC Porsche, one of the older cars. And Aaron Steer in the pink liveried car. A throwback to United States race team, the pink Hawker livery. And you can see from our drone shots that we are surrounded by parkland, such as the nature of Adelaide. City mapped out as a grid and surrounded by parklands everywhere you go. So we were very lucky to have a Formula One Grand Prix in our parklands, walking distance from the city centre. And Matthew Sims having a red hot go there. Doesn't want to waste any time. Late on the brakes, and sounding fantastic too. Porsche winding out there. Bernie Stack has moved into second. Not that this is a race, not that this is a race, but no one told these guys, so I'm sure they're having a great time.
It's a pretty wide road there, isn't it, Wakefield Street? Two lanes in both directions, so there's certainly a bit of room to play with down at that hairpin. But on screen at the moment we're looking at a GT3 RS heading out of the final turn. So many vehicles we've seen already on the live stream. We've seen the Invitational categories, NASCARs, Le Mans style prototypes, and everything in between in that category. We've seen Tipo F1 from Formula 3000s to Formula Holden, and even Formula 3 cars as well. Then we moved on to GT style, GT3 and GT4 cars. Formula 1s, weren't they popular? And then of course we had the speed comparison with the SuperVan. I mean, we're just going from one thing to another really, aren't we? We've had Formula 1, we've had the SuperVan, we've had Bathurst winning cars, and now we have a brilliant collection of Porsche machines.
Many, many decades of motorsport covered in that group that you just mentioned, Dan. As we watch Bernie Stack running around in the Kermit Green car. But yeah, we have a huge diversity of machinery here this weekend, and the crowd loving it. Matthew Sims just ahead of not Bernie Stack, but a much later Kermit Green Porsche. And yeah, Matthew Sims, who last year when we were taking times, he really had a red hot go, and this year I think he's equally enjoying himself as he just taps the curbs through the centre chicane down into the hairpin, which we mentioned earlier is very, very tight because it's actually the opposite direction to what the GP circuit went. They would have just followed the road left. These guys have to brake very hard and turn a very hard right. So we watch the 944 there of...
There's a couple of 944s, isn't there, out there? So
that would be Andrew Jackman in the blue car.
Yes.
Nick Strakheisen is the other 944 in the red car. But Andrew's, yeah, just kissing the curbs there. But as I mentioned, that's a very, very tight corner. Almost handbrake territory.
I've commentated Jackman racing 944s over in Victoria in the state championship. So
yep.
Nice to have him here this weekend. Good steerer, always towards the pointy end of the field is Jackman. So great to see him here this weekend and really pedalling that 944 around at speed. The Strakheisen 944 looks very different compared to that one, that's for certain. As he rounds, he's still got the Adelaide rally stickers on it, but we're looking at the moment at one of the loudest cars in this category.
Mark Lauke and Aaron Steer in the rally last year. Aaron Steer at the wheel this time. Aaron, of course, is a leading exponent of the sports prototypes that we watched earlier. His team Jam Motorsport run a lot of those cars for their arrive and drive drivers. He runs a whole team of mechanics and they make sure the car is prepared for the event, and then they run it all through the event. Back to Matthew Sims.
Courtney for Jam Motorsport's done a great job to get everybody just sort of raising the event and saying, look, it's a great thing to come to, and she's helped organise so many people to get here this weekend. So special thanks to her in the sports prototype side of things. But as you say, there's a couple out there in the Porsches as well.
And that is Nick Strakheisen in the Porsche 944 Turbo, car that he's campaigned for a long, long time. I reckon it'd be close to 20 years that he's campaigned this car.
Yeah, right.
It was the choice of Jim Richards too earlier in tarmac rallies. He was a big fan of this combination. But yeah, Nick has other competition cars, including an R35 GTR, and he loves this car. I mean, they're a particularly well-balanced car to drive. I think you know, if you don't fancy yourself as a real hero, they're a very balanced, forgiving sort of car. Sweet, what is happening here?
A three-wide move. That was all set up for a couple of corners before, but a good move from Steer. But here comes Stack back around the outside. We're calling this like a actual motor race as they head down towards turn number one.
Well, if they're going to do it like a motor race, we might as well call it like a motor race.
So he holds on down into turn number one, so took the position back on the exit of the corner, did Stack. Nicely done. And Steer's not going to like that. He's going to want to retaliate, but it looks like Ormsby's now on the tail. In fact, he's fired up the inside down into the Wakefield hairpin. So plenty of action on the racetrack. It almost was a bit like a motor race there. Lots of overtaking, lots of passing, lots of different Porsches. Very exciting.
Bernie Stack, of course, a real hardcore veteran of the sport. Raced everything from a big V8 Camaro to Porsches and tarmac rallying with Mark Forgy, and even raced a VW Passat at Bathurst in 1974, would you believe?
There you go. There you go.
I'm dating him a bit, aren't I? Sorry, Bernie. Didn't mean to do that. But Aaron Steer, hot on the tail of Bernie's car.
Bernie in recent years has raced Porsches in Touring Car Masters and the like as well, so he loves to race his Porsches anywhere and anything. He's an avid Porsche fan, that is for certain. And he's managing to keep the pretty modern in comparison pink Porsche of Aaron Steer, the 2004 Porsche GT3 RGT at bay, although he's having to negotiate traffic, so through they come on the number 40 machine, the number 40 machine of Mark Quinn, and then down into the hairpin. This is a good little...
It's a good little dice.
It is, and they're certainly enjoying themselves out there, and they're being sensible about it as well, which is great. And Ormsby's catching up. There we go. I think Stack's realised I'll let him go, and he's let Ormsby go as well.
Oh, I don't think it's over yet.
No, you could be right. You could be right. In
No,
fact, I think the session is concluded, judging by the speed of the cars going past. As I say, we can't quite see the flag waving from where we are in the commentary box, but I quite enjoyed that session. There was a bit of battling, some three-wide action, plenty to talk about. Great variety of Porsches here. As I said earlier on the live stream, I think it was the most inquired category. So many expressions of interest in the Porsche Rennsport category. So I believe Jack is down there in the paddock. Jack, where are you?
Well, Dan, I'm actually not in the paddock. I'm up at Club Zagami, and I ran to a mate of mine, Jordan Ormsby, but I actually saw his car running around there, mate, and I'm trying to work out why you weren't in it, mate. Tell us about that.
Well, I'm fortunate to have a couple of sons working my business, and my youngest son has raced go-karts for years, and he works tirelessly for me, and I thought, you know what, it's a time to step him up and put him into one of my cars and let him have a run, and he's doing a wonderful job. Like he was told, just be sensible, keep it off the fence, and just have some fun. And so far, so good.
And look at him come in, and I think he's ticked all those boxes, George. Hey, you're a long-time supporter of this event. You're an Adelaide boy. It's a really cool event. Up here, Club Zagami, great spot as well. Tell us about your role in the event and how you've been involved for many years.
Well, last year was actually the first time I ran in the event in one of my cars, which I hadn't run the cars for over 10 years. And I had the best 3 days last year. And I said to Tim and his team, mate, next year when you need golf carts, whatever you need, they're on supply from me, and as many as you want. So we did a few entries, so I thought I'll bring all my cars out and we're going to run them. So it's just a wonderful event for Adelaide.
Now, you're running a couple of cars yourself. You're running the Porsche, and your first time in a Formula 3. Tell us about the Formula 3.
Yeah, I sort of got a bit bored over Christmas, and a car came up for sale, and it was a car that was driven by a fellow that I raced Formula Ford with 25 years ago, and being Will Power. So I thought, you know what, I've always wanted one, so I went and bought it, and we've just got it ready. I drove it for the first time yesterday, and it was like nothing had changed from 25 years ago. So yeah, we're running that Formula 3. We're running an old GT3 RS, which raced at Le Mans back in 02 and 03, and I brought that in from Belgium years and years ago. And then the Cup, which we ran in Australian GT. So a few really cool old cars.
Correct me if I'm wrong, do you race Formula Ford against Will Power?
I did race Formula Ford against Will Power. There's a few of them back then that I raced Formula Ford against. Yeah, it was good.
So it's good to jump back in the car, mate. We'll let you get going. I don't think you're on the alcoholic beverages up here. You got your wrist on, so you're back out on track. But great supporter of the event. If anyone's golf buggy does break down, don't ring Jordan.
Yeah, ring one of my boys.
But no, thanks, mate. All the best this weekend.
Thank you, Jack. Good on you, mate.
Really good chat down there. Thanks ever so much, Jack, for that. So pretty interesting. So many vehicles the Ormsbys have brought here this weekend, and as they say, the golf buggies around the venue supplied by them. Damon's still signing. I think he's been signing down there for about half an hour. Really great to see Damon giving so much time to all the race fans. Of course, he'll be at the Australian Grand Prix next weekend in Melbourne, working for for the TV networks. So great to have Damon here. Great addition to the 2024 Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
And why wouldn't you use that opportunity to get a selfie or an autograph from Damon Hill down at the Grand Marquee? It's been running hot all morning, the Grand Marquee. There's more autographs signed there than a movie set. What's coming up next in the Grand Marquee is an auction of some number plates. So Number Plates SA, they offer a limited and exclusive boutique selection of numeric plates, and they have those available all the time. So numeric plates are really, really sought after, that because they're unrepeatable. You buy something that is a rare, iconic number or part of South Australia's history, and they've been doing this for over 30 years. So at 1:45 in the Grand Marquee, they're going to have an auction of 4 plates. It'll be directly after Damon Hill, and I'm sure Charlie Barlow will be down there having a good look at that. She'd probably be bidding on something for us, I guess, Dan. I'm not sure what she'd choose, but as long as it hasn't got my age on it, it's all right. So, yeah, the numeric plate auction. Also, one of the other things that you can do while you're down in that area is try your luck in the Repco Pit Stop Challenge and see if you can refuel a car, change a wheel and pull the air spike quicker than anybody else. But right now, what is happening is we're seeing a new selection of cars coming out onto the track, and these are very close to my heart. These are the rally cars. So a great selection of rally cars, old and new. There's even some Group B cars, which are very, very rare. And I mean, not only are they rare, but to see someone take them out and drive them in anger is even more rare. So we're just about to get a taste of that. You can see from the drone that they're just cruising around. They're just getting used to the temperature and situation, making sure all the gauges are in the right spot. They're going to sit down on the form-up grid and probably drive in a very gentlemanly way away from the starting grid, because this is not a race, is it? So, yeah, just watching the parklands there. Once again, just mentioning our naming rights sponsor, Repco, not only at the heart of Australian motorsport with their involvement in the V8 Supercars Championship, but Repco were actually at the heart of the Australian vehicle manufacturing scene right from the start, 1948, when they made components for the first Holdens, the 1948, or sometimes called FX Holden. And now you're more likely to touch Repco through their 400 stores nationally that employ 4,000 people. So they have a wonderful motorsport history and a wonderful history with Australian vehicle manufacturing. As we watch one of the Toyotas, I think that's the Valvoline. I can't quite make out the signage on there.
This is your bread and butter, Nick. This absolutely is one category that you've been looking forward to probably more than any other, and it's not disappointed in terms of the variety of vehicles that we have here. Lescott flinging it sideways down here at the final corner where we are, but there's Stratoses. It's just in Lanciers alone there's a great mix. But Neil Bates, look, they're all enjoying themselves here. We've got to thank Neil Bates and the Bates Motorsport team for bringing down their vehicles. They've brought down a lot of Toyotas, this being the oldest in that particular range.
And this is like a replica, a tribute to the Ove Anderson car from that rally period where they ran as a World Rally Championship car. And you can see Neil treating all the surfaces as gravel. Putting the car sideways wherever he can. He's probably running it on rally tyres, on gravel tyres, just to finish them off. Neil, of course, 4 times Australian rally champion. and a long relationship with Toyota, going over 19 years himself as a driver, but even longer than that as a car builder and team manager, running Toyota's motorsport outfit in Australia. And let's see a Gazoo there.
Yeah, that on the screen is the car that fought for the the Australian Rally Championship last year. Harry Bates taking the title from his brother Lewis. It was a 1-2 for the team. They've dominated in recent years as the Toyota Gazoo Racing team, led by Neil Bates and his two sons, doing a magnificent job in the Rally Championship. And yeah, so Neil is out there along with his son and a couple of other of his workmates as well. A really great affair, and so many Toyotas.
And there was a sight for sore eyes down the Lancia 037 rally belonging to Jerry Devest. We had a chat with Jerry yesterday. A Lancia 037 was a car that was loosely based on the Lancia Monte Carlo.
Some cars
there is only one way to drive a Ford Escort, and that's sideways. So the Lancia 037 differed because they turned the engine around. Instead of it being transverse in the car, they put it longitudinally so they could use their double wishbone suspension. And it was a supercharged, there we are with it on the screen, being chased by a Mercedes. It was a supercharged 2-litre car with two-wheel drive, which bucked the trend at the time because other manufacturers were building 4-wheel drive cars, and Lancia went on to win the World Rally Championship. I think it might have been Walter Röhrl driving, and Marco Allen also had a great time in that car. You can see Bruce Field there in the Mercedes 280. This is the car that his mum used to drive him to school in when he was a boy, and I think his sister drove it for a while after that, and it had a bit of a gap here of sort of a decade, and then Bruce decided that would make a really good rally car. So he fitted it all up for gravel events and has driven the living daylights out of it ever since. Jack Monkhouse, the crowd pleaser, the entertainer on our screen.
He certainly has done that already.
Jumping Jack is a very, very talented driver, has been at the pointy end of the Australian Rally Championship, not in that car. That is his classic car. He actually, his second rally car in the early 90s was a 180D Triple S, not that car, but it was a car for all intents and purposes the same as what you see. That's Mike Lowe in the Fiat Abarth Radiale 1000. So these cars were prepared by Abarth for racing in Europe, and they just won everything. I think in one series out of 53 starts, they won 51 races. So it was absolute domination. Now Jack's doing what he does best, entertaining a crowd.
Spin behind, and there you go, just seeing it on the live stream. Oh, and just in front of the other Stratos, so lucky to get away with that. But yeah, a bit of a lose there, a bit too sideways. The Escort has been throwing it in there.
And who doesn't love a Mark II Group 4 Escort?
Well, you certainly do. I know that for a fact because you've rallied Escorts for many, many years.
Just like that one, although I don't think mine had quite as much poke as that one when it just lit the tyres up on demand. But yeah, one of the winningest cars in rally history, if that's a word. Mark II Escorts dominated. And in fact, when Audi had already started running the four-wheel drive Audi Quattro, Ari Vartman, who was the rally god, went on to win the World Championship in a Ford Escort, which was Rothman's sponsored because Ford had decided that they didn't want to run a factory car. But David Sutton with a Rothman's Escort and Ari Vartman, how could you not win the World Rally Championship with that car on board?
I was going to say that the longevity of the Escort in rallying was quite remarkable. The decades that it spanned. Oh, there's some engine failure or something down the end of the straight. The red Stratos. Oh dearie me, that's definitely smoke coming from the exhaust. That has
what a pity.
That has let go on the main straight. Not the first car I've seen come to rest down there. There's an Aussie muscle car earlier that came to rest. Look at Bruce Field throwing it sideways. A really late addition to the rally category, but he's certainly taking advantage of being here this weekend, throwing the Mercedes. I didn't think you could throw a Mercedes of that vintage sideways like that, but there you go.
Not really very gentlemanlike, is it, for Mercedes to back it into a corner? But that's never waste a crowd, Bruce. Bruce has achieved some very, very good results in that car. He's won classic classes in events, but not only that, he's placed
gone again.
right up in the outright placings.
There he is on the
as
live
the
stream.
escort goes round and round and round.
Oh, I just saw that again, right in front of us. He again just lit it up a little bit too early, and around she went. So they're putting on a good show, aren't they? The rally drives. This is their first session here today. They've had to wait a bit of a long time. I think every other category has already been out there. A few categories have been out there twice, including Porsche Rennsport. The rally guys having to wait a little bit longer for their first session, and they will be on again at the end of the live stream. We might just catch the start of the rally session. We will have to see. So that is 4 o'clock on the dot is when it's scheduled to take place.
That's Matt Sally in the Evo 8. Matt, former winner of the South Australian Rally Championship, former winner of Adelaide Rally, both in classic cars and in modern. And he actually dead heated last year when we were on the commentary, Dan, with Oscar Matthews in a little bit older Evo, but they were neck and neck. And the new system of not allowing the times to be visible until the end of the day really was a whole new learning curve for the drivers. They didn't know whether to go faster or slower, or put it in the bank, or just go all out. So it was a whole new thing. But Oscar and Matt Sally tied for the honours in that event. And there's Neil Bates. This car on gravel is sensational to watch, and you couldn't find it in better hands than Neil Bates. He's a very, very talented guy. Not only in terms of steering, but as a car builder. He's very capable.
And that's why his sons are, obviously, they're very good steerers in their own right. But they need a good car underneath them to be able to dominate the way they have in recent years.
And you got to throw into that Coral Taylor.
Absolutely.
Because who wins a championship with a co-driver, and then they go and co-drive for your son?
And win a championship, a national championship with your son as well. It's. I think
that's a pretty rare stat. Yeah. So Coral Taylor, one of the instigators of the Australian Rally Hall of Fame, and was lucky enough to go there a few years back for their annual induction dinner, where they induct new people into the Hall of Fame, and the guest speaker was Ari Vartman. And so they say you should never meet your heroes.
And it's going for
but you did. That's not true, because what a guy. Really approachable, very friendly, and autographed all night. Told some great stories. Pikes Peak being one of the best of them. Of course, that very, very famous in-car film of Pikes Peak, Ari Vartman and the Peugeot, called Climb Dance. And that has become famous globally, that footage. We're looking at the Grand Marquee right now, and that's the auction.
Yeah, it is. That's Oren there doing the auction. It looks like it's underway, judging by the hand gestures. Does that not to you? I think there's an auction very much underway. Going once, going twice, sold.
And let's hope they don't have a camera in this room, because they might think we were bidding. But yeah, I mean, who knows what sort of money those plates are going to fetch, because they are very sought after. People want to have... it's like having the address number 1 Sydney Harbour. They're very, very sought after. And Oren Clemic, local real estate identity, doing a great job there.
Absolutely, and we can see on the left-hand side live drone footage of the glorious Adelaide CBD. We've got to thank the South Australian government for bringing this event back under the Labor Malinowskis government. Without them, this would not be possible. He made it an election promise. He was going to bring back the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. He rang Tim Possingham, the event director, personally, gave him a ring, and said, "I promise you, Tim, your event will come back if I'm elected." And he very much delivered on that when he was elected into power a couple of years ago, and he brought back the 500 as well. He's not just done that, but he's supported the local car clubs as well. the generosity has not just gone to the top level of Australian motorsport, but also to the grassroots at state level as well. And it's been incredible. He understands what motorsport means to this city and this state, and he's really taken it on board. I mean, there was such an outcry, wasn't there, when the Adelaide 500 and the Adelaide Motorsport Festival were cancelled? Such an outcry.
There was. And the really interesting thing is that you have a politician who goes to the election, and one of his campaign, chief points is, I'm bringing back the Motorsport Festival and I'm bringing back the Adelaide 500. Now, it speaks volumes for the population of South Australia and what a bunch of petrol heads we are, that that is a key point in voting in a government. And so that's what happened, and we now have Peter Malinauskas in power, as we see a very sad Lancia Stratos replica, and that would have been a Ferrari 308 quad cam V8 that just let go in that car, and let's hope it was only an oil filter falling off or something, because that could be expensive.
So if you are looking at your schedule, I think we're running a little bit behind now, about 15 minutes behind. So Heritage Touring Cars was set to have been on the track by now, and then following that, V8 Supercars, and then Haas boss Gunther Steiner is going to be joining James Courtney here. He's going to be in the passenger seat alongside James Courtney in a modern Gen 3 supercar. Really looking forward to hearing what Gunther has to say about his experience. So that is not too far away, but at the moment we are cleaning up that oil spillage. I saw there's quite an oil trail there. You can see on the live stream the marshals, the officials, doing a great job at soaking it up, putting the powder down on the circuit to soak up all of the moisture. The Lancia is back on the back of the tow truck, and that should make its way back to the paddock almost imminently. Unfortunately though, that looks like a major engine failure, and I doubt very much whether we will see that car back out on the racetrack for the remainder of the weekend. That was the number 4 machine out there. So a real shame for Trent Brand. 74 Stratos. Lots of history in that thing, but unfortunately coming to a halt. Great drone footage showing the overhead shots of the car going back onto the truck. But yeah, down in the Grand Marquee at the moment, we've got the auction. What's up next in the Grand Marquee? Drive to Survive chat with Liam Lawson. So Liam's off the track, and he's going to be down in the Grand Marquee to have an interview with Charlie Barlow. That's scheduled to take place at 2:15, so 8 minutes time. If you want to hear what Liam Lawson has to say, go down to the Grand Marquee now. 8 minutes time, as we say. I'm sure the auction will be filling up at the moment.
And there's a bit of an irony there, Dan, because you reckon that Liam Lawson's going to talk about Drive to Survive, and he's followed by Gunther Steiner, and I think his book was called Survive to Drive.
Because he's an icon from that very show, Drive to Survive, absolutely. Yep. Real star is Gunther, just for his personality, the way he talks. He's a bit of old school. Old school communicator is Gunther, and
calls a spade.
Exactly.
And
but a really nice guy as well. Really nice guy as well. So, as we say, a bit more old school in that sense, and loved not only by people in this country but around the world. And there was a bit of uproar when he was let go by Haas a couple of months ago. But brilliant to have the former Haas F1 team principal down here in Adelaide. And Crofty will be making an appearance this time tomorrow. He'll be around in the Grand Marquee doing interviews himself. And David Croft never before been to Adelaide, and he's very much looking forward to that. And he's got a event at the Arkabar Hotel just down the road from me. You can almost see it from the drone shot. In fact, I think you can. It's just a case of pointing out which one it is. So the Arkabar Hotel, he's doing a good chat, talking to people about Formula One, and it's going to be a great evening by the sounds of it. So if you haven't got your tickets for that, an evening with David Croft tomorrow evening after event has concluded here in Adelaide. We can see the different side of the Adelaide CBD. It just shows how close it comes to this venue, doesn't it? All of those buildings. That's Hutt Street around there where the supercars join back on, but yeah, really showing the sparse of the Adelaide CBD. And the parkland's actually looking in remarkably good shape, considering that we just had a 40-degree week, which would have parched any grass. But look, it's looking good, and it's just a privilege to be surrounded by parkland in your city. You know, they're all harvesting carbon, those trees, and putting oxygen back into the atmosphere and doing all the right things. So that red Lancia Stratos that you saw on the tilt tray, by the way, was a replica. And the other one that was going around in the Alitalia livery was one of Jerry's cars, and that is the real deal. So that was a 2.5 litre Ferrari V6. The one that just had a little mechanical misfortune was a 308 Ferrari V8. And of course, Lancia Stratos, very much a part of the modern replica car build these days. There's a number of organisations that will build you a brand new replica of a Stratos. You can choose your engines. Probably an Alfa Romeo 2.5 or 3 litre V6 would be a good choice, all alloy. But yeah, there are a number of organisations doing that kind of work now, as we see Heritage Touring Cars, I believe. You are correct there, Nick. Yes, Heritage Touring Cars heading out onto the racetrack for their second session of the day. They were just at the end, just their session was finishing when the live stream started. If you missed the start of the live stream, yes, this is the Heritage Touring Cars Group C and Group A era touring cars out on the circuit, weaving left and right, warming up the tyres. They're getting ready for a race by the looks of it. Weaving left and right on the start-finish straight, trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible. They don't want to launch into turn number 1 with no tyre temperature and spear off the racetrack. You can only make yourself look a fool on lap 1. As Jim Richards would say, you can't win it on lap 1, but you sure can lose it. So, good era this. Very good era. And look, there's people you'll meet who they either were fans of the Group A era or they lamented that, you know, V8s and Holden and Ford were the thing. And a lot of people enjoyed the fact that all the new manufacturers came on board, and we were looking at cars that were raced in Europe, and we seemed to be more aligned with what was going on in the rest of the world. That's right. BMW, the Nissans, of course, the Ford Sierras. It was a real good era, and I guess I say that because my son was growing up at that time, and you know, having his first interest in motorsport, and he loved it. Like Sierras for him were just the go-to car, and they were a bit of a crazy car. A Cosworth Sierra. They apparently sort of doubled their horsepower like a light switch when you press the throttle. They were sort of all or nothing. When the turbo came in, the turbo well and truly comes in a Ford Sierra, absolutely. But you mentioned Ford Sierras, of course, and the world stage. World Touring Cars came to Bathurst in 1987. They came to play the Schnitzer Sierras, causing the International Sierras causing a lot of controversy that year, and several months down the line what happened, but Peter Brock has inherited the victory on that day, and what was a wild day at the mountain. That is for sure one of the very best 1000s, but yes, after several weeks it was decided that those two Sierras from Europe would be disqualified, and that Peter Brock, in what would eventually be his final Bathurst 1000 victory, his 9th and final victory at the mountain. So much history in touring car racing, and that was the first year, 1987, when the Chase was introduced. It was introduced because the World Touring Cars came down under, so pretty cool piece of history. So you've got to make sure that the fuel in your drums meets the regulations, because otherwise you might come unstuck after the event. And if you're running a turbocharged car that's being pushed to the max, why wouldn't you want some really good fuel? So that's the Alan Grice Tirana hatchback. Would be an A9X. Just going around with the Craven Mild livery. Gee, some real good liveries coming back. We can also, you can't see it on screen yet, but there is also the JPS Black BMW Coupe, the 635.
and as we said, really, really good days. There's one of the Sierra Turbo. Now, who was that? I don't know whose car that would have been back in the day, but it's a good example there. These cars, of course, highly stressed, and it was not unusual for the Sierra to do a head gasket early in a race because just so much boost going into them and stressing those engines, which were a 2-litre car. In fact, the Ford Sierra in England early on was really referred to as a reps car. It was a pretty everyday driver kind of thing, and then Cosworth got hold of it and turned it into this fire-breathing monster. You can see on screen now the Mark I bubble-arched Escort of Josh Axford, a local guy, South Australian. Went to Phillip Island for the classic meeting last weekend and won 5 out of 5. You can't do any better than that. That's a 1600 BDA engine. Josh does all the preparation on it himself. The car is faultlessly prepared and immaculately presented. And he just keeps doing this. I have seen him win and win and win in that car, and which gives me a warm feeling because it's an Escort, but also there's nothing like the sound of a BDA at full noise. We've got a Tirana here that's decided enough is enough.
That's the Graham Whincup Tirana coming to a halt. That is the father of Jamie Whincup.
Yep, and that's a Harrop Whincup combination. That would have been pretty good. With a one of the Benson and Hedges BMWs just coming into view. What a successful car they were. I think Tony Longhurst, one of the punters of those at the time.
That's actually a Longhurst Benson and Hedges car alongside Johnny Chicotto. They finished 4th at the Bathurst 1000 in 1992, the legendary race with Jim Richards, and of course that car is here this weekend. It looks like the cars are coming, heading around slowly, the recovery vehicle out there. Unlike all the other cars that have come to a halt on the racetrack so far today, Graham Whincup unfortunately not able to get it off the racetrack, so cars have come to pretty much a halt, tootling around there at the moment. Just while we quickly tow Graham Whincup off the circuit.
And he's very conveniently parked next to the Adelaide, South Australia start-finish line, so the tourism board will be very, very happy about that. got their promotional media well organised for that one.
Two legendary drivers at the helm of this car back in the day, Bob Jane and John Harvey, finished 4th in the 75 Bathurst 1000. So this car, built in 74, finished 4th in the great race the following year. It's been completely restored back to its original racing condition by Graham Whincup and Ron Harrop. So yeah, that's brilliant. And look, the Ford SuperVan has made its way down to the Grand Marquee, and that means, and we can see Charlie Barlow setting up the chairs for herself, and Liam Lawson will be joining her in a matter of seconds to talk all things Formula One at the moment. He is a man in the spotlight. So many people, particularly after what Ollie Behrman did in Saudi Arabia last weekend, stepping in and getting points on debut for Ferrari, replacing the very unwell Carlos Sainz. Yeah, everyone is saying those two drivers, Liam Lawson and Ollie Behrman, need to be given a Formula One seat next year at the very, very latest. So fingers crossed both of those drivers are on the grid. We can just see the car being towed off the race circuit. I believe Jack Perkins is down there, and I think he's got a familiar face.
Well, Gunther Steiner, fantastic to have you here in Adelaide. Tell me, you're about to go for a hot lap experience with an old Jaguar test driver in James Courtney. How are you feeling ahead of that one?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. It's a fantastic event here, and it's very nice to be here. Yeah, it's some of the things when I was asked a few weeks ago to come here, I said, yes, I'm coming. And then I said, oh, are you okay to go in with James? And I said, yeah, sure. I mean, I haven't seen James for a long time. I mean, he was the test driver and development driver at Jaguar in the early 2000s. And then obviously he came back here to win championships here. So it's really look forward to it.
What do you know about the Adelaide Motorsport Festival? You enjoying the event so far?
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic to see that there is so many fans here in this city which love what is put on the table for them, you know. And the weather, it's a little bit hot, but it's better hot than cold and rainy. So it's very good atmosphere here. The people, they love it. And when I see people which love what they see, I enjoy myself as well.
This year, they're giving you the microphone in Formula One. You're going to be doing this sort of stuff. How are you feeling like that?
I will never be as good as you, you know. So, I'm feeling good about it. I did a race for the German TV in Bahrain. You know, it's something seeing out to the other side. It's a new experience, and, why not?
We hope James Courtney doesn't scare you too much, mate. When we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Awesome to have Gunther here, and I agree. Yeah, Jack does do quite a good job at what he does, doesn't he, down there in the lane? But yeah, Gunther, very impressed with what he has seen here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival so far. And why wouldn't he be? I mean, look at the amount of fans that are here, as he says. They've come out in their droves here today. That is for certain. Under these sunny blue skies. We'll talk a bit more about the history of James Courtney and Gunther. Gunther was at the Jaguar team back in those, Gunther was at the Formula One team at the same time James Courtney was testing for Jaguar in Formula One. Many people have forgotten that James Courtney was a very, very good Formula One test driver back in the day, and yeah, testing for Jaguar. But then, after a couple of incidents, decided to return to Australia, and the rest, they say, is history. In the mid-noughties, came back and has gone on to do very, very, very good things in the Supercars Championship, winning the championship in 2010, and he's still as competitive as ever with now the Blanchard Racing team this year. As we see, the Graham Whincup car, unfortunately, has not been able to be towed away. It's going to have to go on the flatbed. Jack Perkins is, not Jack Perkins, Charlie Barlow is chatting to Liam Lawson. He has arrived. So while there's a break in proceedings, we'll go down and see what Liam has to say about the event so far.
There was obviously a lot going on, but it was an incredible experience, obviously, to do my first race. The main target was just not to crash the car, honestly, the way the conditions were. And to basically get through, because I knew that there was potential I'd be doing Monza the week after, so we wanted to use it as like a test session, and thankfully we got through the race.
Well done. Hands together. Under duress, everyone. There's no way if I could absolutely do that. But sorry to embarrass you straight off the bat. Like, that was pretty mean, wasn't it?
I don't even know how you know that.
I have my spies. Anyway, let's talk about the rise, because, none of this comes easy. Absolutely not. And I feel like I'm so privileged because I've had a bit of a front row seat to fellow Kiwi drivers like Matthew Payne. And, I actually had a chat to Ronan Murphy yesterday as well, and Ryan Wood has obviously just graduated from Super 2 through to Supercars, where that's my world, and they're your mates. You grew up with them, and funny enough, quick story, I ended up on a road trip from Auckland to Taupo with Matt Payne. He was my Uber driver because our flight got cancelled. And we're driving around, and Matt Payne, if anyone knows who he is, he's very tall, very lanky, and everyone calls him Clifford the Big Red Dog because he's a lovely man, lovely boy, I should say. He's 21.
He's a man.
He's a man, yeah. But look, it's quite a surprise that he's allowed to walk around unsupervised. Because he's just a little bit, he's so nice and so lovely, but he's just...
He's all over the place, Matthew.
I was trying to be polite. But the reason why I say it is because we were driving around, Auckland, and he said, it's so crazy coming back here. This is my hometown. He's obviously back there all the time, but what goes through his mind when he's going through his hometown is those times when, there might have been people that was telling him that he was dreaming too big. And people that were saying, you'll never make it. What are you talking about? And he mentioned yourself as well, that, there were people back in the day that just didn't believe in you. But it's now nice, as Matthew said, to come back and go, you know what? I never listened to that, and I made it on my own terms. So how do you feel about that?
I mean, I grew up with Matthew, so we went to preschool together. So I've known him since I was like 2-3 years old, and he's kind of the reason I got into go-kart racing, because my family didn't come from a racing background. So I went and watched him do his first go-kart race at like 6 years old, And that was when I knew that I had to do this. And so we basically grew up go-kart racing together. And obviously it's hard to make in motorsport, especially from New Zealand. So it's something we both dealt with a lot growing up. Is obviously it's not ideal, but obviously quite a lot of negativity around trying to go big and things like that. And yeah, I'm sure he had probably had it a lot as well growing up. But I guess when you're set on something, you don't really care what people say. So it's pretty cool. He's obviously made it now in supercars. I was watching his race in Adelaide. Obviously here last year, I was in Abu Dhabi in a hotel room watching it. So it was obviously cool to see him, and I'm excited to see how he goes this year as well.
And yourself, with your own mindset, to get to Formula One, it is the pinnacle. Like, how do you keep yourself just going and going and going when, you've had massive success like we see last year, and then this year it's obviously a different story for you?
Yeah, I think it's different. Obviously, I always imagined what it would be like to be in Formula One, and now obviously I know what it's like because I've driven. So maybe it makes it harder. Obviously, I want to be in there full time, so working towards that. But I think just knowing how rare the opportunity is, knowing how big it is, obviously maybe it's frustrating at times, but I guess I have to remind myself that.
So we're going to have Gunther coming up very shortly, but I want to hear from you the behind the scenes of Formula One. Who's maybe not as nice as we might think they are?
I think people would probably be surprised who is more nice than they think.
Nicely done.
I'm going to do that rather than the negative. Max Verstappen is actually away from the car, a very, very nice guy, and a really genuine person. Obviously, he's very committed and competitive when he's driving. But away from that, he's really nice. So when I first stepped in Zandvoort, he was really nice, really open to talk and sort of give advice. Obviously, he was pretty comfortable at that point. He was winning the championship by a country mile, but he's obviously, extremely competitive. Even when he'd won the championship and things weren't going right, he's obviously gets pretty heated about it. But away from the car, he's actually a really, really nice guy.
That's awesome. And who's the funniest? Who cracks you up? You can say yourself.
No, it's not me.
Oh, okay.
I would say... Daniel's a pretty funny guy.
Yeah.
I would say Daniel out of the car is pretty entertaining. Yuki as well. They're probably a combination of them two together. They're pretty entertaining. But I grew up racing. I say grow up. I raced Yuki from when I was like 16, 17 years old. So I've known him for a while.
He always says that, he learned, along with Gunther as well, learned a lot of his English from, being at the pub or online.
It's the worst, honestly. Working with racing teams is the worst way to learn your English because the vocabulary is, it's terrible.
So let's get to know Liam Lawson away from the track. What do you enjoy? Obviously motorsport is a massive part of your life, but how do you unwind from it? How do you kick back and just, relax?
I played guitar since I was a kid, so I basically play guitar sometimes. Pretty generic stuff. I do like a little bit of gaming as well. I've just started a YouTube channel as well, so now I'm trying to become a YouTuber.
Plug it. What's your handle? Tell everyone.
Oh, it's Liam Lawson.
Liam Lawson, YouTube. Perfect.
Give me a subscribe on YouTube, thank you. Other than that, I'd say probably spend most time, honestly, playing guitar, like jamming out with friends, especially when I come home.
That's fantastic. And we need to talk about Drive to Survive because you are in the current season that is rolled out. And Drive to Survive, how has that changed your life? If you feel like you can't walk down the street now?
I think it's definitely obviously changed things for me. I think it's good. It gives a pretty good behind the scenes of what goes on. And it's turns, it has probably turned, not myself, but some of the drivers more into sort of celebrities rather than athletes, honestly. It's weird. When I watched, obviously the latest season came out, and I played it off the whole 2 months leading up to it. I played it off like I didn't care, and then 2 days before I was honestly panicking about how it was going to look, because honestly they leave you mic'd up and you do an interview, and then you just leave, and sometimes you forget it's on you, and you don't know who else is mic'd up, and it's yeah, it can be a bit sketchy sometimes. So, but obviously they do a good job at sort of showing what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, you were saying yesterday at the street party, yeah, sometimes you completely forget that someone else could be, yeah, having a microphone on them, and you might have that moment where you're like, oh God, what did I say?
You don't see like the camera guys either. They're just, sometimes you look around and some dude's hidden in the bush with his camera and he's just like looking at you and you don't know he's there. So, yeah, sometimes it's not ideal.
Fair enough. Well, Liam is going to stay for a signing session. It was a very quick Q&A, but we've got the queue over to the side there. If you haven't already queued up, I'm going to be brutally honest with you, it's very limited. It's 50 people. I wouldn't bother queuing up now. The boy that is walking towards there. I'm so sorry. No, we've got it limited to 50 people. The line is cut, but Liam will be back tomorrow as well. We thank you all for listening and enduring this heat. It's extremely hot.
If that dude, hey, if you're looking for a signature, you can come up. We can do it. We can do it now. Yeah.
Perfect.
That just shows the kind of guy that Liam Lawson is. A really genuine, nice guy. Saw that little kid, wanted to join the line, and Liam says, come up, buddy. That is really, really heartwarming to see. That's just, yeah, Liam, really nice guy. I had a very brief chat to him yesterday. He's really happy to be here and really looking forward to driving all of the vehicles that he is. He is possibly the busiest man here. He's in 3 different categories. He's out on the track almost every minute. And if he's not on the track, he's in the Grand Marquee with Charlie Barlow.
So right. And yeah, it was a lovely gesture of Liam's to say, no, I can do that. That's okay. I can handle it. And look, probably the king of that, the guy who really started that whole thing, that the fans are the most important thing, was Peter Brock.
Major lock-up off the track at the final corner right in front of us. And now he's spun going back on. Oh, and there's a moment further back as well. One of the HSV cars getting all crossed up over the curb. It's all happening in front of the commentary box. Got a brilliant view from where we are.
We got a little bit too good a view there, Dan. Yes. I thought he was going to join us in the commentary box for a minute. I just watched that taking place because I was wondering which way to run. But yeah, Peter Brock, you know, always got time for the fans. And of course, who was Brocky a mentor of? Craig Lowndes. And he's displayed that again today. Just so accessible, and the fans are the most important thing. And looks like Liam is going to follow in those footsteps. That I've always got time for fans.
Absolutely, absolutely, really, really nice to see. And yeah, his YouTube channels are really popular because it really just show what he's like as a person. It's just his day-to-day stuff. He loves his cars, loves modifying them, hotting them up. He's got a few projects in the works. He's a real car guy, loves to fiddle with the mechanical side of things. It's really cool to see.
And he's a guitar player too. He's one of my mobs, so he's just gone up in my estimation as well. No, that's good to hear. And look, you need something like that when your day-to-day activity is in such a fast lane. You need something that you can just go and be completely in that space, just get away from it.
It's all action. I just saw the Tony Longhurst car pull over. There it is on the side. There's a late braking move from the 888 car as well. So there's cars all over the place at the moment, doing all sorts of weird and wild things out there on the circuit. They're pushing 110% in this session. It's Andrew O'Connell in the AU Falcon that's come to a stop in the Castrol, as I say, Tony Longhurst car. We're looking here at the Mark Scaife machine. There's Lawson continuing to get through that very long line of autographs, photos that he is taking, but really great to see him giving so much time to the fans here this weekend. And he's very much looking forward to the Grand Prix. Oh, big slide behind as well. That was the 1995 Holden VS Commodore, driven by Troy Kelly. And here comes the ex-Bernard car, Chris Murden at the wheel of this one. Chris Murden's also brought a 1996 British touring car.
He has, Peugeot 406.
Yep.
Yeah, Chris, a very seasoned racer in South Australia. And I actually know a lot of the guys who crewed for him back in the day. They're all still good mates, so it must have been a really good camaraderie back there.
Yeah, you say, you know, he's been around for so many years. He was involved and taken part in the very first Adelaide 500 way back in 1999. So he still continues to drive in V8 touring cars and Super 3 and the like, those lower tier supercar categories, just for a bit of fun. And that's why he's here out there this weekend. Once again, he was here last year, and I'm sure he will be here for years to come. It's the Richard Wills car once again. Not quite firing out the corner as quick as you'd expect, and Spurden will have to take evasive action on pit straight. Here's the 1995 EL Falcon that we saw just before have a bit of a Larry moment. That's the ex-Kevin Waldock Komatsu Falcon. Former Waldock team manager Greg Zink have been in contact with the team and giving his thoughts. It's got so much history there, that particular machine. It's been used in sports sedans and all sorts of things, so real history, that car, not just in V8s but in the lower categories, including sports sedans as well. And here it is, the bright yellow machine. He's got two faster, newer machines behind him, Chris Merden and the number one Rick Kelly car. Oh, that's going to be awkward. I don't think Chris has any idea the HSV car's there. No. Fortunately, there's no concrete wall there, and the HSV of Ben Eggleston could just pull out of the way and not find himself in an accident there. But thank goodness no concrete walls. That was a bit sketchy on the back straight.
They, like I said, sometimes I think they forget to tell when it's not a race.
No, they did in the driver's briefing. I was there for multiple of them yesterday. I can tell you, Nick, doing a bit of documentation stuff behind the scenes yesterday. It was mentioned on many occasions, it's not a race. They stress that over and over and over again.
You can take the driver out of the race.
You can't take the race. It's absolutely. It's the Smurden. Smurden now comes into the, or not into the lane, but comes to a stop. So maybe a mechanical issue for the AU Falcon. That's a shame, because it's a great vehicle, really iconic livery.
Jed Parrish slowing down there too, maybe just to let the other car through.
Yeah, I think so. And the 51 machine, that's Peter Ziveris at the wheel of that one, and he's also going slow. Has the checkered flag come out? I'm trying to see from the comms box. I can see a checkered flag, so maybe a couple of people just haven't noticed it. So most of them have, which is good news. There's the 888 car of Andrew O'Connell, who also had a bit of a scare in that session, formerly driven by Craig Baird and Mark Noske. And look at this. We can see down on the grid, this is James Courtney and his passenger, Gunther Steiner, former Haas boss. Jack spoke to him not that long ago, and Gunther is ready now. He is going to be out in just a matter of moments. As soon as these cars are pulled off or come off the circuit, Chris Merden will have to be potentially pulled off, and then James, JC and Gunther will head out.
The conversation in there would be something like, remember when you were my boss and you were doing my performance review? Well, here's your payback. No, I don't think there'd be any of that. I think they've got a great relationship and obviously enjoyed working together.
Yes, absolutely. They certainly did, just from what I've heard from the two over the last couple of days. They're very keen to be here, both first-timers at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. JC is really loving it. Wouldn't it be great to see James Courtney in a Formula One car next year? As we say, you know, that's why he's in that car alongside Gunther. It's because he is the former Jaguar test driver of the Jaguar Formula One test driver when Gunther was there at the team. So wouldn't it be great to see James Courtney, former Formula One test driver, drive a Formula One car here?
It would be terrific.
It'd be great to if we could make that possible for 2025. Hard to think we're already looking ahead at 2025. I'm looking forward to seeing what this event can do. We've gone bigger and better this year, and I'm sure we'll do much the same. Not quite enough lock on a couple of these old supercars to bring him back into the lane. I think there is enough lock. They've just not quite made the corner.
Didn't quite position it
correctly. No, absolutely not. So that's Troy Kelly.
That's what handbrakes are for you. So.
Yes, I think you might be right. Oh no, sorry, that's the EL Falcon. Sorry, Chad Parrish, not Troy Kelly. I referred to that as Troy Kelly on a number of occasions, and I think I even said it was the VS Commodore, so I apologise profusely for that. I can't get my words out. It's getting quite late in the afternoon now.
Yep.
It's nearly 3 o'clock local time.
Calling too many race cars.
There he is, Mr. Steiner.
He looks a little bit, there's a look of consternation there, isn't there? I think there's a little bit, just a little bit concerned.
I bet you he's never even, never been around this racetrack. He wouldn't know which way James is going to go. He's just going to be flung from side to side around the Mustang.
I suspect there might be a few doughies thrown in.
I'd imagine so. I would certainly imagine so.
There might be a few harmless hijinks, don't you think?
JC was certainly indicating that might be the case when he was interviewed by Jack a few minutes ago. So we'll see. He says 3 or 4 hot laps, and then we'll see what sort of show JC can put on. Of course, last year, Bottas, when he was out there on the track with Craig Lowndes, he put on a hell of a show, sliding around all over the place. I don't think he quite performed donuts, but he certainly was sliding the car, particularly at the hairpin just in front of us. The Bernard car of Chris Murden is being taken away. That's Matt Koch there on the left side, taking some good shots of James Courtney. He is Speed Cafe's F1 correspondent. He goes to all of the races. He's actually an Adelaide local. Went to school at Urbray, much like myself.
Yeah.
And yes, he's done very well for himself in media. Now working for Speed Cafe as their correspondent, flying around the world. Pretty cool job that he has, and he's really happy to be back here. And he's really been pushing this event, talking to people in F1 paddocks over the year, mentioning the Motorsport Festival, really trying to get it out in the F1 paddock. So I have to thank Matt for what he's done as well, and also what he's written about the event for speedcafe.com as well.
That comes back to the Ambassadors Club, Dan.
Does.
That so many of these fellows are a part of now. And
he isn't, but he's doing a good job at doing that.
He's an honorary ambassador for the club. He is, and these guys are all doing their best to promote the future of the event around the world. They're doing a great job. I mean, we've got Roland Dane, we've got Andy Higgins, we've got Bottas, Vern Schuppen. It's a pretty good list.
Yeah.
Stephen Johnson.
No, Jet Johnson, not Stephen. Jet Johnson.
Jet Johnson.
Stephen's son, so grandson of Dick.
I thought Stephen was in it as well, but I could be wrong. But it is a good list, and all these people networking in their various areas of motorsport, and just helping to grow the event and increase the draw cards for following years.
That's right, absolutely correct there. And we've got to say, if you are tuning in around the racetrack, listening into us talking to you about all things on the racetrack, if you are having to leave early for any reason or you can't make it tomorrow, tune in to the live stream on Speed Cafe, on their socials, Facebook and YouTube. But here we go. This is what a lot of people have been looking forward to. James Courtney driving a modern V8 supercar, a modern Supercars Championship Gen 3 Mustang with Gunther Steiner in the passenger seat. As you said just before, Nick, Gunther was his boss at Jaguar when James was the test driver at the F1 team, but really cool, sort of roles reversed. It's James showing Gunther the way to go here this afternoon as the car flings around the back section of the course through the tight section, and there it is, the green flag. Let's see how much JC is going to push. I know JC, he's going to be pushing hard. 2 wheels over the curb at the penultimate turn, flings it in nice and early on the power, just doing a couple of real hot flyers to start with. You can see a few people arriving in the stand at the back to watch this. Drone footage showing the speed that the car gets to as it heads towards centre chicane. Flick left, flick right, using all of the curb. Then got to get it stopped hard down into the braking zone. The right-hander and up the hill. You can see the gradient from that shot actually. Just how steep it is out of that corner. Really hard to get the traction down. But JC said it's hard for him to get used to going right after the centre chicane and not left. The first time he nearly went the wrong direction. I mean, he's been driving this layout, or the other layout I should say, since 2006 when he replaced Marcus Ambrose as a full-time Stone Brothers racing driver. Of course, Marcus went over to do great things in NASCAR, and then JC came in 2006 to take his place alongside Russell Lingle at that team. A great era of supercars racing, but let's look at what we can see right now on the racetrack. It is JC, James Courtney, 2010 Supercars champion, and alongside him, Gunther Steiner, former Haas F1 team principal. He's so enthusiastic. We heard from him just before, didn't we, Nick? He's really happy to be here and really enjoying himself. And when he was asked, I was in the office that day, when he was asked, do you want to be a passenger in a V8 supercar? He could not say yes fast enough.
I think he's the type of guy that just seizes the moment and he enjoys whatever is involved in this. He's not going to die not knowing. He'll be a part of it and he'll engage fully. He doesn't want to be a spectator, he wants to be part of it.
Absolutely, and a part of it he very much is.
He's a part of it now, whether he likes it or not.
As well, Gunther will be in the Grand Marquee. He's literally going to be jumping straight out of this car, and at 3 o'clock he'll be in the Grand Marquee. They're just moving the SuperVan at the moment, so that will be moved out of the way. And then Gunther will be in the Grand Marquee if you are at the venue. So if you make your way down there now, he will be about 10 to 15 minutes away, will Gunther Steiner. And here's James putting on a show on the outside of the final turn, putting down a lot of 11s in a donut formation. And now on the racetrack as well, he's really throwing it around, is JC. He was great, had great celebrations back in the day. He'd always jump on the roof and do the old Frank the Tank impersonation on the roof, JC. He always loved a good celebration, and he's bringing it in the lane. Fantastic. How good was that? James Courtney driving Gunther Steiner around the Adelaide Parkland circuit. And look, everyone's straight away making their way away from the fence, and I know exactly where they're going. They're heading straight to the Grand Marquee to see what Gunther has to say.
To see why he wrote a book called Survive to Drive after that, after James Courtney's just written his girlfriend's name in rubber on the tarmac.
Yes. That's one of the topics, actually, of the interview with Charlie Barlow. They're going to talk about that book. It's going to be a pretty unfiltered and honest chat down there, just about all things Formula One, his time at the Haas F1 team, and what he's been up to in the last few months as well. So, yeah, I could look at everyone. They're leaving all of the vantage points and making their way down to the Grand Marquee. So that will be packed to the rafters and much more. I don't even think you'll be able to see Gunther if you haven't got there already. I reckon it's going to be packed.
It will. He's got an enormous fan base, fantastic reach all around the world. And we were discussing, Dan, we're not sure if he has actually written a new book. We believe he has, but we couldn't find it. But Survive to Drive goes back
last year.
More, I think.
Here we go.
Speaking of last year, I can't believe that you reckon it's 2010 that James Courtney won the championship.
I don't reckon I know the
14 years.
I know the famous Homebush incident on the Saturday. He's in the fence. They're both in the fence. They're all in the fence, as Mark Scaife called it. And James Courtney took the championship the very following day. And there's our man Jack down there, just getting a quick chat in with Gunther. And I'm sure we will be having that interview that we can see being filmed now.
Point on the straight.
Oh, there you go, you can hear it.
But when you go through it on the curves, it's cool.
He's talking through turn 1 and 2. Were you going full beans then, James, or what?
I may have been auditioning, so but no, it's fun. It's fun anytime you can drive one of these cars and really show someone, how cool they are. For us, you get so used to it, and everything slows down. So it's nice to see someone get in and have a good time and really experience that speed. And here is such a good ride, like Gunther was saying, through 1 and 2, and you with all the curb, and then you're pulling it up and hard to the right. So it's definitely a fun ride. Did some doughies as well, so they're always a good time.
Got smoked out inside, but anyway, it was good, yeah.
I got to ask you, Gunther, when they race here in supercars, 2 hours length, what do you think the temperature would be like sitting in there for 2 hours?
Yeah, pretty hot, but first of all, they are trained athletes, I always say. I need to be a little bit brutal to them, but I think also when you are racing, you forget about it. You think on your race. Obviously, I think you feel it more when the race is finished. All of a sudden, wow, I'm actually drained. But when you're under adrenaline, you can do a lot of things, and that's what most of these guys do.
Did you see him in the rear vision mirror? Did you let him change gears? Tell us about the experience.
He was so focused on what was going on. I was waving in front of his face, didn't even see my hands. But
no, I didn't want to change gears. I didn't want to mess the gearbox up, you know.
Tomorrow Gunther's going to drive.
So there you go. Gunther might have a drive tomorrow. Thank you, guys. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thanks for doing it all. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Thanks for doing it. Thank you, James.
Absolutely fantastic. Gunther absolutely loved that by the look of it. You can't wipe the smile off his face, beaming from ear to ear. Fantastic to see an F1 personality enjoying our supercars as much as that.
Yeah, absolutely right. And as we said, he doesn't want to be a spectator, he wants to be a part of it. So
but didn't want to change the gears when James offered him the gearbox. He said it's yours to change, and Gunther goes, no.
No, the team boss doesn't want to break the gearbox. That's what happens. So as we're out following these prototypes around now, and we talked about these earlier, that these cars come from manufacturers right around the globe. Czech Republic, Italy, England, America. It's a really growing formula globally, and look, the term budget motor racing is a contradiction in terms, but it probably is one of the more affordable, easier to budget formulas that you can take on. A lot of these guys run in what you would call a arrive and drive situation. So these teams like Jam Motorsport, who we saw out in the Porsche earlier, Aaron Steer he'll prepare your car. He'll have a whole bunch of guys in the workshop prepare it before you arrive, and then on the weekend that you're racing, he will have one or two guys dedicated to your car for the weekend, and they will make sure that you're ready for every race. They'll even go through the data with you, and so you can analyse your driving if you want. And it's just a way that you can get involved without having all the time in the world. Maybe you're a top executive and you're time poor. You work and work and work, but you can still do this. Just arrive, everything's ready for you. Enjoy the experience, and then pack up and go home. So we've got a lot of cars out there. We've got the Radicals, which were constructed in England. Started with the SR3 that was brought into Australia by Radical Australia. And one of the interesting things about Radicals when they first came out was that they had a clutch pedal and brake pedal for the passenger. And that was because the passenger was we just had an off down outside our commentary box on the hairpin, but he's gathered it up, that's okay. It's just a flash wound. And so the idea was that the instructor could sit in the car with you and he could tutor you as to the finer points of what you were doing. And the reason for that is that these cars are light, they have very good power because they started out based on motorcycle engines and then got faster and faster and faster, but they had enormous aerodynamic grip. So at a track like Eastern Creek, Sydney Motorsport Park, you'd go into turn 1 at 200 kilometres an hour and you don't back off because the aero is such that the car is glued down on the road. So these are big steps to take in a learning curve, even if you've driven an old classic car or you drove a Formula V or something like that. So you're not used to this kind of aero, and so it's a whole learning curve, and Radical were at the forefront of that. They went on to build bigger engines, and then the SR8, which was a V8, and then they got joined by the Praga, the Oscar, the Wolf and the West. So these cars are coming from all over the world, Italy, Czech Republic, and now very quick cars. Some of them running 2-litre SR20 turbo motors, Renault 2-litre motors. There's a whole plethora of drivetrain choices that you can have. Some still run sequential gearboxes like a motorcycle. Others have gone for an upgrade to that. So there's plenty that you can take part of. And as we said earlier, motorsport is never cheap, but you can buy one of these cars from a starting point of around about $50,000 used, and there's plenty of them to look at if you go to My 105, the place where all the race cars are for sale, and you see that there's actually a lot of choices out there to get involved in this kind of motorsport. It's good because it's a very healthy formula, very healthy category. There is still a Radical Cup for a one-make series for Radicals, but there's also the Sports Prototype series of Australia, and I think Mark Lauke's out there, the former champion of that. John Paul Drake is also out there.
Yeah,
and
John Paul Drake, 2022 and 2023 Australian prototype champion. Sorry, Nick, I've just burst back into the office and interrupted you.
No, that's all right. You go right ahead, because I was scrambling for what year did John Paul Drake win. I knew Mark Lauke was earlier, but yeah, that's a very popular formula, and it's giving you a chance to race on multiple occasions throughout the year in different parts of the country. And as I said, it may suit you to arrive and drive.
Absolutely. Cars flying around. It looks like it's been a pretty eventful session from what I saw from outside of the commentary box. I saw a spinner at the last corner, and it looks like a couple of these guys are trying to spread themselves out around the hairpin at the moment before they blast their way back down the pit straight. In fact, the flag has come out, so I think they're trying to get back a bit of time on the schedule. That was certainly not the usual 15-minute session that we've become accustomed to so far today. So thanks for calling that one, Nick, by yourself. Very nicely done in that one. But yeah,
quite happy to hog the limelight every now and again, Dan. It's okay.
As we can we look to the schedule, it's going to be Invitational next, and Liam Lawson straight out of the Grand Marquee, straight back down into the Invitational pits. Now he's jumping behind the wheel of a Porsche 962, so he's already been a very busy man. And there is the supercar, and as we expected, that Grand Marquee is chock-a-block. Look, all the way aligned around, just people standing, trying to get a view of Gunther Steiner.
And this is what we've been saying about the weekend. Sure, it's great to watch the cars in action and hear them, but there is so much on in the Grand Marquee, and there's so much knowledge being shared that, gee, it's a tough call. I'd like to spend a lot of time in there. Tomorrow we've got Neil Bates and Alistair McRae talking about rallying. Today we've had Craig Lowndes telling you how to win Bathurst. There really is so much knowledge being passed on.
My friends in my family, I saw highlighted, they had both of the schedules and highlighted, oh well, we need to see that on the track, but we need to see that in the Grand Marquee. They've got two schedules, one for the on-track and one for the off-track, trying to work out what they can miss, where they can be. And a lot of people are like that because of the calibre of stars that are being interviewed down at the Grand Marquee this weekend. There you go. There is the V8 engine in the supercar. As I say, this is the spare Blanchard chassis. It was run down at Tailem Bend earlier on in the week. James drove that while his teammate Aaron Love, the rookie, the full-time rookie in the Supercars Championship, Aaron Love, had one of his rookie tests. So that was a useful test, I'm sure, for Aaron Love ahead of the Grand Prix next weekend. Of course, the Bathurst, first round at Bathurst, very different track to Albert Park. Tailem Bend in its style of layout is a bit more similar to Albert Park, more fast flowing. Yeah, Bathurst is fast and flowing over the top of the mountain, but it's a bit of a different fast and flowing track to Albert Park, isn't it, Nick?
Albert Park, I haven't had the pleasure, so I can't really comment on that one, but yeah, the tracks, they can be very, very different. I know that my son prefers Phillip Island very much over Bathurst. Just as much fun, but far more forgiving, he feels.
Controversial opinion, that one. Phillip Island over Bathurst.
Those concrete walls, they don't bend. And so, whereas Phillip Island, there's a fair bit of room to run off.
Certainly is.
But yeah, that's an argument that you wouldn't start in a bar, isn't it? Which track is better?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You'd say Phillip Island's the best permanent race circuit in Australia, Bathurst being technically a street circuit, but then do you choose this or do you choose Bathurst? But anyway, you can see the cars are lined up under the Pemrite Oils arch, and we have to say a big thank you to Pemrite Oils as a sponsor of the event again this year. They've been on board for a couple of years, and they have sponsored Supercars teams for many, many years. and at the moment sponsoring the Grove Racing organisation with Matt Payne, who Liam Lawson was talking about. They're great mates, those two, grown up in New Zealand together, racing in the Toyota Racing Series as it was known back then, together, or against each other even. Lawson has pursued the overseas career, Formula 2, Formula 3, and Formula 1. Meanwhile, Matt Payne has gone down the local route, the Australian route of V8 supercars. And of course, Matt Payne, in his debut season, finished the year with his maiden race victory right here on the streets of Adelaide last year. So that's pretty cool that both of them, the great mates, Kiwis, doing things on opposite side of the world, but doing equally as good job. So really cool that...
Talking about Penrite, we're going to have to prepare for 2 years' time when it's Penrite's 100th anniversary. Founded by Les Macaulay in 1926. So Penrite send oil from Australia to all over the world, to over 20 countries, right through Europe, Asia, North America. So that's a great association to have, and we're very proud to have them on board as part of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
Absolutely, there it is, the Mazda. We saw it out there earlier on today on the live stream, but also on the in hot laps and all sorts. It's been a busy car, this one. The Japanese driver. That was a great interview, wasn't it, with Charlie in the Grand Marquee. Hoshino, I mean, he was saying that that car back then was doing, what was it, 386 kilometres an hour on the Mulsanne Straight, but cars around it were doing over 400 kilometres an hour. You just can't comprehend that.
It was mind-blowing, wasn't it?
Oh, such a glorious era for endurance racing, and I'm so happy. I'm a massive endurance championship fan. Ask anyone who knows me, and it's so good to see so many manufacturers back in world endurance racing. Porsche, Ferrari, Peugeot, it just goes on and on. Lamborghini joining the grid this year, Alpine joining the grid this year. There's so many manufacturers in sports car racing. Cadillac, the list just goes on and on and on. And also Aston Martin have said that they're going to join in the recent future as well. So just we're spoilt for choice in endurance racing at the moment. Gunther looks like he is pretty much set to go.
He looks right at home there, doesn't he?
He does. He looks very comfortable, waving to fans.
Yep. Hi, fans.
Everyone's taking photos of him. Yep. All he'll be looking at is just lots of mobile phones raised up in the air. That's all he'll be seeing. But on track, we can see the Brabham VT62 on the left-hand side of the screen. And the car's going down into the Wakefield hairpin. And I think we might be crossing over live to the Grand Marquee very shortly.
Are you aware of this? Everybody bloody loves you.
Looks like or you paid these people. I don't know about that, no?
I don't get paid enough.
Voluntarily, without getting paid. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the welcome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, Gunther, we have to start with the question that when I told everyone, oh my gosh, guys, I've made it, I'm interviewing Gunther, they said, you have to ask this one question. Does he really swear that much in real life?
I do under pressure. Not under pressure. When I go racing, I get in the racing mode, and then that language starts. I will not swear here because there are young people as well, and I normally have got, they call it the switch, you know. I can switch it on and off how it is needed. And I know in these interviews I shouldn't be doing it, otherwise he wouldn't have me back.
You're in Australia.
That doesn't make it right, huh?
Oh, okay, fine. At least we all know where we stand. But of course, you skyrocketed to stardom, Drive to Survive. Now, as a team principal, that might not be something that you ever thought stardom would be part of that job. So, are you surprised by the Drive to Survive effect?
Absolutely. You know, when this series was done the first year, you know, nobody really knew what was going to happen, if it would be successful. Some of the teams didn't take part, and obviously they regretted it after the first year, and they couldn't wait to take part in the second year. But no, I didn't expect it. We just did what we did, and I didn't really care if I had a mic on or not. I think you saw that, you know, that because even if I want to act, I couldn't get it together like this. So for me, it was like, and then when it came out, the success was here, but it was not my plan, or not my plan for sure. Netflix had planned to be this successful, and they succeeded. But no, but it just ended up like this.
So how has it changed your daily life?
My personal daily life hasn't changed. I mean, no, I don't change anything. I'm just me. Obviously, when you walk around, a lot more people want a picture with me now than 7 or 8 years ago. That has changed a little bit. I get stopped more. But otherwise, I, as a person, didn't change. And, you know, people which know me since 30, 40 years, they can tell you I haven't changed. And I don't want to change. Why would I? I'm too old now for change.
And that's the thing, we wouldn't want you to change at all, would we, everyone? We love Gunther just the way he is.
Thank you.
You're so incredibly modest. It's so fantastic. I feel like I'm making you crane your neck, though, so I'm going to move forward slightly.
Yeah, so you want it to be seen.
No, I worry because I feel bad for everyone. You've got the back of my head. I'm so sorry. I'm so aware of, they want to see you, they don't want to see me, and that's perfectly fine. You've just got out of the car that is behind us, this incredible Mustang. I'm a Ford driver, so I love my Fords. Take us, JC or James Courtney, you were doing donuts at the hairpin. They were saying you were buzzing when you got out of the car. So talk us through what that experience was like.
I'm still, you know, it's not the heat, it's just the heat was in there. I still needs, still coming out now. It is, the experience of this is fantastic, you know. It's like we all think we can drive these racing cars. You see the skills of a driver, you see how good these cars are and how fast. When you're in it, I really enjoy to do these things, you know, to be in there. And there is one section in the on the racetrack where it's very fast and there is a twist in it, and there you actually feel, you know, I think, could I go through that speed? No, I would myself, you know, so I'm not going to do it, you know, so, but it's very nice. And then I got smoked out when he did the donuts in the end, you know, but no, I know that I'm privileged to be able to do these things, and I really appreciate these things, doing them.
It's so cool to have you here and to be able to give you these experiences as well. So yeah, give us your first impressions of this event. Like, I was here last year for the first time and it blew my mind, and now it is back another year and it's even bigger. So give us your first impression of everything.
Yeah, it's an event. When I was asked to come here, I knew it from last year because somebody approached me if I could come a week early, and I said, I just cannot do it with running a team. You don't have the time to do this. And when I was asked this year, and I knew I was coming to Melbourne as well, so I said, yeah, sure. I mean, I've got my wife with me, so we enjoy a few days here as well. I was told the wine isn't too bad in South Australia, you know, so I'm going to taste some of that one on Monday, but not today and not tomorrow. You know, I'll wait until Monday, but no, I didn't expect this big event, and I just realized it when I drove in this morning, and I was driven in this morning, how big it actually is. And then obviously seeing the outcome of all the people here is, I'm doing motorsport since the mid-80s, and I still get excited by people enjoying racing cars and fast cars. You know, this makes me happy if I see people which enjoy it, you know. Obviously, this is what I did my whole life, and I like to do it, and seeing that everybody enjoys himself. The weather is fantastic, so there's a lot of cars here. I mean, I couldn't believe when they drove me through the garage this morning how many of good, really good historic racing cars, current racing cars are here. So, you know, and I was told also the growth of the event from last year to this year is immense after it wasn't on the schedule for 5 years. So I must say, if I would be living in Adelaide or somewhere near, I would come to this event.
Fantastic. That's a very good endorsement. Yeah, hands together. Gunther loves Adelaide, loves AMF, and you'll probably take some wine recommendations.
Yeah, I got somebody who recommends me already, you know. Yeah.
Good. So everyone's got a good wine recommendation. Let me know, and I'll send it to Gunther. But you did just quickly talk about dedicating your life to motorsport. It's a lifelong passion. So let's head back to where it all started as a rally mechanic. So talk us through why you decided to pursue that path.
I don't know why I decided, but I liked racing cars since I was a child. You know where I come from. I come from north of Italy. There is no racing there, no car racing. I just always had a passion, and at some stage in my life I got the opportunity to go to Belgium to work as a mechanic for a rally team, and there where it all started. And in my early days when I came to Australia, it was Western Australia to Perth when the rally was on. and then for the Grand Prix in Melbourne, and then the first time here. But it's just one of these things. You start somewhere, you love it, you make the next step, you do the next job in racing, and it always came towards me. So I really enjoy, and I really appreciate that I can make a living out what I do. You know, it's like it's the best thing. I like to do this, and I can make a living. That's the best in my life.
Oh, fantastic. And I was interesting to read that then you progressed to being Director of Engineering for Colin McRae. And Colin McRae is the reason why I love motorsport. You know, I played the PlayStation game, which I know so many people know the Colin McRae PlayStation game. Yeah, so talk us through those times. That was just an amazing time.
Yeah, it was. I worked in Italy for a long time, and then at some stage, to move my career on, I had to move to the UK. I moved to the UK, and then was director of engineering at M Sport, which did the Ford Focus, where Colin was driving. I was told that Alistair McRae, his brother, is here somewhere. Yes. I would like to see him as well, because I haven't seen him since maybe 20 years. So I haven't seen James Courtney since 20 years. I met him here again, yes. And I will see maybe Alistair. But Colin is a legend, you know. I mean, he was the best of the best in rallying. Nobody can say that is not true, because he was just the talent the guy had was second to none. And you know, interesting character. I always got on very well with him, but for sure he was a character.
A character knows a character, don't they, Gunther? But yeah, thank you for mentioning JC, because of course I believe you were at Jaguar when he was testing and had his big crash. So for anyone who doesn't have the context, James Courtney did move over to the UK to pursue a Formula One dream. He had a humongous crash that, you know, he's very lucky to be alive. And then you were actually at Jaguar at the time.
Yeah, at the time I was the managing director of Jaguar Racing, and he was testing in Monza. I was not in Monza at the time, but he had a big crash because a suspension failure. I think it was in the rear, and you know, they called me up and said, James, the crash is not too bad. He's in the hospital, and you trust what you hear. But now going back, it wasn't this minor of a crash. It was quite a big one, and I think he dealt with the consequences for a while. But again, when I saw him today, I haven't seen him since then. And that was, I think it was 2002 or 2003, something like this, you know. So it was amazing. It was just like, for me, it was like it was yesterday. And I said, in the end, we both got out good of this. He won a championship. He made he has got a good life here in Australia, racing cars, which I think was his dream of his life as well. So it was quite a good reunion. And then sitting with him in a V8 supercar to do a few laps. What more can you wish for after 20 years of not seeing somebody?
Yeah, absolutely. And he hasn't aged at all, which is quite annoying about James Courtney. He still looks the same as when he won that championship a few years ago. So I always ask him what his secret is, but he won't tell me. Now, I was actually reading an article today, part of your column for Formula One, and you stated that you'd stayed too long at Haas. So let's move on to that chapter of your life. But yeah, please explain. Why do you feel that way?
When you are out, once I left Haas F1 beginning of the year, you start to reflect a little bit more, and you just see things a lot more clear than when you're in the drill to go racing. When you're under pressure, you want to do the best for the team, to keep on going, and there was just not the commitment there from the ownership to want to do this. I always tried, but at some stage you should say it isn't working out, because my dream is not to be 7 to 8 in life. My dream is to go on the podium, and if it becomes not realistic anymore and you see it, but you say, I know it will happen anyway, you believe yourself, because I'm a believer. For me, the glass is always half full, not half empty, you know. Keep on going, and then, but once you're out, you see it clear and said, hey, I should have done this before, because maybe it would have been better, not only for me, for other people as well. But I have no regrets what I've done. It's just a thought about it. I'm not bitter about it or nothing, you know. It's just life, and you analyze what you did, and if it happens again to me, I learn something and I will do better. That is how I see life.
We did see you, obviously, we do see you in Drive Survive, and we do get to kind of live through some of the frustrations that you've had in Formula One. So without, as you say, you always see it glass half full, but what were some of your great frustrations within the sport?
the great frustration is like last year we had a bad car. That was our own fault. But even if you look medium to long term, we didn't have the things in place to challenge the podium. You know, if I just need to look at other teams, what they are doing, and there are 9 other teams which Formula One is in a very good place in the moment with all the teams financially stable, you know, very strong, and we were just not keeping up with it, you know. So that is the frustration. And then you try, you work hard, you push people, and then you don't achieve it, then you get frustrated. But as I said, I get frustrated on the race day. Maybe the next day I'm still in a bad mood, but then the positive thing comes in. Let's sort it out. Let's go again. But then when you look back, maybe I tried too many times to sort it.
Well, it's fantastic that you've actually written a book as well, which documents, who said where? Oh, there we go. We're good. Thank you very much. Surviving to Drive. It was released earlier this year, and you're already working. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm working on one.
But I wanted to ask you, because it's like a diary, isn't it? Yeah, you get taken through every race weekend. We go through the highs and lows with you. Why was that the decision to go at like a diary form? Why did you do that?
It's one of this strange thing in my life. A lot of things happen to me without planning, you know, like Netflix. I don't plan. I mean, I do what I like to do, and then things happen. So the same with the book. Somebody contacted me and said, we would like to write a book with you. And I said, I don't want to write a book, you know, it was pretty quick. They kept on asking me, and then I said, the guy was very nice, and then he sent me an email explaining the books he wrote with, you know, and all that stuff. So I went and asked. He did the book with Johnny Herbert, with Damon Hill, you know, so I went to speak with John and said, oh, the guy's a cool guy, you know, so you should speak with him. So I went to speak with him, and I said, I am not going to do a biography, you know. Everybody has done a biography. Nobody wants to read my one. So, told me, no, I've got another idea. We do a year of your life. I said, how do you know that next year you have got anything to write about? I'm sure we will. All right, I said, both about it. Said, let's do it. And in the end, it was, the guy was very good. He understood how I think, you know. And we get on still very well. We became friends, and I took him to a few races, and that is how we did the book. It was, again, one of these things. It just came to me. It wasn't like I got up one morning, I need to write a book. The world is waiting for the Gunther Steiner book. No, nobody's waiting for a Gunther Steiner book, you know. So
I beg to differ.
So it just happened, and I had good fun doing it because the guy was so good, and he had the same sense of humor like me, and he enjoyed it as well, you know. So. And it looks like people enjoyed to read it as well, because it ended up to be #1 on the Sunday Times list in the UK, which I still cannot believe, you know.
Right, we love the book, don't we? If you haven't read the book, I highly, highly recommend. It is fantastic, and there are some absolute, as you would expect, blinding
one-liners. Come back to Gunther potentially a little bit later on. I think he's back in the Grand Marquee tomorrow. But right now, for the first time on the live stream, the Bathurst winners. We've got to talk about those while they're out there. As I say, they're out there for the only time on the live stream today, and we can see them circling around. Our roving reporter, Jack Perkins, is right there in the 1993 Bathurst winning Commodore. Of course, special heritage, that car, the final victory for a Holden-engined Commodore. Of course, all teams went Chevrolet soon after that, so that was the very final victory for a Holden engine at the mountain, done in 1993 with Larry Perkins, Jack's father, and the late, great Greg Hansford, who is very well known for his two-wheeled exploits, probably even more than his four-wheeled exploits, despite winning the Bathurst 1000. And Nick, this is a car that has so much history as well. The #7 Ron Hodgson Tirana.
Privately entered car.
Indeed.
Ron Hodgson, Holden dealer. But just touching on that Perkins-Hansford car, Greg Hansford is the only guy to have won a motorcycle race and a motor race at Bathurst.
Is that so? I've never heard that.
Yeah, and of course he was a very highly regarded motorcycle racer, and he raced with Alan Moffat. He raced with Larry Perkins, and even in Super Tours later, which sadly was where he passed away in a big crash in a Super Tourer. But yes, the Ron Hodgson car, Tirana L34 was a Bathurst winner, but not for the factory, for a privately entered team. So great to watch. And actually just coming on screen now is the Cortina GT500. Great example of a 1965 Bathurst winner with Barry Seaton and Mitch Boston, I think. Bosworth, that's it.
Yes.
Got my bosses wrong. But yeah, Cortina GTs, 1963, 4-5 Bathurst winners. They started a bit of a trend, and as we spoke about earlier, this was when the manufacturers really seized on the idea of win on Sunday, sell cars on Monday, and Ford were right at the forefront of it. In fact, by 1965, they were modifying a Cortina GT just so that it would win. You could buy it off the showroom floor, but it had some good modifications, like lightened flywheel and bigger fuel tank, and all these things that you just might get over the line first in an endurance race. And Bathurst by that time had become a real institution. Didn't take long for the 500-mile race to really become, and it was also, I guess, it was about that time that everyone started watching it on TV.
Yes.
And I mean, you had the Cooper S won in 1966, and then you were really into H. Cayman ROs and things like that. So, and then the years of the Ford Falcon GTs and GTHOs. So yeah, it really ballooned just after that 1965 Cortina GT500 victory. That car, by the way, is from the Bathurst Museum, and if you get a chance to look at it, it's absolutely pristine. It's a really interesting example of what they called it production car racing for a reason, because when you open the door of that car, it's a production car.
Yeah.
It's nothing like what you would race today.
Didn't run seatbelts back in the day, and they had to put some seatbelts in to take part in this event.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's another bit of extra weight. Why did they bother doing that?
They legally had to. Had to have seatbelts.
But I mean, if you look back on some of those photographs of the drivers in those days and going through hard corners, you can see them leaning right across the car because the seats were so miserable that you had to do that so they didn't fall out of the seat.
That's right. Absolutely. So, yep, at the moment we're looking at the drone footage. Up next, we have on the schedule Tipo F1. Then we've got Ferrari
Spettacolo.
Thank you.
Bellissimo.
And then we've got Formula One to round out the live stream as we see the Tipo F1 cars head out onto the racetrack. Really good mixture. We're a big fan of this category, aren't we, Nick? We really like this category, what they showcase, what this category is all about. It's not quite your modern high-tech Formula One cars, the flyers that we see in those, but in their own right, Formula 3 cars, Formula 3000 cars, they are all out there. And as well out there on the racetrack is Liam Lawson in his Rodin FZ. And I believe Jack was down there earlier on today with the Kiwi.
Well, this year one of our fantastic guests is Liam Lawson, Formula One race driver, reserve driver. But you raced last year, mate. Hey, welcome to Adelaide Motorsport Festival. What do you think so far?
Thanks for having me. It's very, very cool. It's my first time here. So I've obviously seen the event over the years on TV, but never been here. So so far it's very, very cool. Obviously the atmosphere is crazy. There's a lot of people. So yeah, it's really, really cool.
Now, you're driving a few different cars. Behind us, we've got the Rodin FZ. This is a pretty cool sort of Lotus-inspired Formula One car. Tell us about this car and a couple of other cars you're driving this weekend.
This reminds me more of probably 2012 sort of era of F1 with the narrow rear wing and the drop down nose. It's it's really, really cool. It's fun to drive. It's very lightweight as well compared to the new cars. So it's a lot more agile. It's a lot more. It's quite playful to drive, which is really, really cool. So and as you said, I'm in a SuperVan, 2,000 horsepower electric van, and the 962 Porsche as well, which is 962. I think it's a 962. which is also really, really cool. So very, very different styles of cars.
Now this one here in particular, just to give the viewers watching around the world on our live stream, how fast is this by comparison to, say, a Formula 1 car or some of the other cars out there? It's a pretty quick machine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very quick. It's quicker than F2. Obviously, the new Formula 1 cars are quicker than they were, like they've progressed. So this is more towards like a 2010 era, 2012 era of F1. It feels similar speed to that sort of thing. So yeah, it's very, very quick.
Mate, just before we can't let you go, I just pointed out you had an Australian flag on his race suit. We nearly claimed him there for a bit, Australia, but you've coloured that in and you've got the right Kiwi colours on there, mate. So have a good weekend. Thanks for being here this weekend. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
We'll claim him, Nick. We'll claim Liam Lawson as an Aussie. That's for sure.
That with split ends and dragons, so we might as well just add Liam Lawson onto the team. What a talented guy driving 3 cars as different as that this weekend.
Yeah, the 2,000 horsepower SuperVan is a great example of variety. I like the way he's not even sure what type of Porsche he's driving. A 962, isn't it? Yes, Liam, it is a 962 Leighton House livery 962. So really enjoying himself. You can see the smile on his face. He is having an absolute blast. He might be a busy man, but he's enjoying life in Adelaide at the moment.
He's providing us with wonderful entertainment, and we're really pleased to have him here.
And as he said to me, I said that to him yesterday, and he said, no, thank you for having me.
Yep.
He's just so happy to be here. If you look on the screen, it's Tipo F1. So Lawson doesn't look like he's actually out for this one. I haven't seen the Rogan come past with you, Nick.
I haven't seen it on our monitor.
I think it's only a handful of cars out there in this particular session, not the amount that we saw earlier on today. So there's still a fair few out there, but no Liam Lawson in the Rodent, unfortunately. He will be out tomorrow, though, bright and early for Invitational. That is for certain. He'll be in the 962 Leighton House liveried machine, as we say. So that will be at 11 o'clock, first category on the live stream. So look out for Liam Lawson. He will certainly be out and about. And he'll be back in the Grand Marquee signing even more autographs tomorrow. And he was so good with the fans. Speaking of signing autographs, now it's Gunther's turn. Damon certainly signed a few. Liam signed potentially even more. And Gunther's enjoying his time here in South Australia. Great to have the former Haas F1 boss, and he's had a real couple of hours alongside James Courtney. We'll have a look at what is on the racetrack though at the moment in Tipo F1. Down into the hairpin is a blue former Formula 3 machine. Oh, and now he's moved to number 27. That's Daryl Hurd behind the wheel of his 81 Rolls RT4. There's 2 Rolls RT4s in this field. Darren Hurd in the white one, and then there's also a green one out there in the hand of Michael Cummings. So there's a couple of old Rolls going around. So that's pretty cool to see such historic open wheel vehicles back out on the racetrack. Been 43 years since those 2 vehicles were made, and they haven't really aged, have they?
No, they haven't. And it's a feature of this category, as you're saying, Dan. There's so many different eras of open wheeler carring. There's from Formula 3000 to Formula Holden, as we knew it. Some of those cars fitted with V8s in different categories. But yeah, there's an age span, and there's also a variety of constructors in this category.
Absolutely, there is. So blast down into Wakefield hairpin. That machine behind is the Shrike, a historic Formula Holden built by Croydon Park TAFE College in Adelaide. You know a lot about this particular vehicle, so well, talk us through it, Nick.
I wish we did stuff like that when I went to school, because
yes, I know, right?
I would have been pretty engaged if I was building a racing car. Would have been a lot more fun than some of the other things we did. But yeah, it was a project that Croydon Park TAFE did. They built the Shrike, and Grant Dorman, who's in the chair in it now, was actually contracted by Croydon Park TAFE to drive the car in the Australian Drivers' Championship. And he finished up purchasing the car and restoring it. And you can see that it is beautifully presented now. But there are a number of these Shrike cars in Adelaide. Stan Keane was one fellow who used one with great success at the Colin Grove Hill Climb, the late Stan Keane. And I think it even held a record at Colin Grove in a particular category. It might even have held the outright record at Colin Grove for some time. But yeah, they were used in all kinds of applications. And of course, at one stage there, they ran the Holden V6. And Larry Perkins, of course, doing a lot of the engineering work, development on that engine to make it bulletproof for the category. Yeah, but it is another one of those South Australian stories, like Elfin Sports Cars just down the road at Edwardstown, and the Norax that we talked about earlier, the rotary-powered sports car.
Absolutely. As we can see, the number 27 car come back into the shot. Darryl certainly cutting some good laps. Peter Jackson sponsorship on the side. Whenever I hear Peter Jackson, I think of the Peter Jackson Dash for Cash that was around in the early eras of V8 supercars, as it was back then, or the late era of Australian touring cars in the early to mid 90s. That was just, I thought that was great. I reckon they should bring that back themselves. That was a great initiative they had back in the day, where the top six would draw a number and have a mini race of themselves and find out who's going to start from pole position. Brilliant stuff. But see the cars continue to fly around the Adelaide venue. Still got a Formula One session to come, not too far away. As I say, up next Ferrari Spettacolo, and then Formula One after that, and then that will conclude the live stream for today. And then from there we will go on to Rally, if you are still here at the venue. Rally, Aussie Muscle, GTs, bikes, and then the drift competition. So if you're watching on the live stream, whether that be on Sky Sports, on Speed Cafe, on Repco, or on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival YouTube or Facebook live streams, if you're enjoying what you see, make sure you get to the track tomorrow. Sure, if you can. Obviously not going to be possible if you're watching Sky Sports in England or something. I don't think you'll quite be able to make it in time. Even if you leave now, I don't think you'll be able to make it in time. But make sure you tune into the live stream if you are watching from overseas, as we can see the number 5 car coming towards us. That's the other Rolt RT4. That's the Michael Cumming one, as it flings its way through the centre chicane and down into the Wakefield hairpin. That must be such a tricky braking zone in one of these cars, I reckon. Although probably better off one of these cars than some of the bigger, heavier vehicles that we have seen here this weekend. There's a lot of shade now as well from the trees down Wakefield Street. It's going to be hard to spot your braking zone into the hairpin, I think, with that much tree cover, but it's scattered tree cover.
Well, yeah, it is, and as we said earlier, the hairpin is so tight. I mean, it's extraordinarily tight because it's actually not meant to be there. Back in the day, the cars would have turned left or followed the road to the left. Now they have to brake very hard and turn a very tight right. In fact, it's what you might call in a rally car over your shoulder right. So you've got to turn right back on yourself to see it. But yeah, look, we haven't had any carnage today. It's been a very, very well...
fingers crossed, touch wood, don't jinx us there, Nick.
No, well, I think everybody's had a good time. They haven't gone silly, but they have enjoyed the racing.
That is Damon Hill chatting to Steve Otvanelli, who is the owner and the driver of the 1993 Schumacher Benetton that is here this weekend. So really cool to see Damon having a look at his former rival's car in Michael Schumacher. So of course they had an incident here, didn't they, famously in 1994 with Damon Hill unable to take the championship that day. But look, it's all going on. We've got stars and celebrities absolutely everywhere. This is the brilliant thing about the 2024 Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and it's being showcased on the live stream, the Streamcraft Media live stream broadcast. We've got to thank so many of the sponsors that have made this happen. There's one of them, Speed Cafe, who are live streaming this event, but this event would not have been possible without the South Australian government getting back behind this event and reviving it after the previous government let it go.
That's right. It's just great to see these guys like Gunther Steiner and Liam Lawson, Craig Lowndes, making themselves available to the public, been only too happy to shake hands and pose for selfies and sign autographs, and just that's the nature of the event. It's not too serious, and everybody gets to just have a chat, go and have a look at the cars up close, and just enjoy the museum, but with the sound and the movement. I'm a bit over static displays, but I love this. This is great. You get, what's a 767 without hearing it?
That's right.
You've got to see it in anger. And
it's the sound. That's what the slogan of the event is. It's the sound, exactly.
You don't even need to say that to a musician. It's the sound.
Yeah.
But and look, speaking of that, the Ferrari F40 has just gone out on track. So we're going to get another little feast of the varying sounds of these cars, the varying drivetrains and engine configurations. It's a real feast for the ears.
Damon Hill drove for Williams, Jordan, and Brabham as well, but never did Damon Hill drive for Ferrari. But we've got many Ferraris out there on the racetrack at the moment. It's Ferrari Spettacolo now, so the very, very rare, very, very expensive Ferraris out there on the circuit. A LaFerrari, we've got 599 GTOs and everything in between. Lowndesy, Craig Lowndes back out on the racetrack again at the wheel of an FXX. And the car on the left just pulling up, the Ferrari Enzo, is the precursor to that. So the FXX is the even sportier version of the hypercar that is the Ferrari Enzo. Ferrari love to do that, don't they? They bring out a ultra-fast, record-breaking car, and then a couple of years later they bring out a race-going version that's even faster.
Yep, and if you want one, you have to stand in the queue, because we're going to be very selective about who we sell them to.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Just listening to these cars, a lot of these have V12 engines, even in this one in particular, the one that we are looking at on the screen, the number 36 car. That has a V12 engine underneath the bonnet. But cars galore, there's so many $1 million worth of... I'd almost say this grid, as a field, is more expensive than the Formula 1 cars. That's how much money in these Ferraris. And with the way that the value's going in this day and age, with COVID prices, they still call them, car prices are just
COVID tax.
Yep. Exactly, COVID tax. These cars are only getting more and more expensive.
Well, let's take one in question, the Ferrari 250 LM that's out there. Now, this is a 3.3 litre 1964
let's just listen.
V12.
Just listening to that FXX. Go on, you were saying about the other V12.
Okay, so let's talk money on a Ferrari 250 LM. Now, this is chassis number 5909, which was raced, and it was raced by some good drivers, raced by Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini.
Jochen
Rindt. Raced in the 12 hours of rims in France, and it placed second. So not only is it a very rare car because it was one of 30 that was built, but it has a race pedigree, and that adds to its value. So if you want to base it on something, one of its sister cars, 5901, that never raced in anything, was never driven by any of those champs, recently sold at auction for $30 million Australian. So that gives you some kind of benchmark to work out what this car is worth. I wouldn't like to hazard a guess because I'm not that's not my field. But if you talk provenance and you take the fact that world champions drove this car, that can't be repeated.
Two world champions.
It can't be repeated.
No.
You can never create that car again. So that adds to its value.
Two drivers as well that have passed away. Of course, Jochen Rindt, the only posthumous F1 champion in 1970, and in recent years as well, we've lost John Surtees as well. So that's exactly why that car is almost invaluable. I mean, I've heard figures around the $70 million, which you just can't quite comprehend that, can you? But out there it is at the moment. We're looking at something a little bit cheaper than that. It's still a very, very expensive Ferrari. It's a black machine, the 1988 Ferrari Testarossa with John Paul Drake at the wheel. This, a 5-litre flat 12.
Yep, replaced the Berlinetta Boxer, which was also a flat 12, hence the name Boxer. Yeah, Ferrari Testarossa, again, one of those iconic shapes and designs of Ferrari. Different to anything they'd ever done before, different to anything that came after. With the flutes in the side, very distinctive styling. And affectionately called, I think more so in Britain than anywhere else, the Ferrari Testosterone, which might have had something to do with the young owners back in the day, but I don't think we ever really named them that in Australia, but it was a bit of vernacular.
Absolutely. Here is Craig Lowndes at the wheel of the FXX. Certainly can't use as much curb in this car as he can in his Bathurst winning supercar. That is here this weekend, the 2006 Bathurst winning V8 supercar, which he and Jamie Whincup emotionally took to victory just a couple of weeks after the late Peter Brock passed away. So really cool that Craig is driving that here this weekend alongside the car that finished second in that race, driven by Rick Kelly and Todd Kelly. That's when the Kelly boys teamed up. Tander went across to the Holden Racing team to race with Mark Scaife, and their race lasted one corner. Meanwhile, Todd jumped alongside Rick Kelly in HSV colours, and they finished just a couple of seconds behind Lowndes in what at the time was one of the closest ever Bathurst 1000 finishes. But let's talk about this car out there on the track at the moment that we're looking at. This is a highly tuned iteration, as you say, of the Enzo. Nearly 600 kilowatts, which at the time, nearly 20 years ago, was an insane amount for a naturally aspirated engine. It's got Brembo brakes, Bridgestone tyres specifically developed for this very vehicle. So you can imagine the price tag if you need a new set, and Lowndesy locks up out there. That is for sure. They would be off the scale. So yeah, there's a lot of telemetry development and all sorts that Schumacher had a lot to do with this car. Michael Schumacher back in the day, the FXX, and yeah, a lot of telemetry that was designed and created for this ended up going on to the Formula One team of things. They sort of trialled some telemetry systems that then went into the Formula One team very successfully, of course, in the mid-2000s. So that's pretty cool.
It is, and as we said earlier, it's the reverse of the norm, where you take something and test it on a race car, and then gradually you sort of modify it and tweak it so that it can live in a road car. This was the opposite. Ferrari tried things on the Enzo that weren't even allowed by the Formula One rules at the time. So it was something they had to do in a way, because they knew that it would give them an edge later.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, often in motorsport, it's what starts in motorsport filters down to the road cars. I think in recent years, the best example of that, 2014, the introduction of hybrid technology in Formula One. Now, if you think on the road 10 years ago, there's hardly any hybrid cars. Nobody really knew of hybrid cars. There's a few here and there. You drive around now, and there's hybrid cars everywhere. Hybrid cars everywhere. So that just shows that motorsport really does pass on from motorsport. Formula E is another one that started in 2014 as well. And look at how many electric cars we've got on the road. And
down here this weekend, we have Paddy Lowe trialling synthetic fuel in the Honda CB1100 that's written by Darryl Beattie. So once again, motorsport is at the very, very forefront of the development of the cutting edge things. I believe at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, they're going to be using synthetic fuel. I think this year or next year.
Yeah, I've
and they're using it in 50-year-old cars. This is the wonderful thing about it, is that we have all this infrastructure of internal combustion engines, and if we can find something that's carbon neutral to run in them, we're really on a winner. So a lot of conjecture about, do we develop EV, do we develop hybrid, do we develop hydrogen? And the jury's still out. This is a complex question that won't be answered with a simple answer.
this is one of your favourites and one of my
It
favourites.
is one of my favourites.
The Ferrari F40. I haven't seen one of these in years. I think I saw it here at the Motorsport Festival. Maybe it was actually last year, but a couple of years before that as well. There's often an F40 here at the Motorsport Festival, and you don't see them very often, that is for sure. Craig Sutton at the wheel of that. Of course, the F40 took over from the 288 GTO, and it was the last ever car to be signed off by the late founder of Ferrari, Enzo himself. So really cool that that is out here this weekend, and it meant a lot to him, that particular machine, the Ferrari F40. And for many people, it is the best Ferrari. A lot of people say that it's the best Ferrari ever made. Quite simplistic, but that's what makes it so good.
It is. And look, to be fair, it wouldn't be the prettiest Ferrari ever made, but it does have some aggression about it. It's got some stance.
It's not bad.
And a bit of wing. It's got a bit of wing. And the excess of it, a 3-litre twin turbo with 500 horsepower. You know, this is in 1989. This is real good stuff.
Yes, yes. Well, the cars have gone behind the pit area, back to the garages. We'll just touch back because we sort of concluded our point a bit early and went to talk about the F40. Going back to the fuels made by the synthetic fuels made by Paddy Lowe. You know, he was at the forefront of Formula One engineering for so many years, from the mid-80s just to a couple of years ago when he retired from Formula One. He was one of the head people at Williams, bringing in the electronics that allowed Nigel Mansell to take the title in 1992. He was at the forefront of that. And the 1993 car as well, that dominated in the hands of Alain Prost, driven of course by the man here, Damon Hill, as well in 1993. Took his very first wins in those cars. He knows Paddy Lowe very well from his time at Williams, but Paddy then moved on to McLaren, had great success there in the Mika Hakkinen era as an engineer. He was the engineering director at McLaren. Then he moved on to Mercedes. Similar position there, head of engineering, and then returned to Williams in 2017 as the technical officer. A bit of a slightly different role for him to end his career. 3 years there at Williams, and departed midway through 2019. But then his brain's still ticking. He's such an intelligent man. What can I do? How can I make a difference? Not only with a race car, but let's think about the future, not only of motorsport, but of cars globally.
Well, the irony there, Dan, is that you know, there are a lot of people who are environmentalists, or you might call them greenies, you know, is sort of the vernacular for it. And they say, well, motorsport, oh, it's just excessive. Look at all the fuel they're using. Look at all the rubber they're using. Look at all the waste. They're also working out the next stage. They're always working on the next step. What do we do next year, 5 years' time, 10 years' time? And even the regulations embrace that. They're always trying to work out how they make it socially and environmentally responsible. The same with World Rallying has used a hybrid formula. But when you look at Damon Hill, a former world champion, investing in Paddy Lowe's model that he has for the synthetic fuel. Now, the first people to use it, of course, will be motorsport.
Yes.
They will be the ones who will be the test bench. They'll trial it, they'll work out if they've got more horsepower or less horsepower, or whether the engine actually aged better using it. Maybe, and as Rowan Atkinson, who is a great exponent of this kind of development, said, of course it's going to be better because you're not digging something out of the ground and trying to turn it into an optimum product. You're engineering it right from the outset.
Sebastian Vettel said a number of years ago, he said, synthetic fuels is the future, and if we go synthetic fuel, there's no reason why we couldn't run V10s and V8s again. That's what Sebastian Vettel said. Rather than doing the hybrid technology, he said, if we're synthetic, there's no reason why we cannot have screaming V10s back out there again, because they are not doing any environmental damage, and that's what one of the great things that Paddy Lowe has created.
So it's going to be a really interesting exercise. Sure, it's still in its early stages, and today we saw a former MotoGP racer, a 500cc racer, get on a motorcycle and ride it around the circuit with synthetic fuel in it. Damon Hill talked about driving a go-kart with it in. So it's happening. It's a happening thing, and the rate of development will be very, very fast.
It will. And speaking of rate of development and rapid speed in a straight line, we've got the Nelson Piquet 1990 Adelaide Grand Prix winner back here on the streets where it won its final Formula One race. Its final 2 Formula One races, actually, Japan, and then backed it up here on the streets of Adelaide. A brilliant end to the season, that for Nelson Piquet. And what was his penultimate season?
Just as an aside, Dan, you asked me earlier what it was like to be a spectator at those early Adelaide Grand Prix. Well, one of the things that you had to kind of get used to was at the first event in the days prior, the 1 or 2 days prior, we went out to dinner at a restaurant called La Trattoria in King William Street, one of the noted Italian eateries. And of course, who was there? Formula One guys.
Yeah.
So we're sitting at a table and someone said, "Who's that?" I said, that's
a Formula One driver.
Not Riccardo Patrese, it was who you were just talking, Nelson Piquet. Sorry.
Nelson Piquet, yes.
Yes. In the same restaurant. And that was the kind of thing that you had to get your head around. That little old Adelaide, with the help of a few visionaries like Bill O'Gorman and Mal Hamlin, had said, "Hey, let's have a Formula One race." And we all went, "You're kidding, aren't you?" No, we're going to do it.
Of course, the Australian Grand Prix was run many years prior, back in the late 50s even, was when it started. But it wasn't a Formula One World Championship, it was just the Australian Grand Prix. And then Bob Jane took it over in 1980, got Alan Jones over as the reigning Formula One World Champion. He just wrapped up the title. And what Bob Jane did was take it to that next level. Then Niki Lauda came over, Alan Prost came over. It was still a non-championship event, but Nelson Piquet was another one. All these stars started to come across to our little Australian Grand Prix event that Bob Jane was organising at Calder. And it was Adelaide that thought, "Oh, this can go somewhere here. This can go somewhere. We need a World Championship event." And the South Australian government at the time very much put their money where their mouth was and delivered this brilliant venue. And some iconic Formula One moments have happened here over the years. Of course, Nigel Mansell's tyre exploding in 1986, costing him the title. And they had to pit Nelson Piquet. Williams felt in that race. And unfortunately for the Williams team, that meant that Alain Prost won the title for McLaren that day. Here, right in front of us at the final corner, David Coulthard famously hit the wall in the last race, coming into the pits in 1995, 1992 at the last corner. Ayrton Senna ran into the back of Nigel Mansell to end both of their seasons very, very abruptly. There's been some incredible iconic moments. Damon Hill and Michael Schumacher coming to blows in the title-deciding race in 1994. There's so many iconic title-deciding moments that have happened here, and it's brilliant to make my hair stand up on end, actually, just thinking about all of the famous things that have happened at this venue, and we're so lucky to have so many Formula One cars blast around the circuit. I saw that the Steve Ocvanelli Benetton has made its way out onto the track. I hadn't seen it, so I think it entered this session a little bit later than others. Here comes the 1990, there it is, the 93 car. I'm not sure it's quite running right, because it came to a stop earlier, and it does seem to be going quite slowly, the Ottovinelli Benetton, the 93 car, so I'm not sure if it's nursing a little bit of a problem, but nevertheless, very, very happy to see it out there on the racetrack.
Actually, all the cars out there sounding really on song at the moment, which is great, because they're not easy things to maintain. They're a little bit temperamental. They're very unique. These engines, of course, are bespoke. They're not just something that you can buy off the shelf. They were built for the purpose, and there's only a finite number of them. So
that's absolutely right.
You've got to nurse them along and keep them for the next one, keep them for the next day. But yeah, it was an amazing step for a few visionaries in Adelaide. A state with a population of 1 million, and then they said, "I'll tell you what, let's run it through the streets. Never mind the race circuits.
That's right.
We'll run it through the streets. We'll convert the whole city into a racing circuit." And
that's why it caught on.
And they did it so well. In fact,
it was voted the best Formula One event many years. Of the 11 years, it was voted the best Formula One event for many, many years. It was so popular, wasn't it?
It was, and the weird bit was, as locals, we would drive the Grand Prix circuit, in the off season,
yes.
and it would feel like it was actually meant to be. You'd go through the stairs in South Terrace, from left to right to left to right to left to right, and you go, this was always meant to be a racing circuit, I think.
John Reeks just ahead of Andy Higgins. Higgins definitely the fastest driver out there today. He's flinging it around the Adelaide Parkland circuit, and flies by John Reeks, who himself is no slouch behind the wheel of the 1990 Benetton, as they head down into the tight right angle. Look at these 4 cars from really different eras. You got at the front the 70s, well, it was at the front the 70s Arrows, that's now been overtaken by the Leighton House, and then behind that you got the 2000 Benetton, which you just made a point, all the cars are sounding really nice. The Benetton, I thought, the B200 driven by Mark Rosser, I thought that was running a little rough earlier on today, but I echo your remarks. I think that sounds a lot better out there this afternoon, which is really positive. It's not this machine, although it does look a bit blue. It's a bit more green, this Leighton House. The first Ross Brawn designed Formula 1 car.
Right.
So it flicks it into
such a distinctive shade.
It is, and we've got a similar shade, well, identical shade in the Leighton House 962 being driven by Liam Lawson this weekend. So a couple of Leighton House livery cars. There is the LaRousse. That car's driven all around the country all the time, isn't it, by the veteran of the car. That being sorry, that being.
Sorry, it's late in the day.
It is. Brendan Griegel. Thank you.
Brendan Griegel.
I did have to look at my
who
notes
is
in the end.
a motorsport tragic, has a number of cars of all classifications, but does love open wheeler cars. Saw him earlier today in an S5000, and so thoroughly enjoying the experience. A few Formula 1 cars owned in Adelaide, actually, which is quite surprising.
There's so many, not only media personalities, but drivers that have come out of Adelaide for the tiny population it is. And a lot of it stems back to these people who've grown up with the Adelaide Grand Prix. And it continues to be the case today with the Adelaide 500. People coming as young kids, and what an amazing event the Adelaide 500 is. And this event, I mean, surely this is going to inspire people as well. They're looking at the likes of Liam Lawson in the Grand Marquee, looking at these iconic Formula 1 cars and thinking, man, I'd love to make a career in that. And certainly a few locals have done that in recent years. Of course, Daniel Ricciardo, but more recently than that, Oscar Piastri doing a great job at McLaren alongside Lando Norris. Took that sprint victory last year. One of only 2 people to beat a Red Bull in any sort of sprint or Grand Prix, the other being Carlos Sainz in Singapore, of course. But Oscar doing a brilliant job over there in Formula 1, going gangbusters and frequently on the podium late last year. And a pretty good start to the season as well. A nice 4th place finish a week ago in Saudi Arabia as well. So he's got his campaign well and truly off on the right foot, and he's even in front of Lando Norris at the early stage in the championship this season. Looks like the cars are slowing down a little bit. Maybe the session has come to a close. But look at that. The Schumacher Benetton from 1993, a Fisichella Benetton from 2000, another Benetton, a real Benetton theme this year.
Yep.
At the Adelaide
colours of
Motorsport
Benetton.
Festival. Exactly. But this thing in particular, this is the noise I grew up with, the V10, the Howling V10s of the early noughties. I grew up in the Schumacher domination of Ferrari, where I just assumed that a red car won every week.
Well, I think you were pretty safe with that mindset.
I think a lot of people growing up at the moment think that a blue car sponsored by Red Bull wins every race as well.
Well, yeah, there is a bit of that. But you're quite right what you were saying earlier, that when you grow up in an environment that this is, so we have a Formula 1 Grand Prix, and it just gives you that belief that, well, yeah, one day I could be a part of that, instead of being so distant. It was extraordinary to hear Gunther Steiner say that when he grew up in the north of Italy, there was no motor racing around.
Yes.
I was surprised because the Italians are motorsport mad.
I've heard a couple of podcasts I've listened to. I've heard similar things. People saying that in the north of Italy around that time there wasn't any motor racing, which, as you say, you just can't comprehend with Ferrari, Lamborghini, Lancia, all the legendary car manufacturers that have come from Italy.
Yep, and legendary circuits like Monza and
Mugello.
Yeah, and so it was quite an extraordinary remark, but it reinforces what you were saying about drivers coming out of Adelaide because they had exposure to the top level of the sport, and it motivates you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that concludes Formula One for today. That was a pretty exciting session, wasn't it? It always is when Formula One cars are out there. I hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen. If you are leaving the circuit, make sure if you can't make it back tomorrow that you tune into the live stream, whether that be on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival YouTube or Facebook page. You can also tune into Sky Sports YouTube or Facebook page. Same with Speed Cafe, and same as well with our title sponsor Repco. So there are many ways to tune into the Adelaide Motorsport Festival if you can't get here tomorrow, but I urge you to. Bottas is in the house tomorrow, and so is F1 commentator. The voice needs no introduction. It's going to be David Croft.
Crofty.
He'll be doing sessions in the Grand Marquee, interviewing a couple of celebrities, which is absolutely awesome. So very much looking forward to seeing what David Croft has to say about this event tomorrow, and what Bottas thinks on his return, driving a few different vehicles this year. We chucked him in the Bathurst winner last year, and an Alfa Romeo as well that was driven by Alan Jones back in the mid-80s, but this year he's going to be driving a couple of different cars, including a Denny Hulme and Larry Perkins Commodore from the mid-80s. Two ex-F1 drivers driving that car. Larry, although many-time Bathurst winner as well, taking to the Formula One grids for a number of seasons, and did pretty well as well, Larry. Everyone forgets his open wheeler exploits.
Yes, it does.
So it's just approaching 4 o'clock local time. Rally cars are heading out onto the racetrack, but from our side of things on the live stream, we are coming to a close this afternoon. Thank you ever so much for tuning in, whether you've tuned in locally in South Australia or nationally, or even internationally, maybe on the Sky Sports YouTube channel and Facebook page. Hope you've enjoyed what you've watched, and hopefully we can see you back watching the action once again tomorrow. I'm Dan McCarthy, alongside me, Nick Lenthal. We thank you for tuning in, and we hope to see you back here tomorrow when Valtteri Bottas and David Croft also come to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
Thank you, Dan.